Yeah. Okay.
Colleagues, let's settle down. Let's settle down so that we can start our meeting. Today we are meeting with two universities, the University of Fort Hare and the University of Limpopo, on governance management and related matters. We'll then get presentations from them, and then we are going to receive presentation from Labour, IF, convocations, and the students. The teams, come in. The teams are going to be led by the acting DG from the department. I see the DG, the DDGs are both here, but one of them is acting. We're going to deal with that part at the later stage. So we're receiving presentations on these two institutions. We're going to first start by introducing ourselves, and after that we're going to give our legal department to swear in those who will be doing presentations. We're doing so because our institutions are naughty sometimes. When students, when Labour, IF, or convocation presents what they don't like, management, when they leave here, they go and charge them. So we're going to, when we have sworn them in, if you do that, when you are sworn in Parliament, what is said in Parliament, you can't use against any of these people outside of this meeting. So we're going to protect those who will be doing presentation, answer questions. But also, when we are sworn in, we can use Section 17.2 of our Constitution, powers and privileges. If you mislead us, 17.2 says we can use it against you. Because we are honestly tired that we sometimes bring entities before Parliament. We ask them what we know the answers to. Now my mother was a teacher for a long time. And teachers, when they ask you questions, they know the answers. So even us here in Parliament, we are behaving like teachers. When we ask you a question, the most likelihood is that we know the answers to that particular question. And we just look at you when you are misleading us. So we're going to use that Section 17.2 of the powers and privileges and activate it properly against those that are even planning on misleading us. Which, amongst other states, that once found guilty of that part, you can go to jail for 2 years or a fine of 100,000 rands. I know many of you would want to pay 100,000 because many of you may not even have gotten it right. You have it there under your mattresses. So we're going to do that. So I will start with myself, introducing myself. My name is Tebo Kholitsia. I'm a member of this committee. and I was elected to chair the committee. So Anela will start this way, go that way, come back this side, and then from there we will then administer the oath or affirmation by our legal team, Pumelele. And then from there we'll open the meeting officially, then we'll go into the presentations.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to honorable members. My name is Anel Kamingis and I'm the Committee Secretary. Thank you very much.
Pumi?
Good morning, Chairperson and everybody in the platform. My name is Pumela Lengema, Parliamentary Legal Advisor. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Matlodi Maseko and I'm the member to the standing committee. Sorry, in this portfolio committee.
Sanibonani, igama lami ngumnqobo kaMsezane. Ngiyilunga lale portfolio committee yaka education and training.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the delegation from University of Limpopo and Fort Hare, and colleagues. My name is Rolani Ngwenya. I'm the DDG Corporate Services, and today I'm acting as the DG.
Merulani, just go closer to the mic and repeat. We are recording, so don't want not to hear you.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, delegation from Limpopo and Fort Hare Universities, colleagues, my name is Rolani Ngwenya. I'm the Deputy Director General Corporate Services. Today I'm the acting DG. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, delegation from the universities. My name is Marcia Sotriko. I'm the DDG for University Education Branch. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, delegations from universities. My name is Kavu Matani. I'm the Chief Director in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, the delegation of the two universities, colleagues. My name is Lucian Kearns and I'm the acting CFO for the department.
Good morning, everyone. I'm James Malesela, Deputy Director responsible for University Governance Support. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Trivari Mkondere from NSFAS. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Agnetha Ardenser, the researcher for the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Mampako Mutiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, and the committee members.
Get closer to the mic.
Oh, sorry. Good morning, Chair, and the committee members. Nkanyiso Chayo here from University of Fort Hare, Nehau. Thank you so much.
Nehau what?
Nehau representative. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee members. My name is Busim Pagati from the University of Fort Hare and Dewu representative. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Numi Somcheza from the University of Fort Hare, Nehau, chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ndlalondle Inkosi Sobayini. I'm the Secretary General of the UFH SRC.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aphelele Lwazi Khalakahla, the SRC President of University of Fort Hare.
Good morning, everyone in the house. This is Lesego Morueng from the Financial Student Aid Scheme. Thank you.
From why? We can't hear you. Is it difficult to get closer to the mic?
Just get close to it. This is Lesego Morueng from NSFAS.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Thando Xolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members and representatives of the universities. My name is Barry James Mitchell. I'm the Parliamentary Officer for the National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, colleagues. My name is David Motlamme, a Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Director General.
Good morning, Chair, and everybody. Tanya here, Chair's Executive Secretary.
Hold on, Jabu.
Good morning,
Mhlambe, the person next to you, they introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jabulile Loroko. I am from PMG.
Jabu.
Morning, Chairperson, members, and everyone. I'm Jabulani Majosi from Parliament Communications.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Mokhalong, Vice Chancellor, University of Limpopo.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Kwena Masha, the Registrar, University of Limpopo.
Arutli Foko. Oh, I don't know whether now switch off your mic. There's a button where it's drawn there. There must be a mouth somewhere. Yeah, but there's a problem. We can't hear from. Please go to.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. I'm Tebogo Mutiba, the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovations and Partnerships, University of Limpopo.
Good morning, Chairperson and everyone. My name is Joyce Iqolo, Chairperson of the Institutional Forum, University of Limpopo.
Good morning, Chair, and morning, everyone. I'm Mamkhadi Masiti, the Acting CFO at University of Limpopo.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. A.B. Mwebe, Director, Quality Assurance, University of Limpopo.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Machibela Khatuke. I'm an Acting Executive Director responsible for University Estates, Facilities and Technical Services, University of Limpopo.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members and all people who are here. My name is Pandelani Neforobodwe, Chairperson of Council of the University of Limpopo.
Good morning, Chair and other. My name is Colette Maswangani, Deputy Chairperson, now University of Limpopo.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. My name is Charles Matumba, Chief Financial Officer, University of Fort Hare.
Molweni nonke, igama lami nguZolani Ismail, Chairperson of NEHAU, University of Limpopo. the biggest branch in the province.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Ellen Rungani. I'm the acting chair for Institutional Forum, University of Fort Hare.
Morning, Chair, morning, colleagues, morning, all honorable members. My name is Sipokazi Koyana. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Council for the University of Fort Hare.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and all members present. I'm Professor Renuka Vethal. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning at the University of Fort Hare.
You are not on record. Look for a mic.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Rufuno Chikudo. I'm the Dean Student Affairs from the University of Fort Hare.
Greetings, Chair and members. My name is Njabulo Zuma. I'm the University Registrar, University of Fort Hare.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members and colleagues. My name is Lebohanga Shatsi, Interim Deputy Vice Chancellor, Institutional Support. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Irma du Plessis. I'm the Director in the Vice Chancellor's Office at the University of Fort Hare.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members, DHET members and University of Limpopo. My name is Sakela Buhlungu, Vice Chancellor, University of Fort Hare.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues, officials from the Department of Education. My name is Lungisile Ntsebeza. I am the chairperson of the University of Fort Hare Council. Thank you.
Students who just walked in there, can you look for a mic and introduce yourselves?
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Sorry for arriving late. My name is Poto Kamagelo, the President of University of Limpopo. Oh, the President of University of Limpopo SRC.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Also, apologies for arriving late. My name is Dube Poshia. I'm the Deputy President of the University of Limpopo SRC.
Honorable Ngubane.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mr. Sihle Ngubane. I'm a member of this Portfolio Committee.
Honorable Governor, look for a mic and introduce yourself quickly.
Greetings, Chair. Apologies, it's due to the traffic in Western Cape. My name is Yanga Governor, a member of this Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Now that we know who is here, this is how I think you'll advise, but I'm thinking must start with Fort Hare. Maybe these ones were this side. To take that oath of affirmation, and then we'll start the meeting, then we'll go to presentations. Over to you, legal services.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to follow the list that we have, Chairperson, and we are going to confirm the affirmation or oath, whichever the witness or the person who will be presenting and answering to the committee will choose. So I will call the names as they appear on the list of the committee, and then we take each person to confirm the oath or the affirmation. I'll read generally first the powers and privileges that the witnesses or anyone presenting will be granted in terms of the Powers and Privileges and Immunities Act of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures. And this shall apply to each and every witness, as we will not be reading for each and every person. So please listen carefully. Everyone who has been called today by the committee to present or answer to the questions that will be posed by the members of this committee, you have been requested to appear before the Portfolio Committee, subject to the provisions of Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Section 16 is the privilege of witnesses, which is set out in that section and its provisions. In respect to you, as a witness and in respect of the questions that will be posed whilst the committee is exercising its oversight duty relating to the University of Fort Hare and the University of Limpopo, on the state of affairs in relation to governance, administration and related members. The rules of Parliament and the National Assembly that are applicable also provide further protection, and by law you are informed and required to answer fully and satisfactorily to all the questions that will be put to you, and the documents that will be required or requested that you produce in connection with the subject matter and any matter that will be exercised during this oversight function. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers and Privileges, Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading, commits an offence and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are further required to either choose an oath or an affirmation that whatever evidence or information you will present to this committee is nothing but the truth, and you will also give it truthfully. You may choose to either, as I said, take an oath or the affirmation, and as I will minister or administer the oath or the affirmation, you will choose per witness or evidence leader or person presenting as to which one you choose. I will start with Professor Lungile Nsebenza, the chairperson of the council. Sir, please state your name for the record again before I administer the oath and indicate which one you choose, whether an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you. And I'll also use this opportunity to correct you, both my name and surname. My name is Lungi Sile, and the surname is Ntsebe Za, Z-A. I'm the chairperson of the University of Fort Hare Council.
I thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Which one do you choose, an oath or an affirmation?
I affirm.
Please say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I will give will be nothing else but the truth.
Thank
and
you,
only the
Chairperson.
truth.
The witness has been sworn in. I will go to the next one. Dr. Sipokazi Koyana. Ma'am, please state your names for the record and choose which you prefer, the oath or an affirmation.
My name is Dr. Sipokazi Koyana, and I choose the affirmation.
Thank you, ma'am. Please say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
The witness chairperson has been sworn in. I thank you. Chairperson, please may the witnesses or evidence leaders or person that will be presenting forgive me where I will be unable to pronounce the names correctly. Nekuselwa, please take the oath and indicate whether it's an oath or affirmation you'll be taking. Thank you. Professor S. Buhlungu, please state your name for the record and indicate the choice.
My name is Sakela Buhlungu. I will do the affirmation.
Thank you, sir. Kindly say those words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I'm about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Chairperson. The witness has been sworn in. Professor R. Vithal, please state the names on record and indicate the choice, please.
I'm Professor Renuka Vithal, and I'll choose the affirmation.
Thank you, ma'am. Kindly say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the whole truth.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. The next witness, whom I request to state their name on record, is Dr. Libuchang, and choose which of the affirmation or oath is the preferred option.
My name is Lebogang Ashatse. I choose affirmation.
Thank you, sir. Please say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I will be giving will be the whole truth, the whole truth, nothing but the whole truth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The witness has been sworn in, Chairperson. The next one is Mr. Charles. Please state your names for the record in full and make the choice which you prefer, affirmation or oath.
My name is Charles Matumba. I choose the affirmation.
Thank you, sir. Please repeat these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I shall give will be truth, the whole truth, and nothing else.
Thank you, sir. The witness has been sworn in, Chairperson. The next witness or person I request to confirm their names on record is Mr. N. Zuma.
My name is Njabulo Zuma. I choose affirmation.
Thank you, sir. Kindly say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I shall give would be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. The next witness or person to be taking an oath or affirmation, I request that they confirm as well their preferred choice is Mr. Lufuno. Please state your names for the record in full and make a choice.
My name is Rufuno Chikudo. I choose affirmation.
Thank you, sir. Please repeat these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. The last witness in respect of the University of Fort Hare will be Dr. I. Duplessis. Please, for the record, state your names and make a choice.
My name is Irma du Plessis. I choose the affirmation.
Thank you, ma'am. Kindly say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I will be giving will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairperson, all of the witnesses with their names recorded and having also indicated have been placed under oath by indicating the affirmation. And Chairperson, everyone who has taken an affirmation this morning will remain under oath until the committee meeting is closed. Please keep that in mind. Thank you, Chairperson.
Well, thank you very much. I think is Dr. Ntabiseng Taule Mchimba. Is she here? Not here. Okay. Then can we also do the same for SRC, NEHAU, and IF?
Okay, Chairperson. Thank you. Again, the names that I'm going to be calling, I will request that each person called, you confirm your name for the record and excuse my pronunciation where I go wrong, and indicate the choice that you will make, whether it's an oath or an affirmation. Under the University of Fort Hare Student Representative Council, I request Mr. A. Kalakasha to indicate their names for the record and make a choice.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Apelele Kalakasha and I choose affirmation.
Thank you, sir. Kindly say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence that I shall give, it will be the truth and only the truth.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in and will remain under oath or affirmation until the proceedings are done. Mr. E. Sobayeni, please state your names for the record and confirm the choice.
Thank you very much. My name is Ndlalontle Inkosi Sobayeni, and I shall affirm. Thank you very much. My name is Ndlalontle Inkosi Sobayeni, and I will be doing the affirmation.
Thank you, sir. Kindly repeat these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I confirm that the evidence I'm going to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. The witness has been sworn in. The next witnesses or presenters or people who will be giving information from the University of Fort Hare, the labor unions. I will start with Mr. Ndumiso Mjeza. Please confirm your names as a NEHAU representative for the record.
My name is Ndumiso Mjeza.
Thank you, sir. What is your choice, affirmation or oath?
Affirmation.
Please say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the information and the evidence that I shall give before this House shall be the truth and nothing else but only the truth.
Thank you, sir. The witness has been sworn in. The next one will be Mr. Nkanyiso T. Please confirm your name as a representative of NEHAU for the record and make a choice. Mr. Nkanyiso.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nkanyiso Chayo. I will choose the oath.
Thank you, sir. Please say these words after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth and nothing else but the truth. Help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. Our next witness or person to confirm the oath and make a choice is Dr. E. Rungani, please indicate for the record your names and the choice.
My name is Ellen Rungani. I'm the acting chairperson of the Institutional Forum, University of Fort Hare. I'll take the affirmation.
Thank you, ma'am. Please say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence that I shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. And the next group is the group from the University of Limpopo, Mr. P. Chairperson of Council, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't want to be reprimanded.
Yeah, maybe before. It's not Limpopo, it's Limpopo.
See, Chairperson.
So that they don't come and fight us. That we have changed the name of their province. Chairperson of Council.
Now, can I object to the fact that I'm called chairperson of council? I've got a name on the surname.
Mr. P.
It's not correct. It's not correct. You should have asked me even before I come here how to pronounce my
Chairperson
name.
of Council.
But it's not correct.
Chairperson of Council.
Yeah, it's not correct.
She has Chairperson of Council.
Sure, I'm going to do so.
Yeah, listen to us.
I'm listening to you, but it's not correct.
Yeah, here we don't have this attitude of having dialogue.
All right, but
Yeah,
okay.
it's okay. I'm talking Chairperson of Council. The lady indicated that she can't pronounce your name.
She didn't say so.
Chairperson of Council, please don't push us to that corner. We're talking here, you don't talk. We're not going to have this dialogue with you. We're asking you nicely. Listen to us when we speak. We'll listen to you when you speak. But this thing that you are going to speak when we're speaking here, it's not going to happen. Not here. It's not going to happen. The lady is apologizing. She tried. And she said because she was called to order by the chairperson of council of University of Fort Hare, she's avoiding the same. And then she called you by the title. It's the title that you have. Unless if you want to tell us, you have, that's not your title. She's correct. If somebody can't pronounce my name and say, honorable member, and I come and say, no, call me by my name, we're not going to do that, Chairperson of Council. Please indicate your full names and indicate whether you are taking oath or affirmation. Go ahead, Chairperson of Council.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Pandelani Neforobo Dwe, and I'm taking an affirmation.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Neforobodwe.
There we are.
Another Chairperson of Council. No, let's not do this. Continue, Ms. Nge.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kindly repeat the following words, sir, having chosen the affirmation. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your indulgence. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. The next witness, Chairperson, is Professor N.M., the Vice Chancellor and Principal. Please state your names for the record.
Maslomo Khalong, Vice Chancellor and Principal, University of Limpopo.
Thank you, sir. What is the choice between affirmation or oath?
Affirmation.
I thank you. Kindly say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth and nothing else but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. The next one will be Professor T. Motiba. Please indicate your proper names for the record and make the choice.
My name is Tebogo Mutiba. I choose affirmation.
Thank you, ma'am. Kindly say the following words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I shall give will be the truth and nothing else but the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. The next person will be Professor K. Marshall. Kindly confirm your name for the record and make the choice.
I am Kwena Masha, and I choose the oath.
Thank you, sir. Please repeat the following words after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I swear that the evidence I will give shall be the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, sir. The witness has been sworn in, Chairperson. The next one is Professor P, Director, Institutional Planning. Please, Director, indicate your names for the record.
I think the Director of Institutional Planning did forgot the ID, but is busy with the registration. Professor Peter Melder, once he's around, I think you'll do the same.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, with your permission, Professor Mulder will then be sworn in as soon as he comes in. Thank you. The next person to be sworn in is Miss M. Is it Masete? I'm not sure, Chairperson, I can't read properly. Acting CEO, please put your names on record and excuse me if I had indicated incorrectly.
My name is Mama Khadi Masiti. I'm the acting Chief Financial Officer of the University of Limpopo.
Thank you, ma'am. Kindly make a choice between oath or affirmation.
Oath.
Thank you, ma'am. Please say these words after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth and nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. The next witness is Dr. A. Ngwepe, the Director, Quality Assurance. Kindly state your full names for the record and excuse me where I've said it incorrectly.
I am A.B. Ngwepe. I choose affirmation.
Thank you, sir. Kindly say these words after me. I affirm the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth and nothing else but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in accordingly. We move to the SRC, and I request Mr. K, the SRC President, Mr. Poto, please state your names for the record and excuse me where I've indicated incorrectly.
My name is Kamoelo Poto.
Thank you, sir. What is your choice?
I choose affirmation.
Kindly say these words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in accordingly.
That lady, she's the deputy president. It's not my thing. The next one.
She's not here.
It's there, but it's not this one. I'll just ask her to introduce herself, but it's not the same name.
Please call her name, Chair. Please call out her name, the one I must sworn in.
Deputy President. Hold on, the mic won't work there because your mic.
My name is Dube Poshia, and I will affirm.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Kindly say the following words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence that I'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. So I take it Mr. Make is not around. Thank you, Chair. The next person would be Mr. Z. Simai. Kindly confirm your name for the record and excuse my pronunciation if in any way is wrong.
You pronounce it correctly.
Thank you,
My
sir.
name is Zolani Simai. I will take the oath.
Thank you, sir. Kindly repeat the following words after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I swear that the evidence I shall give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. The next one is the Secretary of NEHAU, Mr. M. Mokubedi. Kindly confirm your name for the record, and again, my sincere apologies if I've made any pronunciation incorrect.
Thank you. My name is Colette Mashangani. I'm standing on behalf of Mr. Mukubet. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of NEHAU, University of Limpopo. Then I'll take the oath.
Chairperson of NEHAU. Thank you so much, sir. Kindly say the following words after me to confirm the oath. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I swear that the evidence that I will give will be the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, the witness has taken an oath. The next person is Chairperson of the IF, Miss J. Ma'am, kindly confirm your name for the record.
My name is Joy Sikolo. I will take the oath.
The oath, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry for being unable to say your surname properly. Kindly say the following words after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I swear that the evidence I will give shall be the truth and nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairperson, the witness has taken an oath, and from the list that I have, Chairperson, that appears to be the last person.
Well, thank you very much. There's a lady from Teu Busimpagat. She does not appear on your list. If she can also take oath from Teu Busimpagat.
Ms. Mpagati, please take the mic and confirm your names for the record and position.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Busim Pagati from the University of Fort Hare, from Deu.
We had indicated upon our start, ma'am, that the oath and affirmations we are taking are in line with the Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliament Act, which provides witnesses with some privileges and protection, which is the reason why the committee conducts its oversight function today. We are requesting that affirmation or an oath be chosen so that the protection and the privileges of the Act may be invoked at any space where it will be necessary. Kindly indicate whether you're choosing an oath or an affirmation for that purpose.
Affirmation.
Thank you, ma'am. Kindly say the following words after me. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth and nothing but the whole truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Chairperson. All witnesses that have been sworn in or persons that will be making presentations are now under oath or affirmation. which will be the case until this meeting is over. So everyone, please remember that you have been sworn in, and everything you say in this committee today until the meeting is over is set under oath or affirmation. Chairperson, I thank you.
No, thank you very much, the legal team from Parliament. There's one, I'm not sure if you will stay in for a moment, because Professor Melda was told that he might be arriving. So I'm not sure if you'll stay in for a few more minutes with us, so that we can also swear or him take an oath or affirmation. And like I said earlier on, colleagues, thank you very much. We really appreciate the work. Yeah, he has just arrived. Let's just ambush him quickly with the oath or affirmation. Professor Melda, if you can just arrive next to the mic here. We are taking an oath or affirmation. Ms. Pumelela, the legal team will explain to you. Professor Melda, did you get the name? Yeah, yeah, from UL.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you once again. Professor Melda, we apologize for not giving you a break to breathe and ambush you. I just need to administer an oath so that we can proceed with the work of the committee. We're just about finished with all the other persons that will be making presentation or giving evidence or answering to the questions. In light of the Powers and Privileges and Immunities Act of Parliament, the witnesses, we are indicating that in terms of Section 16 of that Act, there are privileges and protection that this Act administers, and for it to be invoked, that is why we are conducting this exercise to do an oath or an affirmation. Professor Melda, having indicated that, I'm going to request that you please make a choice, but first indicate your names for the record, as well as making a choice whether you prefer an oath or an affirmation, so that I can administer that and enable the committee to proceed with its work. I thank you, sir. Please make a choice.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. My apologies. Yes, I'm Peter Mulder, and an affirmation will be good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the choice. Kindly repeat these words after me, having chosen to make an affirmation and place them on the record. I affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth.
I affirm that the evidence that I shall be giving will be the truth, nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Kindly remember that you are now under oath and have been sworn in until the proceedings of this committee are finalized today. Chairperson, the witness has been sworn in. I thank you, and may I be excused with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Melda, just switch off the seat there. Thanks. As I was saying earlier on, colleagues, today we're meeting with the two institutions on governance, administration, and related matters. Both institutions are not in a good shape. Both University of Limpopo and the University of Fort Hare. University of Fort Hare, as we speak here, today is the 20th of November 2024. We don't have their audited financial statements. So they missed the deadline of audit, and therefore the monies that we would have voted for in vote 17 as part of grants and as part of the NSFAS students that would have went to that institution were unable to account for. We don't know how much they spend on what, in simple terms. University of Fort Hare, as you know, has been on the news for all kinds of wrong things. 2 or 3 weeks ago, when we were having a meeting with the skills branch, we indicated that one of the former CEOs of the sitters, Patel, was arrested for doing some business with the University of Fort Hare and accused of giving bribes. I think it was around 1.3 or 1.5 million rands in bribes. As things stand, I mean, we've received a number of complaints from the University of Fort Hare about the number of things that are not going right, Professor Buhlungu. Amongst others, the most documented ones are assassination attempts on yourself, assassination of the Vice Chancellor's bodyguard, and many people who were subsequently arrested. As we engaged with yourselves, it was reported that some who were not only employees of the university but working in the Vice Chancellor's office are also arrested for murder things and all kinds of things. Some of them are still in jail, in custody, bail not granted. Whistleblowers would have written to us and said, in fact, the same people would have been appointed without a process. Same whistleblowers would have complained about the usage of security. And chairperson of council, your council members that your council suspended, who were part of the audit and risk committee, would have asked about how much was the university spending on security. And you had not provided that. The minister, the previous minister, Dr. Nzimande, also went to your institution, asked these things, had a press conference and indicated that council does not want to account on the usage of security. How much were you paying for security, including members of audit and risk? Very critical body that needs to account for the financial spending of that institution. 3 of them, your council suspended them. They took you to court and won against you. And as we speak, we are made to believe that you are appealing that particular decision. They are also making allegations that they believe that the suspension was never even about what they were accused of, whether they were, as you had indicated to us when we went to University of Fort Hare at the beginning of this year, that some of them were communicating with the accused murderers. Their view is that you had suspended them for one purpose and one purpose only. That purpose is that some members of your council felt that if they were there, they were going to oppose your view that you must give Professor Buhlungu a term, another term as a Vice Chancellor. And they are saying in the letters that they've written to us that in fact, when they were suspended, you went on and extended the contract, or a term. So we are raising these things with yourself so that you will be able to respond. Members will be asking you, so I'm preparing you in advance of a number of problems we have. Maybe for now, let me just stop there. Others obviously will bring them to you in questions. But you have not submitted the audited financial statements. We don't know what is the financial health of the University of Fort Hare. Every week or every month, newspaper articles, they talk about tenders for this one, tenders for that one, and you are unable. Maybe you must. I know you had asked for an extension to the 15th of November. Today is the 20th. I was made to believe that you had also asked for another extension to the 30th or to month end of November. Maybe you must take us through when you do your presentation of what exactly is the problem. Why aren't you auditing? And by the way, Professor Buhlungu, we have every right to ask these questions. It is these members who approves the budget of the department that gives you these grants, that gives you this money. So we have every right to make you account. I know that when we wrote to you guys at the end of August, you went to News 24 to criticize us, to criticize this portfolio committee. And I want to read just one sentence from what you said about us, about this committee, when we believe that you must account. We have not met with the University of Fort Hare, DDG, since we went to them during oversight. That was on the first week of February this year. But when Professor Buhlungu, when we asked them about the SRC elections and how we had resolved on, based on a number of complaints that we received from across institutions, when we asked them to conduct them manually, this is what Professor Buhlungu would have said. He says, and I quote, "The interesting thing is that even under apartheid government, parliamentary committees will dare not write to a university and tell them how to run SRC elections. Where is this coming from? It's a precedent-setting kind of a thing. I'm absolutely horrified by this because what it does say is that we don't know what we're doing and that Parliament is going to run universities for us. I'm absolutely flabbergasted by that way of thinking and that way of understanding higher education," close quote. What he says here is that you members of this portfolio committee don't understand this sector. In fact, if you think you understand this sector, you've got another thing coming. there's another part that I'm looking for, where it speaks about us bringing universities time and again to Parliament, court. In essence, I can't find that paragraph, but what he says here, he says, we don't understand the kind of work that they do at universities, and us bringing them here to account, like today, for them not having audited financial statements, we're wasting their time. In essence, we're bringing them here for, flimsy things. I can guarantee you, members, that not less than 90% of students at Fort Hare are funded by the state through NSFAS. I can guarantee you now that, in fact, in the past 9 years, we have given the University of Fort Hare over 11 billion rands in grants. And when we ask them, come and account, they'll go to News 24 or any news house and say all of these things, but we don't know what we are talking about. So I'm just preparing you, members, so that even when they are done presenting, when you ask your questions, at least you have this context. Recently, 2 months or so ago, they've just opened a very good project that we funded there, a water project, that institution, that takes this money to above 11 billion that we have given them. They've got projects that they would have opened on student accommodation and other things funded by the state. Tomorrow, when you ask them about these student accommodation issues, they will tell you that you have a business interest on student accommodation. Then you have University of Limpopo. I'm sure you saw the chairperson of council wanting to tell us how to run our meetings. Literally. There is no, it's not an offense for me to say I can't pronounce your name. Ms. Bengu said it, called you by a title that belongs to you. And the chairperson of council wants to have a conversation with us. Which, by the way, I was not surprised, because if you look at the number of whistleblowing letters we have received, that's the kind of attitude that is there. That is the kind of attitude that they have at that institution. The chairperson of council there, as we speak, Dr. Sokiko, is on his 3rd term. And I want to know how they are going to tell us how is that not a 3rd term, which is against the statute of the very same university. They will tell you. I saw an article in March when they were asked, I think it was Daily Maverick. The spokesperson says, no, you see, because University of Limpopo separated or demerged from SMU, that term did not count. You see, it was a different entity. How? Because the demerger was 2015. He has been a council chair there. In 2016, when that thing was University of Limpopo, 2017, 2018, 2019, first term. Second term until 2024, 2023. Now he's on his 3rd term. I'm interested to know how they are going to tell us how is that even possible, that you disregard your own university statute that tells you that you must have 2 terms. No wonder that they've got a vice chancellor as well, Tate Mokhalo. Huh? I don't know which term you are in now. Long past the 2 terms. Long past 3 terms. I saw recently that they had advertised for that post. But like few years ago, they advertised and they cancel. And they extend the term of the Vice Chancellor. So they must tell us when they do their presentation, how is that even allowed according to them? Well, now, we want to get into your heads, we want to understand. How do you even do that? Not only beyond 2 terms, but 3 terms. And there is a plethora of accusations of corruptions, of targeting people, anybody who raises their hands. We are told that, like I said, my mother was a teacher, so I'll make examples of teachers. Like a child who commits a mistake, you bring them or advise them, that's what you do to anybody who dare questions the wrong that is happening at that institution. Then you've got court cases where you admit students for different programs, PhD, masters, when they're about to graduate. We're told, I was reading that newspaper article, I think it was 2 months ago, of 2 young girls who were doing masters, that you said you deregistered them just before graduation. You've lost those cases yourselves because they took you to court. So this is what the context is about. I had written my notes, but when I decided not to go through my notes were a little bit soft. But the attitude that you see in the meeting, I've decided I'm not going to go through my notes in opening the meeting because we have a problem. One time when we met with Fort Hare, they went and suspended the chairperson of NCOP, who also won in court against them, CCMA. So the reason we decided to take this oath of affirmation was not only to protect students, IF and labor, but also to hold this management accountable. And I'm promising you, don't try to mislead us. We have more than enough information. The questions that these members are going to ask you, in most instances, they know the answers. And we are going to compare them with what you should have in your records. And we'll ask you to send them. And then show you that you have misled us in Parliament, and then we are going to take it. And in fact, TDG, these institutions, management, they are so arrogant against anybody else there because we are allowing them to use state resources to go to court. We must actually write, members, I want to lobby you to agree with me. We must write to the minister and say, Minister, you must tell this management, if they've got a court case that they believe they are going to win, let them use their own money. Because I'm tired of these people going to court, using the money that they're supposed to do to improve the general life of students and workers at their institutions, to fight members there, the workers, to fight students and all of them. And in most cases, they lose. Do you think they care? They don't. It's not their money. So I'm lobbying you that when we conclude the meeting, we must agree that we'll write to the minister and say, Minister, 1, Fort Hare has not submitted financial statements. Don't bring a budget to this committee for us to approve that as Fort Hare. Must not give them money. They don't deserve it. You can't account for the money we've given you. and you want us to ask for more money, we're not going to do it. I can tell you now, we're not going to do it. If the minister brings it like that, acting DG, DDG, CFO, we're not going to vote for it. There's no way Parliament will give you money when you have voted against it there in the House. So you must tell her that is not going to happen. Because this era of impunity must just come to an end. Where people think they can do as they please. We don't, I mean, how much are we spending on the money that we have given you? What did you spend on? And then we must keep quiet. It's not going to happen. Acting DG, please lead the presentation from the department and then give to the chairperson of council of Fort Hare. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. We do have apologies. I'm sorry, man. I told you. Let me start with apologies. I'll give you. The apologies that we have with the minister who's in China on official business, accompanied by the Director General, who's also in China. The deputy ministers are not around. Deputy Minister Gondwe is having a long agreed program with the city of Johannesburg on a beautiful project called CRAM. You see Mama Seko, where we are leading there, we've got serious programs like in Johannesburg. Since we have removed you there, so we're very fine. Yes. She's having a program with CRAM there, and then Deputy Minister Manamela is launching a skills development center in KwaZulu-Natal with a construction center. Then we have Honorable Khachau, who will arrive late because she did indicate that the traffic in the Western Cape is not working well for her. Even though she's a member of the DA, she does agree that where the DA governs, there are problems. And then we have Honorable Khabo, who's having a medical attention, or is attending to a medical issue. That is Honorable Low. And then Honorable Zondo, we don't have an apology. We don't have an apology from Honorable van der Walt. We don't have an apology. We don't have an apology from Honorable Khabo. So those are the ones that we have. Honorable Msazana, you had your hand up.
No, thanks, Chair. And thank you very much for that background. Some of us needed it. But just a quick clarity, Chair. The utterances conveyed at News 24, it was by the chairperson of council or the vice chancellor of UFH.
It was the VC.
The vice chancellor. Thank you very much.
Sure, thanks. Mangwenya, just be closer to the mic, ne?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings again. Higher education is seen as an enabler for growth and development and contributes significantly to the transformation and economic development agenda. Now, within higher education, it also provides elements which are central to addressing the triple challenges on poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And with that said, it then brings to reality the agenda of the NDP of creating an equal society. When you look at the National Plan for Post-Education and Training 2021 to 2030, it advocates for an improved, a transformed, an expanded, a responsive, and a well-articulated PSET system. The national plan further outlines 6 goals. But for today, Honorable Chair, allow me to focus on only the 2 which are most relevant, though they are all equally important. It's goal number 5 on improved quality of the PSET provision, and goal number 6 on improved efficiency and success of the PSET system. We believe that a functional PSET system will only be created and achieved through improving efficiencies and successfully implementing the identified strategies and key interventions. As a department contributing to the achievement of the 2 goals, we are strengthening our oversight measures over PSET institutions. We are also providing a policy direction required to achieve success within the PSET system. We have now commenced as a department, Honorable Chair, with a review of various legislation and policy instruments, which are critical to ensure that we have policy coherence within the PSET ecosystem. Improving the quality of the PSET provision is dependent largely on the establishment of a well-managed and a well-governed PSET institution, which is established and support the foundation of solid corporate governance principles. Honorable Chair, the University of Limpopo and the University of Fort Hare share a lot of similarities, especially on the immense contribution that the 2 institutions have made towards the democratic dispensation. And they both carry a place of historical significance. But there are also differences in how they are managed and administered. And I'll only point out one. While the University of Limpopo has never been placed under ministerial intervention, sadly, the University of Fort Hare has been placed under ministerial intervention. We have the delegation here from both universities, and we can confirm, Honorable Chair, that indeed the 2 universities are here to account on the state of governance, the state of administration, and all related matters as deemed appropriate by this House. The presentations today, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, were prepared by the universities themselves. They are uncensored and do not include the input from the department. We, however, are going to provide the honorable members with our assessment, and we await the annual report and financial statements, and we will thereafter pen our assessments of the 2 institutions. That concludes, Chair, the opening remarks, and we will now hand over to the University of Fort Hare. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I forgot the apology of Honorable Shikwambana. Honorable Shikwambana is saying he's watching the meeting, he's not around. But he says I'm sabotaging him because I'm not mentioning his apology. So I want to apologize to him for not apologizing for him. But Honorable Shikwambana does have an apology, which he has actually sent me the questions, very long questions from him to both institutions. So I apologize to Honorable Shikwambana, chairperson of Council of the University of Fort Hare. Your opening remarks. Professor Ntsabeza. Or you also wanted me to call you by name. You don't recognize that when I say chairperson of Council. It's on a lighter note, Professor.
Okay. I'm glad now Honorable Chair know that you can now sort of fall on the side now of passing lighter sort of remarks.
I do that all the
Which
time.
I do that well. No, that's what I tried to do. I'm not justifying what I did. That's what I tried to do when I sort of honored the legal representative on a pronunciation of the name. But clearly you were upset, and for that I apologize. We haven't come here to play games. Yeah, and yes, we have prepared now a presentation, and that will be done by our Vice Chancellor and Professor Sakela Buhlungu. But I would like to make a few remarks, not just by way of context. And the context here is based on the letter the Honorable Chair wrote to me on the 3rd of October 2024, extending an invitation for us to come here today. Initially, when the letter was written on the 3rd of October, the date that was suggested was the 6th of November 2024, but then that date was changed. In fact, there was somewhere where it was said that right at the end, it was said that the venue would be confirmed. But anyway, we prepared the presentation. Now, the letter from the Honorable Chair, and let's see, was it about 9 bullet points, which requested us to prepare a PowerPoint presentation, which we have done. And for purposes of record, I would like to read these bullet points. 1, overview of the state of governance, administration, and teaching and learning at the institution. 2nd, overview of the student academic performance from 2022 to date. 3rd, overview of student dropout and throughput rates, causes, and measures put in place to address them. 4, safety and security of students and staff, including policies and measures put in place to curb the incidence of gender-based violence and femicide. 5, overview of student accommodation and infrastructure development projects. 6, dedicated slides on overview on the online SRC elections and how they are held, how to ensure the elections are free and fair, how the collection of data from votes is conducted. 8, partnership with industries for work-integrated learning. And the last one is successes and challenges. We've tried to follow this, the presentation almost bullet point by bullet point, sort of response to this. But I would just want to say something, read an extract from my response to the chairperson when I received this invitation. And here I refer to your letter dated 3rd October 2024. The university is preparing its presentation, which it has done, as per the guidelines provided. It is important to note that the university attended a portfolio committee on higher education, science, and innovation meeting in Cape Town on 30th August 2023, last year. In addition, the portfolio committee came to Alice on 30th January 24. That's the date I have. You said, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, it was the first week of February. I have in my diary 30th of January 2024, beginning of this year.
Oh, we're in the Eastern Cape until first week of February.
Okay, now I just thought about 40. And to meet with the university, some of the matters, this is important, some of the matters on which the university has been requested to report were also included in those presentations. For reference, those two presentations are attached. So it's this presentation and those other two presentations. And then my last paragraph read, we are aware that there are several new members on the portfolio committee and will appreciate it if these presentations could be made available to them. The university will be reporting on all matters raised in your correspondence with a focus on providing the most recent updates in each area. So I thought I should make those opening remarks to provide the context for the presentation that our Vice Chancellor, Professor Buhlungu, will be making. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will take us through the presentation. I just want to upfront note that the presentation is rather long, and because it was circulated in advance, I'm hoping that you'll allow me not to kind of dwell on every single slide. It was also shared with the Department of Higher Education and Training, so we're hoping that we'll be together on these ones. The report was prepared by us in management, but we worked with council members, so the issues will reflect on both, from both sides, so to speak. So I will start very quickly. The first bullet point was that of overview on the state of governance and administration, teaching and learning. The council, as a matter of fact, our council is coming, the majority of our members are coming to the end of their term now, but there are some whose terms overlap into next year and even 2026. In the period that it has been in office, it has done a major revamp of policies, and 43 policies altogether, as well as strategies on sustainability, financial sustainability, HR, risk management, marketing, communication, and so on. And the council has met regularly. It has four meetings a year. It also held a number of special meetings at different times, depending on circumstances. The situation, and I think in your opening remarks, you did kind of map the situation. We've operated under sometimes normal, but sometimes not so normal circumstances. It is common knowledge now that in 2022, rather, I should say from 2021, we started working and signing an MOU with the SIU, and that led then to us working with them in their joint, in seeking a proclamation from the president, which we obtained in August 2022. That proclamation has since been amended, and I think that one also is public knowledge now. The other cause of abnormality is that, again, like the chairperson indicated, there have been cases of violence, of assassinations, 2 staff members assassinated, one in 2022, another one in 2023. Then since then, just to, on those areas, since then, 10 arrests have been effected, much of them last year, around Easter and thereafter. The 10th one was arrested in November. We are aware that the police have issued another notice to the public asking for assistance for the arrest of an additional three people implicated in the murders. So that's the one. And then of course there have also been another case of corruption and fraud, and at least one of the people is implicated in both the murders as well as the fraud. In this case, 17 arrests have been made, the latest being the arrest of Dr. Raymond Patel, that the chairperson referred to, who was formerly the head of Mersita. The case is set now in September, October. The fraud and corruption case has been postponed to the 31st of March, and the murder case has been postponed to the 5th of May next year. The The question of the 3 council members, again, the chairperson referred to it. Yes, they were suspended, and yes, they took the matter to court. The matter is now being on appeal because we are of the view that the judgment was incorrect. It missed a lot of useful information that should have been taken on board, and that matter is going to be heard now at the end of November. One of the council, or the 3 suspended council members, has subsequently, Dr. J.J. Klaas, has subsequently resigned from the council of the university. Just ahead of a disciplinary sitting that was due to take place. Then I've mentioned the issue of the proclamation, the amended proclamation of October 2024, and of course we're very pleased with that because it will help us mop up all the issues to do with fraud and other matters in the university, including degree fraud from the past. In terms of management, the university has a management executive of 7 people, and which functions, in fact, is at the core of the main day-to-day operations of the university, which meets frequently. And of course, other committees of the university, principally the Senate executive and other committees meet regularly to transact on major business of the university. The state in terms of teaching and learning, once again, we've made a lot of progress, especially during the tenure of the current council. We've done several things, and we navigated our way through the difficult times under COVID-19. And during that time, we also audited our teaching and learning, and other operations were audited by the CHE, Council on Higher Education. And we've since developed a plan and so on and so forth. I won't get into it now. The other thing that's very important, because the chairperson referred to monies that we obtained from the department in the form of grant funding. The university capacity development grant, for example, we get 15 million per year, and we optimize the use of that money to support teaching, learning, supervision, and research in the university. In terms of new programs, one of the things that we're focusing on now is to get accreditation for new programs, and the ones that have been submitted, submitted to the Department of Higher Education. Bachelor of Entrepreneurship, that one has been passed, and it's now with the CHE. Bachelor of Arts Honors in Liberation Studies and Heritage Studies. That one is also with the CHE. With the DHET is the Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and Dairy Science and Technology, Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences, the Bachelor of Honors Computational Sciences, Master of Laws in Legal Informatics, and another LLM in Cyber Law. In terms of teaching and learning, the core driver or driving entities in terms of teaching and learning and research and supervision are the faculties. We have 6 faculties. All of them, we've revamped the constitutions. We've also rationalized the number of departments and so on and so forth. And in terms of enrollment planning, we've been meeting the targets. Last year, for example, in 2023, we met our target, our overall target of 16,831. And as of this year, we exceeded the target by only 426 students. Then where we have some difficulties, which is a sector-wide issue, is the difficulty in meeting postgraduate studies because of funding, especially for the honors and master's levels, because there's no funding, such as you find in undergrad. In terms of our next cycle of enrollment planning, we're still working with the current enrollment plan, but we're moving towards the next one. We've submitted a preliminary plan to DHET, which is going to be discussed now in November, which will then be discussed and approved to kick off in 2026. Then, as I said, we were audited by the CHE, and I want to speak about that. We submitted an improvement plan, and we worked on that. We've also submitted to both the department and also the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development a concept plan for establishment of veterinary science faculty at UFH. We're very pleased that the minister has come back to us now in October and indicated in principle support for the establishment of the veterinary science faculty at UFH. We are due to engage with the minister in a meeting that is still planned, so that we sit down and we work through the details of some of those and get final and full confirmation of the approval. And in the meantime, we're putting a detailed plan. Then, with regard to all our operations and specifically teaching and learning here across the university, we worked on a new organogram, and I won't get into the details of it, but one of the things is now we've increased the number of academic positions to strengthen teaching, learning, and research and supervision of postgraduates, and to make sure that we have departments that are viable. And all of that, the new departments, the new organogram, and so on, will kick in next year. But I'm happy to say that with the 87 academic recruitment of 87 academics, we've already appointed 30 now, and we're looking forward to the next phase to appoint the rest of the 87. And that already has had a very significant impact, positive impact on our staff members. To date, we've noted that the number of our academics with PhDs has risen, or the proportion has risen to about 60%, more than 60%. Then, and that's what I'm talking about here, and I will not talk about it again. Then to move then to the issue of students and student performance, again, I'm going to walk through this very quickly. The tables will tell the story here. It's about academic performance, graduation, pass rates, success rates, throughput rates, as well as dropout rates. Again, it's in the tables here. I won't speak much about it. It's all self-explanatory there. I think there's one that's very important. The pass rate, and this is the slide number 16 tells that story. Again, I'm not going to dwell on it, and I'm going to move then to look at the average. If you look at the average of student performance and success rates comparatively with some of the universities in the sector, we're not doing badly, but we believe we can do better. We can do better, especially now with an increased number of academics employed by the institution. We're very confident that we will perform better in that area, even better than where we are right now. So I will again move very quickly through these slides here, and then move on to the dropout rates and throughput rates. Once again, there you find it there. The dropout rates are by level, from undergraduate all the way to doctoral, and you'll see there. Dropout rates, in a way, they are an indicator of some of the issues. We are in an area we're dealing with, kind of in a region where we draw our attraction, our pool comes from students from very disadvantaged schools which are struggling, but with all of that, we're able to build the students and prepare them for success. So that should be seen against that backdrop. Then in terms of partnerships with industry, which was one of the bullet points there, we just very quickly, we capturing that. The different categories of this work-based learning, work-integrated learning, a lot of it happens in professional kind of areas, professional degrees such as nursing, education, rehabilitation studies, yes, such as speech language pathology, social work, counseling, psychology, and so on and so forth. But it also happens in other areas as well. And we're doing well, and we're doing well under the circumstances there. The issue of safety and security of students and staff, just to start with students in particular, the issue of GBV was flagged in the questions, the guidelines, the request for us to provide information. We have, since 2019, we have had a policy, a strong policy on harassment, sexual harassment, and gender-based violence. And that policy is now at midterm, rather not towards the end, and it's under review. And it will be presented to Council in 2 weeks' time for approval. We now have a fully fledged unit with a director and with other people such as an investigation officer, social worker, administrator, gender diversity office, and so on. And it's now been renamed so that it encapsulates the element of gender diversity. So it's the GBV Prevention and Gender Diversity Office. From now on, that's what it's going to become, and with a staff complement of 7. In terms of security, campus security, we have money from DHET, and a project is underway to install an integrated electronic security system on all the 3 campuses, and that is at an advanced stage of implementation, with 90% of the CCTV installation, for example, completed. We're hoping that by Q1 next year, that project will be completed, and that project will be up and running. We also have an electricity upgrade project on Alice campus, which also is basically an investment in large amounts of money to make sure that there's lighting on campus, there's security, there's cameras and things like that. The issue of security did arise, and the chairperson did raise this question earlier. We have now what's the word? We have brought down the level of protections that we had last year, and even in February. The unit that we have now is only based on internal staff who are employed by the university. The contract with the security company that was employed was terminated earlier this year, and especially after the arrest of the owner and some of the other service providers. So we no longer have now the kind of the high level of protection that we had earlier this year, or last year for that matter. So that's that. The issue of accommodation and infrastructure, accommodation for students in particular. Let me start with the 3 projects which the chairperson referred to. There are 3 projects major projects that we've been driving. The one was the Alice Water Treatment Works, which is a rather unusual one because the facility actually belongs to the Amatola District Municipality, but the minister kindly gave us the grant money to upgrade and double the capacity of that facility. And that was commissioned earlier this semester when the minister came up to unveil the project. Also unveiled at the same time was the wastewater treatment works, which actually, it shouldn't say Alice there, which belongs to the university. Both of them were, the grant funding was 65 million each, and both of them have been completed. Also due for completion, and I think now it's more than, I think this one was done for the 6th of November date of our meeting. At this point, the progress on the early child development building is much more than 68%. We're hoping that by the end of this year, it will be done, ready, because they're doing all the final touch-ups now for the building. This is a building that was started in 2017, but collapsed early in 2017 when the company was liquidated. And we revived that project, and we're very pleased that it's now coming to an end, coming to completion. And these are just pictures of the projects. As you will see, the wastewater treatment works, the water treatment works on the side, on the right, and then the early childhood development building at the bottom left. So the other issues that are, or rather other projects that are now underway, and we're very pleased also that we have now the health sciences faculty simulation labs, which is a significant project, 31 million rand. That one will be completed now in November. It should be completed soon, if not already. And it will be ready for use for teaching and learning early in the new year. And we also have the Alice, I did mention this, Alice electrical infrastructure upgrades to the value of 60 million rand on Alice campus. This again will be electrification, upgrade of electricity installations, as well as lighting and other related aspects. And other infrastructure projects, again, I won't get into this one, but One of the issues for us has always been the fact that East London campus has never really been a fully fledged campus, but we're very pleased that we have funding for Student Center and Parkade there. We're also very pleased that we have funding for extension of the Alice Library and a new research hub on Alice campus. Then we have also now we're very pleased to push and help us with delivery of infrastructure projects, especially those funded by DHED. Very happy that we now have a project management office, which has been instrumental in helping us push through these projects. I won't get into the details thereafter. Issues of residents, university residents, altogether, that's the number, 12,275 of students that are in NSFAS accredited buildings on both campuses, and the breakdown is there. Just the one issue which I think we did report to the committee when they visited campus, that we had a massive hailstorm because of climate change in the region, massive hailstorm in 2022, which has cost the university more than 50 million worth of damage. And we're now wrapping up the repairs of that, but it's been a very difficult one because insurance has been very slow in the delivery of those, of the refurbishment of the residences. And so that's a breakdown of the students who are in university residences on Alice campus, 6,025 beds. But at the moment, some 42 beds are still out of commission. They're being fixed because of the hailstorm. And then other NSFAS accredited buildings in Alice, and the same for East London. University leased residences, 3.5, plus other NSFAS accredited residences there. And then the issue of the SRC elections, the chair raised it earlier. Just to get to the specific issues here, we did have we've been having online elections since 2021, except for 2022 during COVID, when we ended up with an interim SLC. Basically, this slide outlines the process: an independent electoral body and an external audited firm. And part of the issue is that the IEC told us that many years ago that they do not have the capacity to assist universities, and that's the case across the sector. So the advice then, and which we followed, was to go and get independent external bodies, and it has worked extremely well for us. But what is gratifying about this year in particular, and you'll see it in the table, you'll see it in the table that will follow, is that we ended up with a 66% turnout for SRC elections this year, which is a record for the institution, and in our view, a record for the sector as well. Usually, the turnout is very slow, especially face-to-face. So the online has actually helped a great deal. But the SRC that came here with us today were elected through this election, and maybe they can comment when it comes to their issues there. So you can see the voter turnout in percentages, both for the institutional SRC, the Alice SRC, as well as East London. All of them are over 66%. So in our view, the online system enjoys huge support and confidence among students, and we're happy with that. And also the auditing thing is one of the control measures to make sure that there are no issues that will make people unhappy. And then finances. Again, this is a matter that the chairperson raised. And maybe just a general comment, and the CFO, I will ask the CFO to speak on the question of the audit to 2023. He will address that one because there's a very specific context about it. The only thing I can say about it is that the delay was partly because the auditors wanted to check and do tests because of the arrests of people. They wanted to test and make sure that they don't leave anything untested. and so that delayed us hugely, and that's why. But for the rest, the university's finances are in a good way. We have now a finance strategy. We have financial capacity. We have highly trained professionals that we've recruited in the last couple of years. 5 of them, 5 chartered accountants, and so on. And of course, we have now very strict controls, and also because we've learned from all that has happened in terms of fraud and so on. The issue is that actually in terms of the finances itself, we're in a stable zone right now. We even invest some money and are building up reserves, and the liquidity of the institution remains strong. And that's, again, the CFO can comment on much more. I'm not going to speak much about this one and the rest of the slides here, because they speak to the finance issues here. We're also now making strides in terms of developing and finding new third stream income kind of areas, so that we can generate income independently, including retail outlets on campus, leasing retail outlets on campus. I'm going to skip this one. It's a concluding remarks, really. I think what is important is that we've come out now, 2021 audit, 2022 audit. We achieved milestones where we got, for example, unqualified audit opinions for our audits. And we're waiting for this one, the one that's delayed. I think we have the controls now. And as I said earlier, we've developed quite a number of policies and controls to help us manage the situation. And then successes and challenges. Well, it's now common knowledge. We've now been listed by UNESCO as one of the 10 Nelson Mandela heritage sites in the country, alongside the ZK Matthews House in Alice. We've had the successful SRC elections, as we said earlier. And of course, we have a much stronger policy and regulatory environment, with all the more than 40 policies that I made reference to. We've had an organigram review, wall to wall, across the institutions, all divisions and so on. We've reviewed, and we make sure that we strengthen the institution and its ability to deliver teaching, learning, and related services. We're also now watching and witnessing an increase in our research outputs and so on. And of course, we're very pleased that in this current year, we received a major injection for a research chair, an endowed research chair in dairy science and technology, in which Anglo Gold Ashanti donated 12.5 million to the chair and the university. There are other things, and of course the major recruitment of academics is to strengthen the academic enterprise in the university. We're also recruiting 13 senior management positions, where contracts have come to an end, or people are going on retirement and so on, and that is underway. It's a major drive, that as well. And as I said earlier, we've seen our increase in our financial reserves, and we've had infrastructure projects and so on. So that's that. One of the challenges for us, especially, which was a major setback for all sorts of reasons, was the hailstorm damage thing. It has made us think about the region where we're located and issues of climate change. We're now thinking seriously about how to build for the future and so on. The other challenge is what the chair referred to in his opening remarks about the delayed submission of the 2023 annual report to DHET. We now have confirmation that we will submit on the 30th of November. Chair, that brings us to the end of the presentation, and I believe that you'll guide us from here in terms of the next presentations and so on. Chair, just to say that the presentations we were told that the presentations of the other sectors, of the other stakeholders, are all on this computer because there's one machine. And so I'll need a minute to get to them, all of them. And then the presenters maybe can either come this side or they can present and I can just drive for them here.
No,
Thank
don't
you.
worry.
Thank you very much.
I will drive that part. SRC, come closer to the mic here. Who's going to present? You can open the SRC one. Come here. SRC. Where are you going? Yeah? Oh, you wrote notes. Okay. The presentation will be done from this is computer. Just trying to find the presentation.
Trying to find it, Chair. The one that I have is that of the IF. That one is ready.
Yeah, maybe IF. Yeah, IF. You can present from there. No, sit down. Listen.
Yeah, the IF is here. We'll look for the SRC.
Yeah, I suspect Professor Butung wanted IF first, so he found the IF one. I'm joking. IF, it's 11:08. We have 10 slides, so I'll give you just over 10 minutes. Yes.
Just give me a second to open my. No. So that when he says next, sometimes he can move the mic. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning once again, Chairperson and honorable members and colleagues from the other universities. I'm going to be presenting as the acting chair of IF at the University of Fort Hare. Next slide, Prof. So we were requested to present on the state of affairs of the university from the IF perspective, and we were also requested to present the role of IF at the University of Fort Hare, as well as looking at recommendations to take the university forward. So on the state of governance, you can move, yes, thank you. So on the state of governance, in terms of IF, we believe that there is evidence that the university now has sound governance, strong management and accountable leadership. The management has managed to uphold the principles of good governance. This has been seen in a lot of steps that have been taken to correct and hold accountable any management members and administration, as well as employees for breach of any university policy. If we look back, looking back at the years we are coming from, we can see that we have policies and procedures now which are there. You could see in the presentation there are 43 policies that have been approved, which strengthen our governance. The management has also managed to develop policies in all areas which were identified as a high risk in our previous, deliberations. The current institutional environment is no longer hostile. Remember, in our last presentation last year, when we came in August, we reported that the environment was hostile at the University of Fort Hare. And when we look back and assess, we believe that the current institutional environment is no longer hostile, and management has managed to rebuild trust between management and employees. It's not yet perfect, but we are going somewhere. In terms of the academic projects, there have been introduction of new programs or initiatives which have been presented. That have been also, some of them have already been approved at CHE, some are still in SAQA processes. And these projects, we are happy because these academic programs, they are relevant to the market needs. all faculties now have got research niche areas which are functional, and I think even from last week when we did our research week of excellence, we could see some output which is coming from all those niche areas. And infrastructure and facilities, our last presentation here, we were complaining about the infrastructure, but I'm happy to say that a lot of renovations are being done. Some have been completed in all campuses. Some are still in the process of completion, which then improves the student experience, and the staff experience at the university. And then, of course, even if there is progress, we also have key issues which are affecting the university, such as the multiple investigations, notably by the Special Investigating Unit. We have got pending high-profile cases which involve severe allegations of corruption, fraudulent degrees and qualifications, which implicate some public officials. Until these issues are concluded, it is the view of IF that the university will continue to be at the center of media speculations, which adversely affect the reputation of the university. Concerns about the impact of this on UFH credibility and stakeholder trust, is concerning to us, because even though, the matters are now with the police and the courts, but the fact that, the university's name will still come, they start cloud until those cases are concluded. And then when we look at the role of IF, I'll just, our role is in accordance with section 31.1 of the Act, and the Institutional Forum advises Council on the following matters affecting the university. So we advise Council on implementation of the Act and the National Policy of Higher Education. We also advise Council when we are looking at different policies, such as the formulation of the race and gender equity policies, and the selection of candidates of senior management positions. We also advise Council in formulating or fostering institutional culture that promotes tolerance, respect of fundamental human rights. So this this is taken straight from the section 31, and then we can move. I'm just summarizing because the statute is a higher education statute across all universities. We also, in order for us to fulfill this mandate as institutional forum, we also review policies. So policies which come from Senate, they also come to IF, to review before we recommend to Council. We also, receive some reports. For example, we've received the annual reports. We've received, any, audit reports. Or when we are responding from from management, and then we make comments before we also recommend to Council. And in terms of the representation of the Council, next slide, Prof. In terms of the representation of the IF, it consists of representatives from various stakeholders within the university. And I'm happy that this year, even when we're doing the voting process, it was a free and fair voting process where it was online voting for all members, where every individuals were given a time to nominate members to be in the institutional forum. So we promote transparency and accountability in university governance, and we also get different stakeholders from the university to constitute the forum. And we also monitor implementations of decisions, because when you are the chairperson of the IF, you also attend Senate. So any issues that happens, which needs decisions, we first see them at Senate, and then they are also, referred to the institutional forum before we recommend to Council. So we also have dialogue and engagements, with the different stakeholders, to improve or to contribute in the overall quality and integrity of the university. And when we look back as IF, we are saying that we need to continuously put more interventions. Of course, I think this is one, this is not my updated, presentation, but simply because when I sent the presentation, we had not, received the Senate reports. But, that point where we need to put intervention to increase the pace, in which we fill in academic positions. Now I'm happy to say that we've filled more than 30 academic positions, in the new organogram, which is something commendable within a short period of time. But we also believe that we need to put more effort to continuously rebuild the reputation of the university. We need a clear clear plan on how we are going to implement the new academic structures. As the VC has said in his presentation, that we have restructured our academic departments. So for us to do it efficiently, we need more efforts on that one. So in just concluding, Chair, I believe that on the IF perspective, as much universities were not perfect and Rome was not built in one day. When we look back from the position that we were in last year in August, I want to believe that a lot of progress have happened. There are some areas that we can still improve, but from us, we believe that the environment now, there is dialogue within management and IF and other stakeholders, and we have improved in our processes and in terms of how we view the academic project. And I'm happy to say that we're still going to do a lot to restore the reputation of our university. And what we just need is to make sure that the cases that are being dealt with are concluded, so that that black cloud is removed from the University of Fort Hare. Thank you.
Thank you, IF. Why are you the acting chair?
I am the acting chair because the chairperson of IF is not. I think he's suspended. I'm subject to correction, but I've been the acting chair since last year because the acting chair is not there. So the statute then makes me the acting chair. But yeah, this is my last one. I think
Okay. I was asking because I saw on slide 8 of your presentation, you're saying you have online elections that are going very well. So I thought you had elected ones. It's okay. We'll come back with questions. SRC, Mr. Lwazikalaka. Presela, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, committee members, distinguished guests, I extend my warmest greetings and my gratitude.
Ungabi shy, sondela ku mic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity as the SRC and the student of Fort Hare to actually present before you. My name is Aphelele Lwazikalaka, and I am the current SRC president. I am not going alone. I'm accompanied by the Secretary General, NCOP Building. Today, as the SRC, will be presenting here and presenting the perspective of students in the UFH affairs. The presentation overview of the presentation, it will align the overview of the UFH SRC 2024. It will talk on student governance, registration plan for 2024, infrastructural development, academics, financial related matters, residency, safety and security, campus life, fleet services, and as far as accreditation matters, SRC working relations with the university management, and also those are the key areas that we're going to cover. Before I go there on the overview of the UFH SRC 2024-2025, I want to comment again, even myself, on the mode of elections. On the view of students and from seeing the voter turnout when the elections are held online, we were voted in by 11,000 students. Overall students at University of Fort Hare, they are 17,500. That is plus minus 66%. So I think the participation when elections are online is very, very much well. So on the views of students, I think, and on participation, we welcome the mode of the elections. In the SRC 125, there is 5 executive, and then there is 10 SRC members in Alice campus, and then there is 10 in EL campus. We were elected on the 19th of September, and then we were constituted on the 1st, and then on the 10th we took oath, and also on the same date we also received the handover from the previous SRC. We are yet to be officially inaugurated. On student governance matters, here there is a really a challenge, if I may put. Currently, we are, as students, of the view that we are underrepresented in committees and in committees that take decisions on behalf of students, and we hope to engage the institution in terms of amending in committee charters and for the inclusion of the student representatives in all committees. Then the other part that we want to touch base on, there is we're currently undergoing the revival of all substructures, SRC substructures. There have been a really degeneration in terms of student governance over the past few years, but we can simply say that from this term as the SRC, we are reviving all substructures for students to be able to be groomed and to be trained for possible leadership. And then there is a concerning part which majority of students are concerned. The concern is on student governance constitution. Just recently, the council took a decision to say it's revoking it, and it's excluding the student parliament from actually drafting and amending it. And as the students of Fort Hare, we are of the view that we need to be given a chance to go through and amend the constitution, obviously with necessary backing from the institution, such as if we can have a legal advice on how we are going to do it, and then also we can be provided with necessary induction and all of that. We can be able to draft it, and we are certain about that. Thank you. On registration plan, for the upcoming registration process in 2025, the SRC is advocating for financial concession that will enable all students to register and avoid financial exclusion. This includes increasing the debt threshold for registration, as many students are facing funding challenges due to NSFAS funding crisis. This threshold must also be more considerate of the fact that students are at different levels of that, they have different depths and cannot be catered through a one-size-fits-all approach. We're also advocating for an increase in admission quotas by the university. The SRC also plans to meet with the MEC to discuss the plans for 2024 and discuss the concession. Before we pass here, and I want to make a comment also on the comment of the Honorable Chairperson to consider not voting for a budget. I think that can jeopardize us as the students, as much as it might be not directly to us, but we can be on the receiving end. So we want to say we don't approve of that, regardless. Thank you. Then on infrastructure development, because the VC and the IF chairperson have spoken into this, we'll just touch base that there are really developments, particularly in Alice for reviving infrastructure as there was a hailstorm damage. But we also want to encourage more of the funding so that there can be more residences that are provided, as only 6,000 students are provided for residence by the university in Alice campus, and there are no residences that are owned by the institution in East London. So we would like to encourage the funding for that so that we can deal with residence crisis. On academics, then there are really concerns regarding the uncommunicated sudden changes to degree names, especially in Faculty of Science and Agric. Just recently, there was a name change or degree name change of animal science to animal production. So as students, we are of the view that with the help of the institution, which they are actively engaging in resolving it, and that the head can be able to assist to ensure that at least before the academic year of 2025, all these are actually sorted. Also on the speech therapy, we are advocating for and request the intervention of the chair and the HPCSA to allow the last cohort of students the opportunity to sit for their exams and not be excluded them, and not to exclude them academically. We understand that there have been several chances that they were given to these students, but we believe that there should be at least more chances for them to actually sit their exams and be able to obtain their degrees. On financial matters, on financial matters, several financial matters need urgent resolution regarding NSFAS closeout report, which has yet to be settled, preventing students from receiving their certificates. When we're engaging with financial aid office, we heard that for the closeout report, it is with SCU and SIU. Then we are urging this committee to ensure that it's fast-tracked and all the debts are being paid so that the students can receive their certificates. There is also an issue of wrongly defunded students and outstanding allowances from NSFAS direct payment system provider NARACO. If you all remember that there was an introduction of NARACO and all of that, then there are students who didn't get their allowances since from then. Then we also request the intervention of the committee and to quickly solve that. Then there is a problem at Alice where there is lack of accredited accommodation by the NSFAS because there are no buildings that meet the accreditation criteria. And this year we had several unrest there at Alice because students, plus minus 4,500 students were left without accommodation. So we plead with the NSFAS to, in fact, the NSFAS accreditation as a whole was a failure. So we plead with the NSFAS to exclude the University of Fort Hare, particularly the Alice campus from pilot project because there are no residences. And also to revisit, even in East London, those residences that were accredited so that can be resolved and students live in well-conditioned residences. Also, thank you. In residences, the SRC is advocating for the standardization of residence fee across all campuses. I've spoken to accreditation. We also called for the strengthening of routers, of Wi-Fi routers in all residences, so that we understand that in Alice there is already an ongoing project by ICT which we recommend, and we hope that before the end of before the start of academic year next year, it will all be sorted. Safety and security, the VC has presented on safety and security, and I think most of the things that are there have been covered. On campus life, as much as the university is much improving and there is talent at University of Fort Hare, just recently the ladies were playing for Banyana Banyana, but there is a lack of well-resourced in terms of the infrastructure when it comes to recreation. There are no gyms. Even at East London, there are no stadiums that are owned by the university, and we urge that there must be something that is done to enhance the talent in both campuses. Thank you.
No, you can mention the student bar as well. You don't want to mention the student bar?
No, with the student bar is there.
Oh, yeah.
and let me emphasize there. It's just that the other day in news, when students were protesting, and then there was a headline that we are protesting for a student bar. But on a serious note, we are advocating for, and there are conversations that are ongoing with the institution, which I hope it's going to happen very soon, because the students, they are enjoying in not safe areas, and they sometimes they just go and open a party next to a main gate there, which is not good for even Alice community and all of that. But I'm certain that with the VC we are going to have a plan, and before next year we have a ban. Then on fleet services, it is really a crisis when we're speaking about fleet services. Just recently I received a report that there is only 4 sprinters that are properly working, that are roadworthy and everything. And the buses that are there, they are old and everything. So I'm hoping that, and we are advocating for the auctioning of all old fleets and procurement of new buses and sprinters to address this ongoing crisis. The university should also procure disability-friendly transport and buses and sprinters, which there was a confirmation that they are already procured, and we are soon to receive. And I hope that process is going to be expedited. And as far as accreditation crisis, I have spoken to that VC. The University of Fort Hare should be excluded from the pilot project. It's a failure. It's really a failure. SRC University SRC and university working relationship. As I have said, we are committed to collaborate and engage with the university management to address student issues and enhance the student experience. We are concerned about the underrepresentation of the SRC in several structures of the university that take decision on behalf of students. Just recently, we are not represented in Senex, but in the just previous Senate, there was, in fact, it was approved that there are things that can be approved in the Senex and then they go for noting in the Senate. So there you find out that we didn't have a voice there. So we hope that we are going to engage and then be able to be accommodated in all of that, as we are also strengthening the student governance, because with the student affairs and the participation of students, we are reviving all structures where the students can participate and be groomed as leaders who can be able to participate in all decision making. So leaders are being groomed in a student perspective, and we're also expecting and pleading with the university to include them so that they can grow even further. In my closing remarks, as we embark on our journey to, we are dedicated to addressing the student issues facing UFH students through active engagement with the university management, external stakeholders such as NSFAS and the student body. We aim to make a tangible progress in resolving these challenges. The SRC is committed in being the voice for students and in ensuring that the interests of students are prioritized and that their concerns are met. And I want to also add 2 things. As the SRC, we are working on having our SRC fundraising pot that will be opened with the help of the finance department, and we are embarking on an aggressive fundraising so that when we go to concessions, we know that we are able to clear debts, and then so that when we negotiate there for concessions, particularly the financial threshold, we are able to also say we have cleared debts here. So we are actually pleading with the committee here and everyone who's listening to come and help us in terms of donations, as the SRC will be embarking on that, starting from just after our strategic plan, which is going to be on the 24th this month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SRC. Please open the Labour one. Labour, Kimang, who's presenting on behalf of Labour Fort Hare? Come here. Now you can come sit here. Whoever's presenting, come sit here. Awuzohlala phakathi. Ngathi asisavali. You can open your phone and then ask them to send you WhatsApp, others that you'll forget. Or you want to sit together? Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Kimang, all of you. Mina begithi nikhulume ngeWhatsApp. Uthi noba ngikhohla point 3. We can start, my brother. We have it's 11:37. We can start.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and the members of this committee for affording us this opportunity. The way we will present, we structured our presentation to take it in 3 ways. So I will begin, and they will follow. We conclude. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we must just not take too long. There's somebody who has a mic. Oh no, it's this one again. Yeah, thanks. So we don't have too long, no? So let's package our presentation that speaks to the issues.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Yes, for us, I begin from the state of affairs at the university. Firstly, we note the last communicated audit outcome. It showed that there is stability within the university. To us, it says that there is money that can do certain things within the institution. And we also welcome some of the positive part when it comes to financial support for staff sport, which are our members, when they go to play these areas. And this is really of a help when it comes to our wellness programs. Instability in senior management, in the sense that in most positions there is actings, and it's a common, I think it's a common knowledge to know that if someone is acting, that person is not really, cannot really execute his duties without fear of anything, because the contract is coming to an end and it might be renewed or not renewed. Number two, there is a consistent when it comes to non-engagement of labor, when it comes to strategic plan and direction of the university, even non-involvement in certain policies that are reviewed or approved. We have no space to engage with management currently. We noted that previously when we came to this parliament, this was a point, but this year early when you visited the Alice, there was a glimpse of hope that things might change around where we are involved. But then currently, the situation is we feel like we have no space, because even if we'll be consulted with whatever that is consulted, it's just ticking off the box. There is no meaningful contribution that we will see in the document that has been approved. Currently, we note that even to the issue when it comes to our labor recognition agreements, which we kind of terming it as like the organized labor is being silenced or disbanded. After we questioned certain things when it comes to, I think it was the principles, when it comes to placement within the new organogram reviews, and after we were pressing to get answers when it comes to the insourcing of security services and catering, I think it may be within a space of a month or 3 weeks or 2 months, when we were told that it seems like, comrades, your numbers are not good. Maybe we have to revise your recognition. And we're like, oh, now we have been dismantled because of maybe the elements that we raised. So there's such kind of notion when it comes to how we see things happening within the university. Another thing, we have no entertainment area for students and staff in Alice. Like the SRC was mentioning, that they are kind of having their party near the gate, which is not safe for the staff and also not safe for them. Even those who are residing near the gates, they find it hard to find time to sleep, even to, which automatically affects them in executing their jobs. So in Alice, we know that there is a lot of land there, which we believe that an entertainment place can be constructed that will make the students and even the staff be in a safer environment, not encountering the things that are happening within Alice where others are being stabbed on all that stuff. The issue of facilities for that are not conducive for workers and also students, where some untidiness, even cockroaches and whatever that you can see, even the condition where you see, like, if sometime that office is, if fire can just break out, you know that a disaster can happen because the environment is not really so organized or conducive for the employees. Yes, I will pause there. Chair, and give over to my colleague. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is to present the challenges that the University of Fort Hare is currently facing. There seems to be a repetition of these challenges from the state of affairs that my fellow colleague has just presented. I'll just touch on the ones that he did not touch on, which is the uncertainty and anxiety as UFH is embarking on a new organogram structure review. Yes, the university is embarking on that, and the exercise was resumed around 2020, and it was approved by the council around March 2021. This exercise has resulted in staff members experiencing uncertainty, anxiety, with concerns of possible retrenchments and job losses. However, the process is at an advanced stage as we speak, where proposed new organogram structures have been presented by various departments and faculties, and consultations with the relevant internal stakeholders, such as labor union, are still ongoing, even though we are not happy with how we've been involved in this process, because it seems like we were just told of how far the university has gone in terms of this new structure. And we're not happy with that, because there's a lot of concerns that were raised by members, our constituency, around the engagements and the management, when we address these issues with them, as we consult them with them on time to time, their responses were not convincing to us as labor. So we feel that we've been sidelined in a way. And another one is the principle and procedures for migration of permanent employee, which forms part of the new organogram structure review. As labor, we were only left at phase 1 of the new organogram structure, where staff were sent communique to that effect that all permanent staff will embark on a skills audit exercise that was going to be conducted for a period of about 2 to 3 months. That has since been done, but we don't know how far did they go with that, because we were left at that introductory stage where we were told that this is the phase that we're getting into. And this exercise was going to be, of course, be guided by the policies and procedures where we were going to govern the skills audit process. But what was surprising to us was that these policies and principles and procedures, we were not part of it entirely. We were only roped in again at the end tail of the process. So when we go back to our constituencies, it becomes very difficult to give them detailed information around this migration process, because as much as they are in the dark, we are also in the dark as well. And the union feel that the process of this skills audit is not sufficient, and it has a potential to disadvantage a lot of staff at UFH. And also there is no interest or a motive or a drive to capacitate or upskill these permanent staff workers if we are to embark in this new organogram structure, and there are no time frames even. There's also an exclusion of contract workers. Some have been on contract for time immemorial, but there's no certainty as to where do they stand when it comes to this process. And also there's a transparency issue when it comes to placements. We feel like the university is not being transparent enough to the staff community and to us as labor union as well. So that is why it has always been our appeal to be involved in these processes, not because we want to dictate issues, but we want them to bring us on board so that we can make recommendations where needs be. But it seems like we're not given that opportunity, which is sufficient enough to go back to our constituencies and give them a detailed report on whatever that is going around in the university. Next slide. There's also an issue when it comes to the bargaining season. We're supposed to have gone for that already for 2025, but there was no communication to that effect. Instead, it's us who take up time to write to the management to say, guys, this is a season that we're supposed to be engaging in bargaining. And there's an issue that has always been left behind, or that you can't even find each other with management when it comes to notch progression. And that also has an impact in retaining and attracting staff to the university. Because when staff gets employed, they get the surprise of their life to see that all that was written in the in terms of remuneration, all that was on the job advert, when you break it down, it's not what you think it is. So there are so many things that are not declared, but you only find them when you get there. So that issue regarding the notch progression it's an issue that we feel that it can be used in terms of not only but many issues, but it can be used in terms of retaining a new staff and the existing one. There's also an issue with staff overload, because there's lack of staff members there's lack of enough staff members, which then lead to an issue whereby the existing staff, maybe let's say a staff member or a number of staff members have been suspended. There's no temporal replacement of that position where that person was suspended. Now we end up as a unit having to take up all the load of work that this person left at the time that he was suspended. And there's no plan when a person is suspended who takes over, even if it's a temporal arrangement. So the staff bottom, there's low staff morale when it comes to that. And there's also an issue of lack of tools of trade, because we were understaffed, but we were expected to produce, exceptional results and to perform to our optimal level. But there's no assistance when it comes to that. Chair, I will pause from now and hand over to my colleague.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for Higher Education and Training. Also, a very good morning to the executive of the university, the SRC as well. I am somehow being reminded of the early childhood education, where we were asked to write a research topic in comprehension in Afrikaans that says why het jou vakansie deurgebring, because we had a challenge in understanding the language. We've decided to ask for assistance from elders. Then we had to hide the scripts and gave them to the teachers to correct. When the teacher was correcting, she observed that the scripts looks like the same. And when we asked why do they look the same, we said we were in the same place at the same time. You might find that the challenges that we're going to deliberately here looks like the same because we are being faced with the same challenges. I would take from where my colleague has left on the issue of challenges with regards to safety and trust within the workforce. You might have heard from media the incidents of violence and bullying in our institution. That on its own has devastating effects on staff mental and emotional well-being. Bullying, whether physically, verbally, or cyber, it can lead to a long-time psychological trauma and even has tragic outcomes. Staff has invested so much of their time in safety now and has trust issues. That is not so common anymore to see staff gatherings because of the irregular activities that had actually transpired in our institution. You'll find out people are so much concerned about their faith because they don't know what future has in store for them. There is a fever of fear and trust within the institution as the workforce does not know where their future lies. Also, there is a challenge of non-implementation of the CCMA order. You might have been aware that in 2018, when there was a start of a CCMA case regarding insourcing, and the award was won with the assistance of Undeu, that led the process at a later stage, and the award was being handed down. We have seen now that there is a moving train, which is called the organogram review and redesign. The matter of the case was being heard as an application on several sittings from the 13th of October 2022 to the 18th of April 2023. Then the award reads as the respondent is ordered to within 90 days provide to the applicant its proposed implementation plan in respect of insourcing conversation for the consideration and had been contemplated by the 2018 and 2019 agreement, and that has not yet happened. There is also an issue of non-communication between management and organized labor. We deeply understand and feel that effective communication is essential in sound labor relation. If we have positive communication that can lead to the survival of the institution and reduces the possibility of conflict between labor and the unrest within the university. You can even imagine, Chair, that the institution has got a prestigious history and is the bearer of African leadership. Then how is it possible that we cannot be able to honor and communicate between the labor and management? There is an issue of communication micromanagement within the institution because we feel that labor is being micromanaged in such a way that we are only able to communicate with the active members of our organized labor union through the emails. So we feel that we have been overlooked. You can even find that in the academic calendar, there is no scheduled meeting between NEHAU and also management. There was a start of the labor forum that was being initiated by the ex-HR director, and it never materialized. We strongly believe that a culture of good communication in the workplace and a joint decision-making is conducive to an effective negotiations between the parties. Workplace issues can be solved through communication and harmonious labor relations. Just to bring it home, my colleague here said that we were supposed by now to have set for the bargaining forum, but that has not yet happened. Yet we do understand that the last council meeting will be on December. So if there was a positive interaction between the employer and employees, then we could have met the common goals and objectives. We wish for a decrease in distrust between the management and the workforce. We are part of the decade of renewal, and we also want to play part in the decade, working towards the decade of renewal, and never be left outside, and we must be involved. We do have the recommendations that we would like to sponsor the House, that we wish to strengthen senior management with full-time personnel. It has been noted that our prestigious university has adopted a Hollywood style of leadership where acting have been made fashionable. We strongly feel that if we have full-time personnel, that can improve the management capacity on our senior leaders. We sometimes have bargaining meeting and the delegation that they cannot take decisions, which leads to unnecessary series of meetings, unnecessary series of meetings. The university really does have a potential to do better and utilize their team to rise more. This chop and chase of senior management negatively affects us. A meaningful delegation can assist in building trust between the parties and provide developmental opportunities.
Let's move towards the conclusion. We've
Yes,
given
yes.
20 minutes now.
Yes, I'm about. We wish for an improved labor engagement through continuing management meetings. There is a scarcity of meetings where management collaborative with union leaders to address labor relations incident and improve collective engagements. We also recommend that the management leaders speaks to organize labor conferences and also assist in attending those meetings, not to say we want to be babied, but we want to have a strong working relationship and maintain it with the management. We recommend to develop a stakeholder management strategies to shape the existing labor relations and also embrace employee engagement as a strategy to increase individual and organizational performance. Recently, we have received a letter from the Office of the DVC which seeks to strip the union of its powers, that talks about the threshold of which, when we're looking at the recognition agreement, it is silent about the threshold. So we felt that this tends to have a challenge on stripping off our organized labor. We also urge that this long outstanding CCMA order be enforced, because by our constituency, they are always asking about the court order. So if the university is not willing to implement the CCMA order, then the aggrieved party has several options to enforce it, including applying for a writ of execution or seeking the Director General intervention. Also, if we find it not possible, then the CCMA can try to resolve the dispute through conciliation. We understand that there has been quite irregular activities when it comes to financial management of the institution. So we urge that consequences management for any financial loss, the university should seek to enforce accountability and consequence management for the people implicated and charged for irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. By doing this, it will help to improve the service delivery of the university. We strongly feel that ER office is not allowed to function properly and in line with Labour Relations Act. As we all know, that Labour Relations Act is a key component of South African labour law. It balances the interest between the employer, employees, and the trade union. So it's supposed to ensure fair labour practices and effective dispute resolution. We wish that it remains like that and no external factors must be involved.
Thank you very much.
The rights of the applications.
Thank you very much.
I thank you, madam.
Usually you have 10 minutes. I've given you now 21. I did indicate that the presentation style is nice because at least everybody gets to speak. But let's get to the point, deal with the issues that you want to deal with. Members who are going to take University of Limpopo now, we'll engage with them after lunch, both of them. So I'm going to ask the chairperson of Council of University of Limpopo and the VC to come sit here. Then we're going to take their presentations. And then after lunch, we're going to ask them, you know how we're going to ask them questions. It's one person, one answer, one question, one answer. We're going to follow it that way. Limpopo, let's save time. We don't have the whole day. Vice Chancellor, come sit here. We are not going to present Vice Chancellor. Yeah? Has been done by the register. That's a very strange. You see, when we are interacting with entities, Prof. Ntlabeza, are you leaving? Oh, I saw you carrying a bag. You are leaving now. Vice Chancellor, come sit here as well. Vice Chancellor is the CEO of. The Vice Chancellor is the CEO of the university. And I don't understand why is the Vice Chancellor not presenting but the register. The register is a COO arrangement, and it's an operations person. So I don't understand this.
It's an internal arrangement.
No. No, you can sit. I get in the chair you are saying is going to lead. You can sit there at the back there.
Oh.
Yeah, but I don't understand this this arrangement, honestly. But we are going to interact with you guys. In fact, I think that's when we'll voice our our issues on your chairperson of council. You can introduce your presentation, and then you'll give to the strange internal arrangement of the register presenting. Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing us this opportunity to interact with the committee. I'm going to be very short, just to indicate that the report to be presented will follow on the guidelines that you send to us. If there are gaps, then you could raise those gaps as we interact. The second point is that from time to time at the university we do have what one regards as disputes, either with workers, either with our own staff members, either academic disputes, and those we do handle through the procedures that have been adopted. And if that does not work, we then handle them through the normal laws of the country, which will include CCMA and going to court in order that those disputes should be settled. Because from time to time you may find that the people do not necessarily agree on one thing or the other. The third matter is we definitely do accept the fact that Parliament plays a role. There's no dispute about it. We do accept, and that's why we are here also, that Parliament should be allowed to play its role within the applicable laws governing universities. The last point is that, which was also alluded to by the department, is that indeed the two universities do share similar struggle credentials. However, whilst they do share that point, they are nonetheless different, and that they are also going through different types of problems. Yeah, that's all I can say. And the person who is going to present, as you have already indicated, is the registrar. He will do the presentation, and the other stakeholders also will present theirs. Thank you very much.
Thanks, and good afternoon. The presentation, it has been sent earlier, and I take it that it has been circulated, and I'm going to be spending different amounts of time depending on the slide that will be the current one. And where there are also some technical issues, I think at the end the respective officers, I think during the discussions, will come in and provide also additional clarification. So we're still a university pursuing the motto of finding solutions for Africa. That's what guide us through our activities. In terms of our council structures and key structures of the university, these are our current leaders of those structures. And what we wanted to really indicate and celebrate here is that 75% of these structures are headed by the ladies and women of integrity. We're proud of that one. Even the other key positions within the university, we continue to do the same, where we have 40% that kind of representation. We wanted to highlight this because we value it. Even at the academic structures, we have the 4 faculties headed by executive deans, 50% of which are headed by women. And we also have Dean of Students, Dr. Masipa, who is also a female. So that's how serious we have taken this at the leadership level. In terms of the presentations, we're also taking into account our annual reports, and the information is also interpreted in the same way for consistency. In terms of our council, we have for the last 2 years until now maintained over 84% participation rates, indicating that we correct all the time, and we have never had challenges in that regard. Of course, there are vacancies that come and we fill them as we go. We have highlighted those vacancies currently on the council. And also the subcommittees of council have already indicated or reflected on the leadership earlier, and the attendance rates also are above 80%, and we continue to do well. So this is very helpful in terms of consistency within the council discussions and the decisions that we are making, making sure that all governance responsibilities are taken care of. In terms of finances, the university continues to do very well. We're very stable. We continue to be a going concern. And in terms of the highlights, we're indicating our figures there, and our assets are well above 7 billion. So we're doing very well, and they continue to grow. In terms of the income, again, we continue to grow steadily in that respect. And on expenditure as well, there was a dip in 2021 due to the COVID, but we're regaining that, and we continue to do very well. We submitted our audited financial statements, and we had unqualified audit for 2 years now. We've been doing very well in that respect. And then in terms of the funding analysis, we indicating there the different groups of funding, the private sector, the government, the NSFAS, and of course the University of Limpopo being what it is, it attracts a lot of students who require NSFAS funding. And in terms of students' debt, we also have that like any other university. That is like us. We're struggling on that one, but we continue to manage that. So we continue to play or have the critical balance between what is coming through, what we are spending, and also sustaining the students. And I can indicate that in terms of the exclusions, financial exclusions, that is the last thing from our university to be thinking of. And the 4,000 beds, that is the students' residence is one of the biggest in the country, where 78% of that is funded by the university. So we are self-funding. So we are not only saying that financially we are strong, this is also demonstrated in the decisions that we have taken. So the biggest chunk of that funding comes from within the university, which is a very good thing. It's not just the biggest, but in terms of funding, the university is taking care of that. Then on the enrollments, we currently just almost 24,000. We've been growing steadily on that with the plan of getting to 27,000 in 2027, though we continue to engage DHET in terms of the enrollment plans. And we also analyze the composition of students, because this is very interesting and very critical that we should take note of this gender-wise. 2022, 2023, we saw that the numbers continue to grow. We were at 55% females in 2022, and we're moving, currently we are almost 57%. That's a trend that we've been observing, and this is not only just around the university as a whole, but even in the critical areas, we continue to observe this growth. And in terms of the age groups also, we see that the university is catering for mainly 21 years to 24 years, critical phases in terms of our population, critical stages in terms of our people, and we're making that contribution. and especially at undergraduate levels. So we have those numbers there. And the languages, which is very also important, and because you can see where we're making the impact, the background, we have Sesotho there at that level, and those are the languages in the province. So that's the enrollments that we have. So in teaching and learning, we first look at the input factors or input features of the teaching and learning. And we first look at the staff and the staff profiles since 2020. You can see in that table, Chair, Honorable Chair, that the doctoral degrees, the staff members with doctoral degrees, we consistently and growing those numbers there, translating in improved research, translating in quality in terms of the input of teaching and learning, and you'll see this translating into the outcomes as well. So in the next few years, you are likely to see where you have your honors and others, also that diminishing as the masters will increase, but all of those will contribute in the increase of those with doctoral qualification. Now, the other thing that we're also doing with our colleagues from Fort Hare, enhancement of academics as university teachers, those academic staff who are taking postgraduate diploma in higher education. Our first group of that 107 who have completed, they were at Fort Hare. We engage because we are similar, because we share the same struggles. We are collectively and in a collaborative way started that program with them, and that's where we are now. And at the end of this year, we're likely to be having almost 150 who have gone through that. So we strengthen in teaching in terms of the how, but also in terms of the doctoral, in terms of the disciplines. And our program qualification mix is one of the most admired. We really have a diversified one, and we know that that is not imposed since 1994. We were the first to come with the School of Medicine, which is doing very well. It's already outperforming some of the old ones, and is continuing to sustain that kind of performance. We're very happy in terms of that and making a difference in Limpopo, because now the medical practitioners are also coming through the university. So that's a very excellent contribution. We also have we now expanding into mining and related fields, which is again something that is worthy of celebration. We have modern and specialized laboratories and well-resourced lecture rooms and the libraries, and you will see that we are also investing in those areas going forward. Then in terms of, again, still on the teaching inputs, our calendars, which have already approved up to 2027, you can see the balance in terms of how we are accommodating the inputs, teaching inputs, the days that are allocated there. You see that they are consistent. We have been very consistent. And again, blended teaching and learning responsive to national and international trends. That is part of who we are. And you can see some of those in action in this slide, where the students sometimes are on both online and also physical, but we still have those face-to-face. And we also have the Blackboard as our learning management system, where we do the online engagements. Then in terms of the outputs, we have in the pass rates of 80 and 79 for 2022, 2023. Basically, we have consistently been producing at 80% plus, just around that. And in terms of the degrees or the graduation ceremonies that we have had, you can see those figures for 2023 and 2024, and that we have now crossed a very critical figure of 5,000, which is just about a quarter of the intake of the university. So annually we're taking about 5,000 students, so we're now graduating almost the same number. But at the same time we are growing, and the growth will continue to happen. And for the throughput rates for 2017 and 2018 cohorts, when you check those cohorts, 60% and 58% having gone through the system at the expected time. Then there are also challenges. There are socio-economic issues that are affecting us. There are academic difficulties, and there are pandemic, those that are coming from us during that era of pandemic. And we're also indicating how we have been handling those. So on socio-economic issues, the greatest challenge, and we saw that students' historical debt there, we're having aggressive fundraising for the missing medal, and because that's where the debt, the major debt is coming from. So we're doing very well there with our alumni and convocation. We are now aggressively addressing that issue. And those students who normally struggle financially, we have special arrangements to allow them to continue with us. Because we still feel if they are performing well, why should they go away? Because they can still bring us some subsidy. So that's what we do. So we have never left students behind. And we also have food parcels, and SRC has a very handy project, especially during the exams where they provide the meals to make sure that the students go into the exam room having had a very fresh meal. Now, on the academic side, we have Vaditi, student support, and this is very important. Even the way we are calling it. But it is an African concept of support. It is there in our different cultures in the country, and we working our support system from that end, so that students, when they are on campus, when they are at home, they can continue with this kind of support. And we really are very proud of what the university is doing in that regard. This is what we mean by saying we're finding solutions for Africa. We know that concept goes into Zimbabwe, Malawi, all those, and we continue to build on those kinds of concepts. So that's why they are working for us, and students feel very happy because it is theirs, it is in their blood. Then partnerships with industry. Like any other university, like institution of higher learning, we're driven by strong partnerships with the industry, especially in agriculture, in your clinical facilities. We're working together, making sure that our students derive experience from both from class and also in the actual practice. So this is very important, and we continue to work on that. So in terms also of our community engagement is well integrated into this formal classrooms, so that all the inputs are derived from classrooms as well as from the field and industry. So here we're just giving the specific ones where we also have students coming here into Western Cape and into some of the labs that are here in the Western Cape, in KwaZulu-Natal, in all areas where we feel they can optimize their learning. And we have listed a number of industries there that are working closely with us, making sure that our teaching and learning remains relevant. We regulate that through the MOUs, MOAs, and contracts, and so far we've been doing very well in that area. And perhaps what I want to emphasize when we are on this one is that some of these partnerships are of long-term, and like the FLIR project. We have worked for more than 10 years in that project, and we have produced a lot of things that are now sustained by the university. And we also have the book that has been published to capture the impact of what is that we've been doing over that time. So we are very proud of these partnerships. They contribute to what the University of Limpopo is today.
You're almost 30 minutes in. You're on page 19 now.
Okay, I'll move fast, Chair. Gender-based violence and related activities. We have a gender-based desk that is very active. You can see we have the launch. We have also tried to put the evidence of the things that are happening. And so there is a lot of campaigns, lots of issues, making sure that the university, everybody is really aware of what is that we are doing. And so these are the activities, annual, quarterly, they are always all the time, both sorts of seminars and also public campaigns. And we have the ambassadors for the gender-based violence and related activities, and the marches that are taking place also on campus, those are part of the campaigns. On security, Chair, on campus at the entry level, due to what we experienced during COVID, we have improved our technology. You can wave to that and then pass through. This is the improvement that we are hoping and planning to expand even into the large areas, so that this access is taken care of throughout in all facilities of the university. And perhaps still on security, I will indicate that we have never really had major security breaches within the campus. The only time we have been experiencing those, that's when you had, for example, protests outside and the fence issues where they will push the fence through and so on. But going forward already, there is a contract that has been awarded to improve the fence of the university. So that's what we have been doing around security, making sure that everybody, visitors, staff members, students, remain protected. Where there were issues, other issues, for example, we will partner with the SAPS and make sure that the security activities are attended to at all times. We're working well with the police station in Mankweng. Just to respect the time, I'll skip some of the slides. So generally, this is where we are. And in terms of the security solutions, it's very comprehensive. Incident management, protection services are there. Depending on the risk that we are seeing, we can upgrade that quickly. And so far, we have been doing very well. And on the operational risk, that includes the OHS plans, and that covers also the laboratories, making sure that forever we anticipate and some challenges, and we respond proactively. And in terms of SRC elections, yes, you can see we have indicated how this is linked to the SRC constitution. It is properly regulated, it's a properly thought out system, and making sure that all these issues were developed properly and approved by council. And they are taking seriously these elections, and there are campaigns, and students are given the time to campaign. Very, very, very exciting. But we also have developed that system of electronic system. That system is developed in-house. So we also appreciate that our IC team managed to come up with the app through which they can do the elections. And so that's the process, but I will indicate these are the numbers where we're doing very well in terms of the percentage turnout. And this percentage turnout is very critical, because then the students know that they have the people that they have elected. So almost everybody has participated in electing them. So they respect that. That is very essential for the stability of the institution, because they are the ones who have elected them. Then in terms of the structure, the infrastructure of the university, I must indicate that there are so many infrastructure activities on campus. We are a construction site. And this is not just a construction site, it's improving the facilities on campus, making sure that the students' campus experience is really at the highest level. So the hostels, we have increased drastically the facilities for students living with disabilities, because this is where, in terms of the sector, I think we are doing very well. So we have taken that, we built in that, the accommodation sites have been improved, and we have increased those, making sure that they are very modern. The new Earth Science building is this like fly machine that you see on the right-hand side, bottom right, is one building, Earth Sciences. That's the precursor to mining, engineering, and related programs. It's coming on very well. So we're doing very well. The libraries, the laboratories also, they like your computer labs, nutrition skills lab, genetics lab. That's why I said we have the sophisticated labs that are also part of our campus. So we're just giving the actual evidence here that whereas you see the engineer's drawings above there, but the actual one is there underneath to say it has been done now. For now, even though those scaffolds have been removed, because this project is being completed. The library, the same thing. Now they are dealing with the roof, so they will be completing it also. That's the extension of the library. And this is where we pride ourselves. This is the 4,500 bed students' residence on the eastern side of the campus. You can see all the facilities. There are 6 villages. All of them already there is work that is being done. So we're making excellent progress here. The successes, we have the suite of niche areas, research niche areas, starting with that one in materials modeling. Members, this is a very, very critical aspect of what we do as the University of Limpopo. Professor Putingwepe is one of the leading scientists in the world working on the energy storage. We can think of those cars of the future. We're saying, our argument, we normally joke and say, we want to be the next Saudi Arabia. Saudi, when they were dealing with the oil that is coming from the underneath, we are going to deal with the oil coming from the batteries. And we are really proud. Because of his work, he has also been honored by the Republic of China, because they have noticed that and noted that kind of work. So if you look at the spread of these niche areas, you have the energy systems, you have the aqua systems, you have the green technology, you have the women in health, you have mental health, you have the wireless networks, you have the global change and climate sustainability, complementary alternative medicine, indigenous knowledge systems. And in terms of indigenous knowledge systems, we also have in this wine coming out of marula trees, which is part of that also of finding solutions for Africa. Because with that kind of developments, we're positioning the university very well, we're positioning the country well, we're positioning the continent well. So we will be competing with the wine industry from the grapes. The successes, challenges, we said the historical debt is one of the challenges, but alumni convocation aggressively pursuing that. Water, electricity has been a problem. I think you might have picked it up in the newspaper where we post the exams, but we had to really resolve that. That was resolved. And also we engage with the municipality and others to make sure that this is done. And the low number of international students, we also now currently working on that, making sure that we get the solution out of that. The successes, long periods of stability, that has resulted in many other areas of improvement. Students living with disability, we are the experts in terms of that. Impressive fleet. Our fleet now is one of those impressive ones, carrying the brand University of Limpopo well within the South African roads. And perfected the remote online registration. Since we have started with it, we have never had challenges. It has never collapsed. It is very well. Students take less than 2 minutes to register. So this is what we are continuing to reinforce. We also have ULASA. This is the program where it is catering for women, supporting women in research in many other areas of the academia. And it is producing a lot of women who are now making inroads into the upper echelons of the university. But there is this one that we also want to really reinforce and make sure that we share with the members here. We are inspiring the emergence of Mankweng as a city. And Mankweng is changing. Those who know the area, Mamutintane is no longer Mamutintane, is changing. The value of the community around the university is changing. And this is where we're also working on a proposal to really engage the municipality, to engage the provincial government, and also the national government to say, let's work together. Here is a city that is emerging, inspired by the University of Limpopo. This city must be an educational city. It must have institute. If the government wants to have an institute, if instead of putting in, now politics start, in Joburg, put it in Mankweng, because Mankweng is becoming a new city, and it's becoming an educational city.
Yeah.
And this is where we're supposed to invest, all of us. I think if we bring our resources into it, we can have a city that is really very different. And that's what we mean by finding solutions for Africa. Because these are the types of cities we want to have going up north.
Okay.
This is what we do. This is who we are. We thank you, Chair.
Yeah. I was stopping you there when we enter politics now.
Sorry.
We have, who's coming now? Oh, SRC. Our fighters. Where is it? Yeah.
I think you can come and sit here. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's here.
And then you can move and this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I can just shift and then
Fighters, you've got 8 slides. We'll give you 10 minutes to do your presentation.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We are going to focus our presentation on students' issues. We understand that we're given a task to focus on 3 issues, given that they said we should comment on the state of the university. We're very happy with that. And then the relationship between the students or the SRC and management, I feel like we are working together very well to resolve certain issues of students that they may have. So we don't have anything to complain about when coming to the management, because you saw there are serious projects happening at the university which will benefit our students. So, but the main issue that we want to focus on here is NSFAS outstanding issues, because as I'm speaking here today, we had a situation in Teflop or in the University of Limpopo, wherein students around July were defunded, but they were not many at that time. I think there were about 300. Then you come now, October, November, NSFAS sends a list of 3,200 students. They claim that all those students of ours are defunded. And when NSFAS sends this list, it does not send clear explanations or valid reasons to say why are they defunding these particular students. For instance, Chair, I want to bring it to the attention of this House that they would send someone with an ID number of 2006, and they say the person is defunded and state N+ as a reason. It's not biologically possible that the student who was born in 2006 and only doing their first year now would now be affected by N+, because unlike me who's been there for a very long time, they are not failing, they're just new, these people. So NSFAS administration is really failing our students, because I don't know how they sit down and decide how they are defunding our students. So that is one issue that we have. And then on this issue, because our students rely on this NSFAS, because you'd know that as an institution that is rural based and with your data or information that you have there, you know that over 60%, 70% of our students rely on NSFAS. And when NSFAS comes at the end of the year like this to say we're defunding 3,200 students, it means those students will no longer receive any form of fund, any form of allowances. It means now landlords will chase them out of their rooms. It means the academic process will be affected, because you can't really study on an empty stomach. It means now there's so many issues. It means they will get into these depressions. I know as black people we say we don't have such, but our students really get depressed. Hence, you saw the suicide attempts of students. It's mainly because they're trying to run away from these issues caused by NSFAS. And Chair, maybe let me say, I am told that the person responsible for NSFAS in University of Limpopo, Tebo, is around here. We call Tebo every time to say, come this side, let's resolve issues. Tebo does not want to come to University of Limpopo, yet he's deployed that side to say that deal with issues of these people. And then we want to propose here and lobby this committee to say that with these continued issues that we face of NSFAS, not only defunding of students, but NSFAS would not respond to appeals of our students. NSFAS will not respond to applications of our students. So because of all these ineffectivenesses of NSFAS, we want to lobby the committee to say that please advocate for NSFAS to be decentralized. And what we mean by saying NSFAS must be decentralized is that NSFAS must have offices in all provinces. I'm from far in Limpopo. When my students have issues, I can't always come to Cape Town to say that I want to see people here to deal with my issues. At least let there be provincial offices where NSFAS officials will be there. And then we go to them with the database of our students. These people are wrongfully defunded. Please fix their issues, and their issues are resolved. And then also on the decentralizing of NSFAS, we want NSFAS to have at least 1 or 2 permanent staff members who are going to be in universities. Not only University of Limpopo, but they must be there at financial aid. It can't be that always when you go to financial aid, you find staff members of the university, but none of the NSFAS officials are there. Sometimes we get into tensions with those people, but the reality is that they don't have answers for us. And then when NSFAS at least is there, it's able to say that, okay, I see Porto, you are saying we defunded you here, there's a mistake on our side. They are able to resolve it fast so that allowances of students are not affected. So that's what we are lobbying the committee to do. And then the other issue that we have, you'd see on the slide I wrote, building more universities across South Africa. But what we really want to say is that we need TEFLOP as one campus. We need another campus to try and deal with the high demand of education in South Africa. Because I don't know if when the registrar was presenting it, he mentioned that annually we'll have 400,000 applications, 300,000 applications of students, and then we can only take around 5,000. So this is to say that there's a serious need to expand the capacity that we have. And I'm sitting here with your committee, I feel like you are relaxed. You are not pushing the government to do the job, because ever since democracy came, you gave us one university in South Africa, Binsol Plug. You are not giving us any campuses. You are not giving us more universities to deal with these students. I know that I'm an SRC of people who are currently registered, but I also have the right to voice out concerns of those who qualify for education but cannot access it due to the limited spaces there. So please, let's push our own government to build more universities and more campuses so that we deal with these issues of incapacity of our, incapacity to take many students in universities. And then we also want to present or lobby the committee to say that in January, in most cases, we'd find that SRCs across the country, not on University of Limpopo alone, we have to go to management to say that we understand these people are owing, but please pardon them, or please have mercy on them, special concessions, so that they register. In University of Limpopo, yes, we are able to register sometimes with us owing. I'm owing the university 150,000, but I'm still a student today. So, but what we no longer need to be having these engagements with management to say, as SRC, we can donate this much, and then you help us to register these people who are owing. We need this committee to lobby the higher education sector or department to say that there must be a policy introduced that makes it impossible for students to be financially excluded. Because what if the negotiations break down between us and management? What must happen to the poor who do not afford this education that is so expensive? So we are asking that let there be that policy that is then going to deal with these issues. Let students continue studying even when they are owing. Because education must not be a privilege to rich people only. Because if we are not going to have this financial exclusion, the policy to prevent financial exclusions, we are going to have many students continuing to drop out of their studies. Many, it's even painful, they drop out in their final year. Imagine you take 6 years in university and then in your final year, you are supposed to finish, they say you owe 200,000, you can't continue. Your parents are waiting for you to change the situation at home. We feel like the government there is not assisting us enough to say that we understand you are owing, you are poor. Please continue studying, you'll pay us after you are done with your academics. And then also, we have an issue still on funding, lack of funding of postgraduate students, as well as the missing middle. I don't know if it was excitement or what, but before elections of national government elections, there were media briefings. We were told that there's going to be an NSFAS loan scheme. I want to come here and say, we are not seeing that in our campuses. Students who applied and got approved for that funding scheme of loan, they are not receiving any allowance. Their fees are not being settled. When we go and ask these people what's really happening, we are told that there are no guidelines for NSFAS loan, meaning that it does not exist to say that it must pay fees or what must it do. So we are asking that please finalize the issue of having the NSFAS loan that will cater for these students who are from the missing middle and also our postgraduate students who are poor. Because it does not mean now that you did your undergrad and then NSFAS was acknowledging that you are poor and funded your entire degree. Now suddenly when you finish and want to do honors, you are miraculously rich. We are not magicians. We are not. We can't just be poor today and tomorrow we are rich. While you know that there are no employment opportunities in South Africa. So please push those who are responsible for the finalization of that loan scheme. We really need it. It's going to assist our students to ensure that we have an educated society. And then as a last call here, we have an issue emanating from 2015 events of those who came before us, the generation that came before us of Fees Must Fall. Those comrades fought for us to be in these spaces of university. But immediately after they did that, they were given criminal records, they were given many things. They are coming to us today to say that we were fighting for you when we were in primary, when we were in high school. Now you are the ones leading institutions. Please assist us in calling for these departments to please pardon us and expunge our criminal records so that we can continue to study. Many activists who emanate from the Fees Must Fall era are today sitting at home without qualifications because they were banned for a lifetime in universities. We are calling on this committee that we believe has some former Fees Must Fall activists, our Commissar Honorable Mandash Kwamban, to say that please look into the issue of your colleagues that you were striking with for us to be here. Let their records be expunged so that they can continue with this education that they fought so much for. And in Lebanon, they can graduate and give back to their families and communities. Let us not destroy them. They were fighting for a genuine cause. That's all we wanted to present on. And then lastly, before I forget, we have a serious issue of water in University of Limpopo. I did not include it in my slides because I had forgotten about it. But when I was coming, I was reminded that we have a serious crisis of water. Even yesterday when I left Limpopo coming here with a hiking, I did not bath, simply because the municipality will decide that today we are cutting off water with no explanation, nothing. Previously, they took it for the entire week. Our examinations were forced to be stopped. Please, I don't know how you can resolve the issue, but some of the challenge that we have is that municipality of Polokwane. It's focused mainly on activities of groovists. The mayor we see is arranging events now and then. You must decide if he wants to be an event organizer or a mayor. So, but please assist in intervening there. Your comrades, these people. Tell them that, no, we know you love nice things, but please give these people what. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I suspect, who's coming next? President, I suspect you have not heard about University of Mpumalanga. I'm just saying, we will pose questions, obviously, to yourself. But I was just saying, maybe you have not heard about that University of Mpumalanga. Yeah. we have not heard about a number of campuses that would have been done across. I mean, where I went to school, university, at UKZN, we now have 5 campuses now. So at least when we do presentation, let's try and do small research so that you know we don't sound. I mean, one of your comments is that you feel this committee is relaxed. We will ask you questions. Don't worry. Now, or IF. Where's IF? What's yourself? It's 10 to 1 IF.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, everyone. Is it? Oh, sorry. So the mandate of the IF, I will not go deeper because it's the same across the institutions. But basically what we do is we advise councils on issues at the university so that we're able to foster an institutional culture which promotes tolerance and respect for fundamental human rights and create an appropriate environment for teaching and learning and perform such as determined by council, and withdraw from the Higher Education Act, the Higher Education Plan, implement equity, and other related documents. So, transformation at the University of Limpopo is premised on these 5 key points, which is digital transformation of systems so that the provision of higher education, teaching and learning, research is done much more efficiently, and so that also we produce students who are future ready for the world of work.
Hold on. Now from Fort Hare. Can you please respect our meeting? Please respect our meeting. Eh? We listen to you. Everybody listen to you when you're here. Now we want to listen here. You are making noise there. Please respect us. Continue. Sorry, ma'am.
Thank you. We also look at the quality of programs at the university. We also looked at the quality of research because teaching and learning, research and community engagement are the core functions of the university. We also look at the university to check if it has a diverse and equitable workforce. And we also check the institutional culture so that we are producing a culture that is welcoming, open to all, and advances the knowledge project. So looking at the state of the university from that perspective, in terms of our PQM and the quality of provisioning of teaching and learning research, the IF knows that the university is embarking on a digital transformation strategy, which is going to sit before Council for approval 2025 to 2027. And the idea is that as the university is busy progressing infrastructure-wise, the technology must not stay behind. The technology must also support the blended teaching and learning so that our students, when they go out there into the world of work, they are like none other, whether they are coming from Mankweng or whether they are coming from the cities in terms of their digital capacity. Also, we look at the programs. The University of Limpopo currently offers 100% accredited program. This means that a student who comes out of the university is assured that the program is accredited. This means that the university does not offer unaccredited programs. We've got a state-of-the-art Reakgona Disability Center, which caters for the largest number of disabled students in the country. It's an indication for us that the university is inclusive. Also, I think they are also introducing some new disabilities to the suite of disabilities that they were previously catering for. The latest one, I think, being the hearing disability over and above the ones that were there before. The students have spoken about the issue of water. As we know, water is life and sanitation is dignity. This is becoming a serious challenge. It's not just a municipal problem because it is exacerbated by the issue of climate change. So it is a global problem where this issue needs to be addressed even at national level. In terms of research standing and status of the university, the registrar did show the centers of excellence that are there. The university has increased its research output and also recently won an award from an NRF for most improved in terms of the quality of research and the quality of research output and the quantity of research output in terms of the historically disadvantaged institutions. But the issue is the declining postgraduate enrollments. And in our recommendations, we look at the entire postgraduate suite, that the university needs to make an improvement on this from recruitment all the way to alumni management, because some of the issues that we have spoken about that are going to the courts are coming out from the postgraduate component of the university. In terms of a diverse and equitable and skilled workforce, the registrar was correct looking at management upwards, those numbers that he presented, but we are looking here at the academic project. When we look at our numbers, academics with a doctoral degree, 39%. As at the University of Limpopo, as at the mid-year, June 2024. The university can do well to improve this number. When we look at the female academics, 39%. But I don't want to put the entire 100% blame on the university of this one, because the university, as it was presented earlier, does so much to grow these academics from within, but we are working in a sector where then they become attractive to others. They are poached. Poaching is a real problem for the University of Limpopo, and also our geographical placing makes it difficult to attract and also to retain sometimes when these nice offers are made to our female academics that we have produced internally. Again, female staff in management positions, the registrar started at the level of executives going upwards, but this one starts at the level of HOD going upwards, and you can see the disparity then, that then we've got the 42% in terms of HOD going upwards. And this is again an issue where the university needs to address, taking into consideration its location and taking into consideration the issue of poaching, because also the management, the female managers that are doing well get poached. In terms of a distinct and unique institutional culture, we have not measured this one. And we, as the university, want to be the type of institutional forum that actually uses empirical evidence to make a pronouncement on any issue, so that when we make recommendations to council, we can say we measured staff morale and staff said they are not happy. It's not something that we can advise on based on emotion or based on anecdotal stories going around at the university. So our recommendations to take the university forward, we're saying prioritize the improvement of postgraduate training. It's key because it's starting to be a reputational issue for the university. We say develop strategies for water security and climate change adaptation. We're seeing now with the floods that are happening in the area of Mankweng, that the issue of climate change adaptation and preparing for changes is becoming an issue. We say the university needs to define a unique culture for itself with measurable success indicators, so that we can then be able to stand on a soapbox and say this is the culture of the University of Limpopo. And then for IF, chairperson and colleagues in the room, IFs need to be continuously trained and continuously measure the trends, measure what is happening in the sector, and continuously be informed so that they can give good advice to council. And the advice must be evidence-based. So this is our recommendations. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. You speak very soft. Just press that. I hope that we're able to labor. Please come close. I hope that we're able to catch your voice on the recording. Sihamba ngazo zozibili. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Workers or union, labor, it's 1301. I gave the other ones 22 minutes, so I'll obviously use my discretion, but plus minus the same time. Let's go.
Thank you, Chairperson, and to the honorable members, and also to everyone who's been here. I normally tell this joke, Chair, to say, I don't regret how I grew up. You tell us about your mother, and I always tell the story that I grew up hunting baboons and to eat them, and snakes. And because of that, I always say I have too many character flaws. And in those many flaws that I have, fear is not one of the weaknesses. So I'm going to speak here without fear. And I'm going to be frank and be straightforward. What we hear here, we hear as a union, and we were not influenced on this presentation, and we're happy to Comrade Berry, who never interfered with how we present our information. He was there to give us the motivation. So here, in summary, and I'm happy that the department is here, because what I'm going to tell is a story of a horror movie. How the institution is run. It's a horror movie. And it's very sad, and some of the stories that I personally have come across, they are supposed to depress me as the chairperson of the union. But I push on. I have ways of dealing with the pains that employees are going through. And in the end, the appeal is for now the committee to step in on behalf of the 719 members that I'm representing here. And this is the appeal also from the members to say, go represent us, and may that committee listen to our cries. And I'm going to just skip a few slides here. And just to touch on these are three things that we are going to touch on: the state of affairs, as we have been requested, and the challenges facing workers, and the recommendations that we as the union at the University of Limpopo, NEHAU, and the biggest branch in the province, we wish the committee and the ministry should take forward. And I'm going to skip a few of the slides just to stick to. So in trying to split this presentation, we are saying without fear or favor that there's dysfunctionality at the University of Limpopo. The governance structures have collapsed. And if I could mention specifically, the Faculty of Health Sciences has been hollowed intentionally. And a few weeks ago, I was with the medical practitioners, the doctors, and they were crying. To illustrate what I'm trying to say here, that the Faculty of Health Sciences has been hollowed. And because I said without fear or favor, some of the very executives who are responsible for the hollowing are here. And I'm glad that they are here, and they will have to account to the things that I'm going to say here, and they will have to deny those things in front of me. And I want to hear their response on this. And I'm just going to skip these slides because of time and rush into the important ones. So the Higher Education Act, Section 26, it gives the structures, the governance structures of each university. And these are very important structures. One of them is Council and Senate. And then you have now the IF, Institutional Forum. And our summary from this, all these structures that I've mentioned, they are problems. They are issues, and they are not run properly as per legislation. Because you have to run council according to legislation. You have to run Senate according to legislation and run institutional forum according to legislation. If you cannot run that, then you are no longer a university within the Higher Education Act. And I'm going to also skip these where I define governance. What I want the committee and people who are attending here is to separate between governance, management, and leadership. And all these three are the three legs that help the university to stand. And in our presentation, we say, as far as we are concerned, governance, management, and leadership at the University of Limpopo are not functional. They are not functioning as per legislation. And something needs to be done. And why we took the risk of coming here to present this untainted presentation was to say, we want parliamentarians, we want the ministry to hear the cries on campus and take action. And we want the ministry not to fail us as the previous administration have failed the community in the University of Limpopo. They have failed future generations because the University of Limpopo is one of the oldest universities. And if we allow it to collapse, and it has produced very good lawyers and good judges, but now in our generation, if we watch and sit and allow it to collapse, then we are betraying those very generations that the university has produced. But now we're saying, let us protect the university for future generations. And let us protect it from opportunists who have seen it as a cash cow. Now, to illustrate this, I'm saying, and we are saying, based on what we experience and based on what we listen, that the Council of the University of Limpopo has been captured. And we say that without fear. It has been captured. That is why it is not functioning properly. Secondly, the Senate of the University of Limpopo is dysfunctional. There is no robust debate at Senate. Senate is supposed to be an academic institution that debates issues and full of academics who are operating without fear. But the Senate of the University of Limpopo is full of academics who are fearing for their lives, who are fearing for their careers, because if they talk openly and exercise their right of academic freedom, they will be gone. That's the culture of the University of Limpopo. The institutional forum, we say it is toothless. An example is, there was a time when one of the managers at the university called a meeting, and his name is Mr. Madula. He called a meeting to raise the very same issue, to say, our institutional forum is not working. And guess what? And I'm glad he's here. Dr. Ngwebe came in defense of institutional forum. And I stood up and said, I agree with Mr. Madula that institutional forum is toothless. It is preoccupied by being the third wheel of management. That's what IF at the university is functioning, according to our view. A typical example of the toothlessness of IF is when they were employing the dean of students, who was 63 by then. one of our members raised the issue to say, why are you giving a contract of 5 years to someone who's 63, who's about to reach pension in 2 years? I personally raised the issue at council, and it was not entertained. The union raised the issue at institutional forum. As we speak, Chair and the committee members, the very same member who was given 5-year contract at 63 is at 69 as we speak. And that member is employed at the University of Limpopo, and the University of Limpopo and its management and council keeps renewing the contract of a 69-year-old. As we speak at the University of Limpopo, we have such institutions, and we talk about the university management, and we say it is ineffective because there are too many grievances that NEHAU is facing, and none of those are resolved. And there is a crisis of mental health at the university because people are being harassed, they are being bullied. People are being suspended left, right, and center at the University of Limpopo, and legislators, they came up with a legislation in section 34 of the Basic Conditions of Employment Right to protect the salaries of employees, to say you cannot just go to a salary of an employee and withdraw without meeting these conditions. It is unlawful, it is unconstitutional. And the Constitutional Court has had a case there where it says you cannot withdraw from a salary. But at the University of Limpopo, we have been fighting where people's salaries are stopped because of an accusation of someone who suspects that they are not working. And we say, you have not met the conditions of Section 34 to prove that you can go to someone's salary and stop it. And that was not assisted. We fought and fought for those members. Can you imagine? You are depending on a salary. All of a sudden, your salary is stopped. 2, when we went to fight for that, the very same boom I saw here, we talk about when you get to the university gate, there's a boom there. It's meant for security. As I speak now, that system is used to spy on employees, whether you are at work or not. And how? We are against that, to say, you have not installed this system to monitor the attendance of employees, but instead you have put this system for the safety of employees. But now, certain managers, and they are here, some of them, they use that very same boom to go to security and say, let's check if Mr. Maswangani was at work. And that is completely against the law. That's the management of the University of Limpopo. And we want the committee, we want the country, we want the public to know that even other academics who are intending of coming to the University of Limpopo should be aware of these things, to say, if you come there, you should know that there are certain managers who are extremely powerful, that they can do as they please. Now we talk about council chair. The chairperson is sitting here. The chairperson chair was elected in 2016 when I was there. I was a member there who was elected to be the chairperson. That was 2016. And that term was ending 2016 to 2019. My term ended. His term of being the chairperson was supposed to end. That's term number 1. Term number 2, 2019 to 2023. That was his term, second term. But the Act and the institutional institutional statute says a chairperson cannot serve more than 2 terms. But the University of Limpopo, we have a chairperson who is 70-something old. He's serving his 3rd term against the institutional statute of the university. The very same body which is supposed to guard the institutional statute is violating that statute. 2024, Chair, the very same council extended the contract of Professor Mukhalo as the VC. He knows it. I am not personal with him. We are dealing with a principle. We are protecting an institution which is publicly funded, which our children will have to attend that institution, so it must remain within the law. to protect it so that it must function effectively. 2014 contract was extended. It was supposed to end in 2018. I was at council 2018 when council said it went to Senate and said, we want to extend the contract, but this time around, you are going to extend it for 5 years, but he's going to take 2 years to mentor someone. Then after 3 years, that mentee will take over. But from 2018, we reached 2023, and I was still in council by then. I was elected again. So the thing is with us, when our term ends, we go, and then they elect us again. Now, 2023, I asked a question in council meeting, and Chair, this is what led to my suspension now. I had at Fort Hare, there were some council members are suspended. I was suspended for raising this question to say, but council, you said in 2018, the current principal is supposed to serve 2018 to 2020. Where is the one that he was supposed to have mentored? Where? You, chairperson, you have failed as the chair of council because you were supposed to hold the principal accountable to say, where is the person you have mentored all these 5 years? Why are we reaching 5 years and then you are talking about the crisis in 5 years? What happened to the University of Limpopo Council? That's where we are talking about it being dysfunctional, ineffective, because you cannot go and tell Senate to say, Senate, you must give us another 5 years. And then after 5 years, you come back to say, no, we have a crisis. If this man leaves, there will be a crisis. How did we get to a point where we have a crisis? When you had a resolution of council. So that means you as council, you never implemented your own resolution. You are now failing to hold yourselves accountable. When Simai raised that question, guess what happened? There was an unlawful suspension. He was suspended at council. He was suspended without being given an opportunity to present his case. He was suspended because apparently a complaint from the vice chancellor complained about Simai, and council took only the version of the vice principal. They did not bother to listen to the version of Simai. That's the council that operates at the University of Limpopo. So that council is there to protect the vice principal, the principal. That council is there to protect the interests of the members of council. It is not there to serve the interest of the country, the interest of the university, but it serves the interest of the few who think they are powerful there at council. It serves the interest of those who think they are politically connected. This, Chair and honorable members, is the council of the University of Limpopo. And the minister must be aware, this is what is happening. By the way, my suspension, Chair, I had to fight it. And everyone knows, you deal with me and I'm going to fight back. I fought my suspension. The reason for the suspension was because there was going to be an election in December. So by suspending me, the intention was to say he should not be elected again because the academics at the University of Limpopo, they believe in my leadership. That's why they will elect me again, because I raise issues at council, which they want to be raised. Then they suspended me. So, Chair, we had an election in December 13th, 2023. And this is 20th November 2024. The results of those elections were never released. The university management decided to withhold those results. You can ask them, where are the results for last year's elections? How do you keep the election results of council for 11 months? And you say you are functioning properly. And they are here, they must answer, and the registrar is here. My deputy wrote to the registrar to say, why aren't you releasing the results? What was the response you got?
No response. It was just quiet. They don't respond when you write email, just quiet. They just don't respond. Like for this, even the admin and staff rep, the person who was representing them has left the employment of the institution. Currently, there's no rep for academic and academic rep and academic support. Support staff. currently.
So the council is operating at a skeleton, intentionally so. And that is being created by university management, because you don't want people who are objective in that council. You want people who are going to be yes pass. That's what the University of Limpopo wants. They might as well rather operate with their own council, but that council should be known that it is not according to the Higher Education Act. But if they are going to come back to the Higher Education Act, then that council is supposed to be dissolved, because it has not been functioning properly. Now, coming back to Chair, which they need to account. After June, and this is the harassment I faced because of raising issues. After June, the University of Limpopo paid for a retired judge to sit and hold me and grill me in a hearing. And no one knows about that. I sat in a hearing with a retired judge and who treated me so unfairly. And people were saying, why didn't you take Nehawu province to represent you? Then I said, when you have the truth, you don't need a representative. I am just going to tell the judge the truth, but the judge was not interested in the truth. The judge, and I asked the judge, where is the complaint from the Vice Chancellor? I did not have the complaint. They gave me the complaint 10 minutes before the hearing. I had asked the complaint 2023, December. And I asked the judge, I said, you know, Judge, I'm so professional. I don't want this hearing to be postponed because it's costly to the university. And the university is operating on a public fund. And I don't want to contribute to the wastage myself. So can we sit? I'm going to tell you what I know. But the judge never listened to my story. He took the WhatsApp messages which he claimed that the VC got. And I said, where are the WhatsApp messages? You did not give me. You are a judge. How do you use evidence that is illegally collected as a judge? Two, I said, these are messages which are claimed to come from the Union BEC, where I am. And I said, the VC is not part of that WhatsApp group. How did he get those messages? Today, he has not answered that. How did the vice principal get into the WhatsApp message of labor? That's interference. How did he get those messages from the WhatsApp group of labor? That means there are planted people in the union WhatsApp group, and that's destroying the union. You being the vice chancellor, you are seeking to destroy the union. How should the union operate in that environment where there are intelligence that are going into the WhatsApp? My phone, chairperson, and the committee was hacked twice. And Dr. Mwepe is here. He was seen at Mark and Bean discussing my name. He doesn't know that I have that information. I have eyes everywhere. I have ears everywhere. He was seen with two lawyers discussing how to deal with me after the suspension. And I got that information. If he denies it, we can go to Mark and Bean. And I have the date where he was at Mark and Bean.
Yeah, let's move towards.
Thank you very much. So that's the environment that we operate under at the University of Limpopo. But as for me, I represent the union members, and I'm going to represent them even at the cost of my life. Thank you very much. Now, coming back to the hollowing of the faculty as I close. The current DVC, Professor Mutiba, is here. She was the executive dean there. She employed her former PhD student, and she forced that student to be employed. When the HOD, Professor Maimela, refused, says, this student is not qualified to be employed as a senior lecturer. Chairperson, a senior lecturer earns 64,000 a month. And I wrote to the DVC, Professor Madaje, to say, how do you allow someone who's not experienced to earn 64,000? What are you saying to other professors who have 20 years teaching, yet a student who graduated 3 months ago earns the same with them? Because this student is a favorite of Professor Mutiba. Now, when Professor Maimela refused to employ, guess what happened a few months? Professor Maimela was dismissed. And I was representing Professor Maimela. I said, we're going to fight. He was dismissed. Then when he was at CCMA, he got a call to say, don't go with Simai to CCMA. Why? Because I don't accept anything personally. I represent my members very well to say, this you are not going to do. Now, in closing, there was a settlement agreement with Professor Maimela. But now the agreement is strange because it said, you are going to reinstate you. But remember, he was charged for misconduct. We are going to reinstate you, but you must let go of Dimamo. And I asked the question, what does this have to do with Dimamo as a director? And the answer is because Professor Mutiba is interested in Dimamo. He wants to be in charge of Dimamo, and Professor Maimela is a stumbling block to that because he refuses. Now, but eventually, Professor Maimela had to give in to say, okay, I step out or step down as a director of Dimamo. But then, when Professor Maimela was dismissed, he was a whistleblower. And I raised that issue in the hearing to say, what are you saying about whistleblowing in the country when you dismiss people who are whistleblowing about against nepotism? We move on. Now, Professor Mutiba left to be the DVC. The person who was appointed as a dean in her previous position is a sister-in-law to Professor Mutiba. And we raised this thing with university management to say, how do you do that? How do you appoint a sister-in-law and you promote someone and you bring a sister-in-law and you do this when there are two directors who are very capable of acting as executive deans? One of them is one of the best doctors in the country, Professor Chisani Baloyi. They overlooked Professor Baloyi. Why? Because Professor Baloyi is always confronting Professor Mutiba to say, this is not how you run a medical school. He speaks his mind. Therefore, he's not popular, and therefore they overlooked him. Now, there are too many things of favoritism, and this one, already now they've appointed, or they've recommended someone called Professor Perpetua Mujaji to take over from Professor Maime. Professor Mujaji was a staff member at the University of Limpopo, but left. And Chair, we have recruitment policies. You don't write and say, we want this one to be appointed permanently. There is a policy where you advertise, where you recruit, and how we should become part of that process. But we were never part of that process. It was just a letter straight from the sister-in-law to the sister-in-law to motivate for the appointment of this director. This is a family business, and if the committee does not act, the Faculty of Sciences will become a family empire. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Just
Sorry, Chairperson. I think we can go to recommendations before we close. Please, 2 minutes.
No.
No, they have the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, the time, we've even given you more. Just switch off the mic. Members, I hope you've had all the presentations, you've made your own notes from the acting director general to the chairpersons of the two councils, the vice chancellor of Fort Hare, the register of Limpopo. Maybe the vice chancellor of Limpopo is shy. He will answer questions. He did not want to speak. Maybe he's shy. The student representative, councils, workers, IF, you are going to toothless. So I hope you have taken your notes, members. We will go to lunch now. What's the time? Okay, we'll go to lunch now. We'll allow members to dish first, come back. So we're going to have a working lunch. So we're not going to take long. But because we are many here, we'll resume at 2. So we'll go out with T-Sharp, we'll come back. I'm sure members would have long finished. When you asked questions, so because it's you who's going to ask questions, we're going to ask questions this way. So we'll say, Honorable Maseko, you have a question to Fort Hare. You ask that one question, and whoever at Fort Hare is responsible for that division, they will respond. If you have a question to Fort Hare SRC, they respond on the spot. If you have a question to Fort Hare Labor, they respond, or Fort Hare Management. Even at management, if the question, Professor Buhlungu, is related to DVC teaching and learning, it will be the DVC teaching and learning responding, so that we're able to get as much information as possible from whoever we want. And then we'll go to the next question, and we'll do it like that until we're satisfied. So we will take lunch now. 2 o'clock we will resume. Thank you very much. Colleagues, let's settle down. Let's settle down, colleagues, so that we can begin. Anela, am I audible there? Anela, am I audible? Devagar. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Colleagues, let's settle down. Register of Fort Hare. Fort Hare, you want the caucus? You can have it just outside the door. Want to start now? We're going to have a sitting change arrangement because we don't want when members move from Fort Hare to University of Limpopo. We have a problem of management not having seats. So we're going to ask this, you guys are fine here, Chair and VC. We'll ask Chair and VC of Limpopo to sit here. And then we have the registers can share the seat there where the Zuma is sitting. Okay. There. Yeah. And then we have, do we have both CFOs or from finance? Huh? Yeah, let them sit here. Yeah. Yeah. And we have the CFOs seated here. Classes, I forgot to get my. And so one from Labour there of Fort Hare must join one of Labour from University of Limpopo this side. So whoever is going to be responding will need one person to come join one of them who's going to be responding this side. Just come to sit. One of you who's not going to respond, let's go that side. The chairperson of how in Limpopo. I'm creating space there. I'm saying one must leave. You are refusing. Then you'll need SRCs. You'll need one. Whoever is going to be responding to come sit here. Yeah. Those who will be responding, the SRCs, please sit here. Hello. No, council member. Come on. Huh? Koyana. Dr. Koyana, you guys can come sit here. I'll accommodate you for now. Or you? No, yeah, also come. Oh, I thought the SRC is coming to sit with you. I was really now worried about the state of capture now. I hope we've tried to cover for IF. One is there, or both of you are sitting together already. Yeah, no, let's go to where the mic works. In front of you, there is the mic working. Press there. No, on the floor there. Yeah, let's move to this one here. Yeah, maybe let's let's begin. I will obviously take my questions last, but members will start first. Maybe for the benefit of members, Neha, when you are presenting from Limpopo, you are saying the institution has withheld council election results. So you're talking about convocation, when talking about who? Because you're just saying they've withheld results, so that when they ask these questions, at least they know. If you can just answer that one now quickly on the mic.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Remember, with council, you have convocation, which is not elected per se, and then Senate. But with admin and support, those are staff members who work in finance, in HR, all those. Then we have a representative which represents academics who are not in Senate. So those are academics who are not serving in Senate. So the results that I was referring to, it refers to academics who are not in Senate.
No, thank you. You were not clear the first time. So we understand who represents who's represented at that level. Members, I'm going to give to you. You know, when Prof. Mokhalo, when we wrote to you about the decision of this committee at the end of August, asking about the SRC, I'm just going to read. You know, you gave us how many paragraphs here? 19 paragraphs. You know, the tone of your letter, generally teaching us about the Constitution, what are the powers of Parliament, what is it that Parliament can do or cannot do. But I think I'm just going to quote just one of your paragraphs, paragraph 17, the first one on conclusion. So paragraph 17, I don't want to read you 1 to 16. I'm sure members will faint. You know, maybe I must, before I get to that conclusion one, give you one paragraph in the body part of it, where the letter says, after reflection on the fundamental legislative framework, I also wonder how your portfolio committee was convinced that it could appropriate unto itself the powers to instruct 26 public universities that SRC elections must be done on campus manually without prior consultation or justification. Constitutionally speaking, your portfolio committee is attempting to hastily exercise the power or function it does not have. In simple terms, you are acting ultra vires and in a reckless manner. Then we'll go to conclusion. It's a letter of the Vice Chancellor to this committee. They are talking about you. Says in conclusion, open quote, after careful considerations, or maybe we must apologize to the council member of Fort Hare that we started the meeting when she was not concluded with a cell phone conversation. We really apologize, ma'am, for disrupting your call. So the letter goes on. In conclusion, it says, after careful considerations, I conclude that the contents of your letter dated 30 August 2024 are ostensibly clumsy and thus unenforceable. This is predicated on the Act, the Statute, the Constitution, 1996, and associated legal norms, all of which define how universities must be governed, including on the conduct of SRC elections. Your attempt to instruct University of Limpopo, in bracket or open bracket, and other 25 public universities, close bracket, on how the SRC elections must be held is peculiar, to say the least. If anything is to happen, there ought to be an extensive public consultation on the allegations so that each party is afforded an opportunity to state their versions. For your portfolio committee to have an informed view on issues, close quote. I don't want to read other paragraphs, but I just gave you two, where even the attitude of the writer seems to suggest that we don't know what we are doing. It suggests that, in fact, if anything, if you listen to the labor unions, if anything, if you listen to my opening, what the Vice Chancellor seeks to teach us about understanding the statute of their own university, it's a lesson that they themselves need to understand, because I've made an allegations and I wanted them to respond to it about the current chair of council at this institution who's serving a third term against the statute. I don't know where the Vice Chancellor was to write to the council and say, but Chancellor, you don't understand the statute, or to try and quote themselves here, you know, their decisions themselves, to say the least, to give the chair of council a third term. I don't know if that's not clumsy as he says here, because that is against the same statute and their own constitution that he speaks of. His own appointment, members, the Vice Chancellor's own appointment, is beyond what the statute says, which is 10 years or not more than 10 years, not exceeding 2 terms. So when you ask questions, please put that at the back of your mind. You've heard what Labour said. You've heard what the students said. You've heard what the IF said and what management said. So I'm going to note hands. Like I said, one member, one question, one answer immediately. So it's 18 minutes past. I'll start with you, Honorable Khakhawa. I know you're not here. Oh, you're fine. No, so you're not going to come back. Okay. Mama Seko, I'll start with you. So you indicate who do you want to ask. Even if you don't indicate, they should hear. Maybe you'll say Limpopo or Fort Hare, and then you go to your question. And then we'll make sure that they do answer the question. You can go ahead.
Chair, thank you very much. And to all that did the presentation, thank you for honoring us with your presence. Maybe before I ask the question, I need to put this on record, Chair, that surely each and every one of you that are here, you are here because of your positions. So if I'm going to say Vice Chancellor or Chairperson, is the position that brought you to this meeting. Like I'll be called a member without my name, is the position that has brought me in here. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to know your name that much. So we can talk about the positions and that address you in that position, the respect that I'll be giving to each and everyone. Because there's no way I can remember all of you, your names today. So bear with me. I'll ask the question based on the responsibility where you are trusted with that position. I just was putting a disclaimer on that one, that if I don't say your name and I ask the question and say Vice Chancellor or Chancellor, I mustn't say I'm disrespectful because I'm not calling your name. I'm calling the position you occupy and the responsibility, so you have to really bear with me. And I tend to believe the members, they are not going to remember all your names, so bear with us. That is how we are going to communicate. Chair, another one maybe before I do diligently so ask the question. The Vice Chancellor that wrote the letter about the clumsiness of this portfolio committee, if we can have an understanding, the clarity of clumsiness, then I'll be able to ask the questions that are not clumsy. I'll appreciate that. That will be my first question. Thank you.
Prof. Mokhalo.
Well, the clumsiness, the way I read it, was based on the fact that the portfolio committee was acting outside the act, outside the University of Limpopo statute.
Chair, we are going to ask the questions that will be about the SRC, about the institution itself. And I don't know which one are you quoting so that the members can be free to be able to ask the questions and run away for that one that you quote and that you can interpret for us to have an understanding of which one that this committee through the chair wrote and you feel that one we didn't touch it, it's untouchable, as you interpret it to yourself?
The committee came out clearly through the chair to say, this is how universities should conduct SRC elections. Now, when you look at the act, when you look at the statute, that responsibility is the responsibility of the university.
Chair, through your indulgence. So the committee was saying that there are other options how you can hold the elections that will make everyone to be happy at the end and without having a conflict. And you felt it's wrong for the committee to suggest a workable solution for the elections. And you say that is clumsy, one, and two, you are referring it that you are saying that there is a section that you mentioned, that you interpret it that way, and I'm saying this, that you interpret it that way yourself. We didn't interpret it that way because of the responsibility of all these public reps that have to make sure that there is conducive environment out there. There are enablers with the legislations that they have to interpret, and they have to create those legislations to make sure that there is a conducive environment out there. And you say what we are suggesting can be workable for the right way of doing things. It's the clumsiness. I'm interpreting it correctly, so.
I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is the committee, for lack of a better word, was overstepping. That was overreach to go through to universities and say, don't conduct elections this way. We are the ones who are there. We have been conducting elections, and I think we are the ones to know the better way of doing it. We've been doing it for some time. That's why we thought this overreach should not be allowed.
Okay, maybe let me assist. This is the letter we wrote. I'm going to quote it verbatim so that at least we're on the same page. We wrote it to all university vice chancellors. Open the one that we wrote to Prof. N.M. Mokhalo, Vice Chancellor and Principal, University of Limpopo, A Block, 4th floor, Mankweng, 0727. Dear Prof. Mokhalo, the resolution of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training in respect of the University Student Representative Council election. The Portfolio Committee, and I want you to listen, colleagues, to what we said. The Portfolio Committee has taken note that most public universities are utilizing the services of private companies to hold their SRC elections annually. The utilization of these private companies for electoral processes of universities comes at a huge financial cost to institutions at times, right? The outcome, or at times the outcome of these elections or election results are contested and often rejected by students due to irregularities and inefficiencies. In light of the foregoing, the committee took a resolution at its meeting held on the 28th of August 2024 that all public universities in South Africa should consider using the services of the IEC-SA, Independent Electoral Commission. The committee also resolved that due to many reported irregularities and complaints from students, the elections must be done manually on campuses with observers. The committee requests universities to send a schedule of SRC election dates that have been decided by end of business Wednesday, 4 September 2024, duly signed by myself on that day, and we sent. So that is the context. And if you remember, colleagues, we took that decision, were with Valley University of Technology and Mangosuthu. And we said, because of the short period of time between now and the elections, we are proponents of fourth industrial revolutions ourselves. We believe in moving things digitally. But because of the time frames that we have this time, we may need to have a manual voting only for this year so that we can go through. And I'm going to ask them these questions myself. I saw even the students were saying on both institutions they've got observers and all of that. We're going to ask them specific questions there. That when you say, I'm voting myself, I'm a student at University of Limpopo, I'm voting, is this audit of yours, is it able to show the IP address of where did the vote come from? If it's on my phone, the IP address must say that's what audit should be. Because I can tell you for free, we are students ourselves, Honorable Mseza. I can tell you, I can vote for Anele. And if you are saying you have and I'm happy with the 66%, what that you spoke about, I'm happy with them. I'm extremely happy. I don't know, but how accurate are we to say that the vote that Tebogo claims went to SASCO there is the vote that, or the vote that went to SASCO from Tebogo? How do I know that that's a vote that Tebogo casted himself? So we'll come to that part. So we're saying, because many students, Professor Mukhalung, complained to us that I did not vote. I only got a notification on my emails that thank you for voting. I did not vote. But on my emails, I've got a notification that says thank you for voting. Who accessed the system to vote on my behalf? Right? So the reason why we took, it was not because we're clumsy or we're stupid or we were anti-progress, we want to go to the first industrial revolution. It's because of the number of complaints of these students. I know I did not read that part, but in that newspaper article I read earlier on, Professor Buhlungu of Fort Hare, you also said something similar that, in fact, this borders on overreach. When you ask, he says, no, now in my students, where does these students come from? They definitely don't come from Fort Hare. They come from somewhere, so let them go and do those things there, not here. Now we're fine here. Professor Buhlungu, you are literally saying to us, in order for anybody to make an informed decision about anything, you are saying you don't believe in the principle of samples. So in order for Stats SA to release any result, because they've not been to you, they must not say 40% of people earn between this much. Because they did not interview you. That's what you are saying. So you don't believe in this principle of sampling. So we want to know, on these very good systems of yours, how do I, so when you say you've got observers, Honorable Mseza, when Anele votes here, the back office is there. How do I know that at that back office, what Anele votes for here is recorded that side? Or if I'm at the back office, can I not change that vote there? Because if he votes here, 10,000 students voted here, 2,000 voted student command, 2,000 SCO, 1,500, 1,800 MK, and then 5,000 SASCO. How do I know that the results that will be published are the ones that arrived at the back office? Who controls that back office? How do I know if indeed SASCO got 5,000 and not 1,000? Is it not? So when you say you have observers, where? Because there must be observers even there at the back office. When results come in, I must be able to say, indeed, I saw them come in one by one like this. So when you say you've had these observers, where were they? Because, and I'm being technical, intentional, because sometimes even the language that you hear from at least these two professors seems to suggest that we don't know what we're talking about. So we're being technical to show to you that when we are asking you to these things, it's not because we're clumsy or we're stupid. It's because we want to know the system is without flaw. One IF was saying, no, now we're happy with doing the nominations online. We have received a complaint now, TUT, where somebody says, my student number was used 8 times. I've received 8 messages saying, thank you for your nomination. I've nominated 8 people this week for their convocation team to cancel. And you want to tell us, when we ask that this is overreach, the statute, which statute, Professor Mkhalo? With due respect, the same one that you don't respect, the same ones that you have abused with your council that have elected you for third term. I don't know how many times, in fact, with you, third term is the chair, but now you are on the 10th term. The same statute that you are saying we don't know, we don't respect, is the same one that you are using there. With all due respect, that's some belief. Please, Honorable Masako, please continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for the clarity. I think what is important to me, Prof, is just the use of words when we communicate, that we need to use the words that allows a debate in the issue. Because if you are going to talk to me and say I'm clumsy, I've got an option of really being brutally clumsy, like you call me, you give me a label, and I can act it because it's not the right word. But if you leave a space where you use the words that we can debate an issue until we disagree or agree, respectfully so, that is going to happen. And from listening to that letter, it's not a respectful letter to the portfolio committee. So let's try to always, as we communicate, we use the right words. And you are Prof, definitely you've got a huge vocab of English and the dictionary in your office, even though I've never visited your office. I don't know it, but I know the dictionaries, and this equipment helps in some other words that we try to use. And clumsy was not the right one to use for the committee. And the other ones that I choose to forget that were mentioned in the letter. So let's move forward on that one. I just want to find out from you, Prof, respectfully on the issue of the Limpopo policies or statutes that you can mention. You are on the 3rd term. Whom are you mentoring? Because one of the reasons that the union said you mentioned, if I'm talking to the right person, the university indicated that they are going to keep you to mentor the person that will take over. Am I right to say that? And if that's the case, who's being mentored as we speak now?
In our case, you don't look at one person. You mentor a number of persons. Yes, so there are a number of senior colleagues who are being looked at.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, we were not born being members. We came into this. We were not born being the chair. Who mentored you to when you came in?
Mentored me when I came into. Well, I've been interested in these administrative positions. I think 2, 3 vice chancellors before me. I was learning a lot from them.
I'm going to repeat my question. You are in the position for the 3rd term. It's an extraordinary position for the university to do that because you are supposed to say thank you very much, and we needed to thank you after your service after the 2nd term. Now, the reason for extension is for you to mentor. So you are saying you are mentoring few people. Now, I want to find out from you, who mentored you when you came in on that position and served the 2 terms? Because surely it was not a lot of people that were mentored. It's you that now the university is giving you the responsibility of mentoring for more than 2 terms. So who mentored you?
I think I'm being asked a question unfairly. I did not appoint myself. So to ask me who mentored me, it's like, why were you appointed? That one I cannot answer.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Hold on, members. The member comes from this angle. That, by the way, it's not even you who's supposed to appoint the person who must come after you. It must be council. But we are told that you are mentoring somebody. Yeah, so it's you who's preparing somebody. So the questions come from there. Why did you also follow the same line? This is where it comes from. Wait, members, let's not fight. I know, it's okay. So the question comes from there. You have said, or the union have alleged that in the previous term and the term before and all of that, it was said that no, Professor Mokhalong will mentor somebody for 2 years and then they will take over from year 3. Unless if you are saying now, that is not true. Is that, maybe we must ask, is that what the union alleged? Is that the truth or it's false?
I missed your question. You were saying?
I'm saying the union alleges that last time when you were given 5 years, they were told, or the council decided that you must mentor somebody for 2 years and they'll take over from year 3. Is that a true reflection of the events there, or it's a lie?
First, let me say I'm being asked questions which should not be directed to me.
Okay.
That decision was not my decision.
Yeah, you're not in a
But
council.
be that as it may,
Yeah.
that there are people senior enough around me who, if they so wish, they can apply for the position when it comes.
No, you're not answering the question. The question is labor lying with those allegations? Because you were part of, council can't take a decision that you must go mentor somebody and you don't know. If you are not part of that council meeting, because they were discussing your future, no problem. But then the register would have written to you as the secretary of council and said, we have taken a decision that will give you an extension. This extension will be 5 years beyond, and we'll still come to council to answer that part, beyond your term of office. And then in the 5 years, 2 years will mean that you must mentor somebody. Is that a true or a false statement from labor. It's a, unless if you say, no, I don't know it, then maybe it's false. Then we'll go to council. We've got 2 council members. Or is
Right.
it 1? Yeah.
All I can say is, at the university, I was requested to step in and mentor whoever wanted to be mentored. So those who showed interest, they were there.
So it's true what labor is saying.
Yes.
Okay. Before you continue, Maseko, you had you wanted to call order on this thing.
I am more based on the attitude of his response. You know, Chair, if there's one thing that we will not take light, is these 4 gentlemen in front of us disrespecting the committee in our absence and even in our presence. He knows exactly the answer that we want to hear, and he's running around like a goat in town, and we must sit here and listen to him make us look more like fools as they stipulated in their responses when they wrote to the committee. If they do not have the guts or the ability to respond to our questions, they might as well walk out, because we will not tolerate their disrespect. Not now, not ever, because I have a very simple question. When they see us, what do they see? Because that's the only thing I would want to understand from them. They are too old to play mad with us here, and we're not here playing. So just in case you have forgotten, you will account and you will be very transparent, and you will lose that attitude. Because the attitude you have, we have it 10 times, and we can portray it across this room, and you won't like it.
No, we won't portray it. Honorable Mr. Zana.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I'm covered by my sister, Honorable Member seated in front of me, Keita Yanga. Chair, I just want to, maybe through you, just to clarify, maybe to the Vice Chancellors and the universities that are present, that by the time this committee concludes its business, we'll send a recommendation to the department. They might think that we don't have power to dissolve them or to put universities under administrations, but it is this department that accounts to us accordingly as they do, that we are here exercising our constitutional responsibility. We're not just here to, debate and have dialogues and show who's clever than who, or even flex about who is academically inclined than others. We won't even get to that. But we are simply here to ensure that we deal with the shenanigans, for lack of a better word, that are undergoing in these institutions, so that we give a proper recommendation to the minister, whom, by the way, the minister will then have to execute the recommendation that we would have given as the committee. So I thought perhaps, Chair, if you could just guide us on that one, perhaps just to ensure that they are also at comfort to say that we're not here playing. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you. Honorable Maseko is not yet done. I was giving them because they wanted to raise order. Honorable Maseko, you can continue.
Thank you very much. I think, Prof. Mokalo, I was asking those questions because I know you don't appoint yourself. I was going to go to the council itself to respond to that before they appointed you. Whom did they give the responsibility of mentoring you, if now they are going to say you have to mentor? That is why it's important for you to respond to me. Were you mentored? And if that's the case, who mentored you?
I was, when I was first appointed, I was not mentored, yes, but I was guided by the chair of council.
Who was the chair of council?
Professor Job Mohoro.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So I'm going to ask the council now. Who's the chair? Thank you very much, sir. I want to find out, when Prof was appointed, there was no mentor per se, was no beforehand mentoring. He got into the job and was mentored for a period of time. What's different now? What is it that you identified after his appointment that is making you there to say that he didn't maybe do well? I'm making assumption that you feel now you need to get people to be mentored before they can even apply for the job or to be appointed. What is it that you identified? What is the reason for the extension of so many years for mentoring reasons?
Thank you very much for the question you have asked me. When he was appointed, I was in there. That is when he started to be the VC. I came into council later, very much later, when he was running the university. So when I was chairperson of council, and here, Chair, if you can allow me, just to deal with the statutory processes, if you were to allow me, so that the members can see where this was taken, this was decision didn't go well, so that you can debate with us. Now, when I became chair of council, Mokhalung's term of office, right, 2018, was coming to an end. So when that term of office came to an end, I was now chairing council. Then council started debating the question of, hey, but Ukari, we are not ready to appoint another person. He can't tell you. Ne? So when that was seen to be a problematic area, to say, if we just jump and say, because there are processes of advertisement, which are statutory, and doing all the processes, I think you also know, you guys. So it was then council then took a decision, council then took a decision to say, let's do it this way. Right? Let's extend the Mokhalung's contract for 5 years. It's very important so that when we get to the end, we will be together.
Is it inside the statute or outside of the statute?
It is part of the council's responsibility in the statute. If you want the let's not argue much about. If you want the statute, we can also give you the statute.
No.
So that but it's part of council's responsibility.
What?
To see to it that university runs properly.
No, Mamel. What does the statute say about the terms of office?
The statute says,
hold on.
No, I wouldn't be able to quote it.
No. Speak.
If there was someone here.
No, speak.
I wouldn't be able to quote it.
No problem.
Verbatim.
I'm not saying you must quote it verbatim.
All right,
I'm asking what does
so
it say?
What the statute requires is that when a term of office comes to an end, it does say it can be extended, the statute, by council. So when the term of office was coming to an end, the council, because it has got that leeway of either extension or not extending, then council decided to extend.
Chairperson, so you're saying to me the statute is very quiet on the number of terms?
No, on the number of terms, it's not quite.
What does it say?
On the number of terms, it says a pen can serve 2 terms. And then...
It says what?
Let me get people who can be exact.
Okay, no, but Chairperson...
Registrar, if you can allow.
No, Chairperson. You are the chairperson of council of the University of Limpopo. And your guiding book, your Bible, there should be that statute. And you are saying to me now, you don't know what it says.
No, I'm saying I know.
Okay. Chairperson of council, hold on. Register, put your hand down.
I'm saying I know.
Wait. You are not answering me. What is the statute saying about the maximum number of years or terms the register can, the VC can serve?
It is not, it's silent.
You see, earlier on here we took oath, colleagues.
It's silent.
The reason why we took this oath was because of this. we're going to have a problem, chairperson of council. Register, what does the statute say about the maximum number of terms or years a vice chancellor can serve?
Thanks, Chair.
Switch off, chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. The appointment of the Vice Chancellor is regulated through subsection 11 and 12. And subsection 11(3) reads as follows. When the term of the office of the Vice Chancellor and Principal expires, and he or she is available for appointment for a further term of office, Council may, on account of the proven sustainable good performance of the incumbent measured against agreed performance outcomes, decides to reappoint the Vice Chancellor and Principal for a further term of office only after consultation with Senate and institutional forum. Now, this is section 11. Section 12, subsection 1 reads, the Vice Chancellor and Principal is appointed by Council and holds office for a period not exceeding 5 years, provided that this term may, subject to paragraph 11, the one I read, be renewed for a further period not exceeding 5 years. That's all.
Thank you very much. Chairperson of Council, what is your understanding of these two paragraphs? Because you just said to us, switch off register. You just said to us, it has no time limits. This thing is telling you, let me explain it to you what it says. It says the Vice Chancellor can be appointed for 5 years. That is a term. And then, if you guys in Council believe that he has done well, you want him to be extended, can only be given for a period not exceeding another term. Meaning, the term must end at the end of 10 years. It cannot exceed 10, unless if you have a different understanding. And you know what is my biggest worry here? Is that as the chairperson of Council, you are the one who is supposed to defend, uphold, and respect that statute. So all these members, the members in your Council, are supposed to take lead from yourself. And my biggest worry is that you've been a council chair there for more than two terms, and you still don't understand this part. You still don't, and that is why maybe Labour was right to say that there are, I forgot the names, I tried to write, I can't see my handwriting now, that there were council members who were fired or suspended for raising same issues. So it means it's either you thought you were doing the right thing, you did not know that you are doing the wrong thing. It's like somebody going to court saying, yeah, no, I killed him. And you expect court to say, no, maybe he did not understand that killing a person is illegal. Because that's what literally, and that is my biggest worry about your answer here. My biggest worry is that our biggest problem might be you don't understand how wrong this thing is. Maybe you do, but my biggest worry is that you may not understand. Because I've asked you twice. I've even reminded you of the Riot Act that we read to you guys earlier about misleading Parliament. I honestly, I don't know, I'm Mama Seko, maybe continue.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I think the registrar helped you to have an understanding. And that is the understanding that we also have. Now, who are the people that are being mentored, that you identified that Prof has to mentor? Because you gave him responsibility, you told him you are extending the contract, terms and conditions, he has to mentor. Who are those people that are being mentored? And then what is the deadline for that mentorship?
Thank you, Honorable Member. That is why I wanted to deal with the process. And if you could allow, because as I deal with the process, then another thing comes. And if you can just allow about 2 or 3 minutes so that I can deal with that process of extension and the process of what you refer to as a mentoring.
Okay, before you continue, I think maybe immediately when you tell us about the statutes, that's where you lead us to intervene in saying that what do they say.
Yeah.
So the process that you are going to talk to is not in their books, it's what happened in the council for you taking the decision. So take us step by step on that process.
Yes, if you can just allow, that process I want to talk to.
Please do that.
Is the process to effect what has been read as the statutory requirement. So the statutory requirement, as you have heard being read, I also said to the chairperson, I would not be able to quote it verbatim, and he agreed or no, let's go that route.
Okay.
So this is what happened, is that when the term of office came to an end, now, by what you heard in the statute, there was then a debate about that extension, which you have heard, it can be done. And then when that extension was then done, it has to be done in consultation with the institutional forum and the Senate. Where council can't just do it on its own. So when that happens, the institutional forum was seen, and they also came with their own opinion. And I think the institutional forum, if I'm not mistaken,
Chair, I deliberately said I wasn't going to interact in this Q&A, and I have my own reasons why. But I do need you as chair, I'm requesting. Harabana. Ntate modulasetulo wa bapala diketo ka rona re mo shebeletse. And I am very close to the mic. The question that was asked was very clear to ask hore na mabaka ke afeng. If we're going to listen to responses, there must be responses that are directly linked to the question. Mama Seko did not ask Ntate Modulasetulo hore a re hlalosetse the reading that we already heard a reading of. So we have enough patience to listen, but I'm going to ask for you to please direct her when the responses are given, they're in direct response to the questions that are given right now, because that is not what the chair is doing.
No, thank you very much. You know, Chairperson, let's not play games. We're not playing here. We're not bored. We did not come here because we're bored. Okay. Because the chairperson seems to think that there's nothing wrong in what they did. Tell me, today as we speak, how many terms has the VC served?
He served 2 terms.
2 terms. Which year to which year and which year to which year?
He has served the term that I found him already served. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine.
No, as I said to you guys, I came.
Wait. No, it's okay.
No, but you must also be
No, allow him.
patient. Hey, just be patient.
Chairperson.
I'm saying that. No, let me say, maybe I
He's
will.
trying to think. Allow him.
Yeah,
This is how
just
he
be
thinks.
patient. I'm trying to say, he
Yeah, hold on. Let's give him a chance.
in 2018.
Oh. So you arrived in 2018.
Yeah, no, I arrived earlier,
So,
but I was not chairperson.
What
In
were-
2018,
Who was the chairperson of that council in
it
2016?
was Judge Mailuda.
In 2016.
Yeah, Judge Mailuda. Judge Mailuda. I was chairperson. Now, in 2018, that's when the question of having to extend the contract Yamhalong came into being. Right?
So 2018.
2018. So
To
it
which-
was then extended by 5 years.
Hold on. So that was the first term of Professor Mokhalo. That's
No,
what
no,
you're saying.
it wasn't the first term because Agiri, when he came to 2018, he was already a vice chancellor.
No, I'm saying that was the end of the first term.
Yeah.
So he arrived there when?
No, it was the end of some terms which he served earlier.
No.
Really, because
Chairperson, my man.
yeah, let me, because what I wanted to say, Chen, is that I found 2018, Mokhalong had already served some terms
So
as
you
a
don't.
vice chancellor.
No, it's fine. So when you enter the chair,
Yes.
you don't ask whether it's his second term of it. You don't ask. You don't care. Because the statute that would have been used to appoint you there, I'm sure people would have told you that this is how long if you as the chair are going to be there, how long the vice chancellor must be. Are you saying to me, now in retrospect, it's a long time ago, no? I know you might have forgotten. It's a long time ago. But in retrospect, when you look back, are you still saying that was the right decision even though it broke the same statute that you are supposed to go and defend?
No, I'm saying that it did not break the statute.
So
it's a question of whether you see it that way or. But
No.
I say it didn't break
No.
any statute.
It's not, this one is not open to interpretation. If it says 10 years, 10 years is 10 years. If it says 2 terms, 2 terms is 2 terms. It's not open to interpretation. Maybe let's you see, yeah. No. Leave it.
Okay.
We are like I said, we've taken oath or affirmation earlier on. Obviously, this thing has been recorded. We are going to follow it up. I can tell you.
I'm very happy.
And we are going to even request the minutes of those council meetings.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm speaking, Chairperson. I told you earlier on, Gary, we don't go to the same churches.
Sorry.
Where when the pastor speaks, somebody must
Sorry,
say
Chair,
hallelujah.
my apology.
Yeah, we don't do that.
My apology, Chair.
Mama Seko,
Yeah, thank you very much. Chair, I think I'm going to leave this. I don't think we will get the answers, but my concern, just to indicate my concern, is there's no indication of who is being mentored, because Prof also said it's the seniors, and if you do an act that is intentional, you identify people that you know are the ones that can take over. The council should have done that if the intention was for the benefit of the institution. So it doesn't seem like there is an intention of that. It's whatever arrangement that is within the closed doors of the meetings as you sit in. And that is Matlodi Maseko's interpretation. We still have to find out what is the reason for all that happening. But the committee will take a resolution about that to say what is it that is happening. But what is happening, it's not the right thing for that institution.
I just respectfully.
No, don't respond because I want the responses of the questions I asked you that you can't answer them. So let's leave it that way.
You're going to somebody else.
I am going to somebody else here.
Yeah. You know, Chairperson of Council, you know this answer is very simple. It's linked to this one. Ever since that extension of 5 years, how many times have you advertised for a VC position and how many times have you cancelled? It should be very easy. You can answer.
We have advertised once, and then we couldn't find a suitable candidate. We went to advertise again, right? And at the moment, we are processing those that have responded to the second advert.
And then and then the first ones that you said did not find the suitable candidate.
Yeah.
Was it the one of 2023?
Yeah.
So since 2018, your plan in council is that 2019, 2020, you'll appoint somebody, and then the next 3 years, that person will be mentored, right? But you take 4 years, 2018, actually 5 years, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, you only advertised at the end of the 5th year, right? That's what you're saying to us.
No, sorry. We advertised first,
When?
and we didn't find
In
a
2023.
candidate. And then we went on to advertise again,
This year.
which is 2023.
Yeah. So you have
2028 when we extended.
2028, you have not arrived there.
2018, sorry, Chair. 2018, when we extended the contract, we advertised.
In 2018?
Yeah.
When you did not find any
we could not find a suitable candidate. And then in 2023, we advertised again. And now we are dealing with the responses.
So 2023, you advertised, this is the end of 2024, you have not moved.
Yeah, well, that's when we are processing what has come now.
For more than a year.
What has come now.
For more than a year, you are just looking at the CVs.
Yeah, I think so. It might be more than a year. I'm not sure.
Looking at this for more than a year. You see, we're not joking here. We're really not joking. You see, department, this is the problem we have with our institutions. Because our institutions believe we're joking. These institutions are supposed to produce or to be our knowledge production, you know, to help us grow the economy of this country. And our leadership, who's in charge of these institutions, they think we're joking. I think we're in a comedy show. You know, and this is a problem. And I'm asking him twice because I said to you, when we ask you questions, it's because we are raised by teachers. We have this, I'm going to show you these adverts that he's speaking about. I have them. I'm going to release, and I'm going, you know, we're going to charge people for misleading Parliament. Because I can tell you, the 2023 one, it's when even the company that you had hired, academic partners, told you they don't have any board in the, on the market. I can give you the names of those who applied there. DDG Sokikwa. Because I've seen that report. I've went through that report. They are saying they could not find somebody suitable. At the time, Honorable Khachau, one of the people who had applied there was Professor Mamukhe Page. They are saying she's not suitable, according to their standards. The person who was hired here at UCT, not suitable. It's there on the academic partners. Arno Moto suitable. And I'm making an example. There were 6 people there. So, you see, and I was asking these things intentionally. You know, I wanted to leave it. But people think we're joking. People think Ramo comedy show. You know, they just think we can use public resources as and when you advertise, you spend money, you bring, sometimes I don't even know, they probably brought in people to develop the specifications. We've paid people, even if it was done in-house, we've paid those people at HR a salary to go develop, to go work. And then you advertise on a newspaper, and then you say, no, when people submit their CVs, do all of these things, and you say, no, now we have no intention in fact, I can even tell you, DDG Sokikwa, that the way was so grounded that yesterday was Tuesday, the 19th of November. This institution had convened that committee of theirs to look at somebody who's going to act as a vice chancellor. Yesterday, I know they want to say I'm lying because they know. That's how much we're on the ground. So when we ask them questions, they think we're stupid. Yesterday, they had convened 6:30, even if you can look at me, like, convened 6:30 yesterday evening, convened that meeting on Monday. Can even tell you who you had invited in that meeting. So, as a belief, we're not joking here. This is public funds we're talking about. These are public funds we're talking about. As a belief, we are going to another one.
But Chair, before we leave this one, I don't think it's
In
going
our
to be...
meetings, you don't...
Yeah, no. I don't think it's going to be fair.
In our meeting, you don't just stand up and speak. Because when we were asking you questions to answer, you could not answer.
Well,
Now you rise up and you speak as and when you want to speak. We are not going to do that in our meetings. Can you respect these members? Mama Seko.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to put the acting DG, the ministers, advisors for the institution for Limpopo, is she or he appointed or not? Yeah, in the universities there is a minister. Does Limpopo have one?
No.
Yes, I think they do because ministers are allowed to appoint 5. So they should have a ministerial appointee there. In the recent list that we sent to the university, they rejected the ministerial appointee.
I'm sorry, but Like I was thinking something positive is going to come, Chair. I'm sorry. It's okay. Let me continue. IF for Limpopo, are you also getting involved for this position of the Vice Chancellor? Are you also getting involved in for advert or being involved in one way or another? What's your comment about the issue of the Vice Chancellor?
Correct. The IF is involved. The IF is represented on the selection panel.
So far you haven't been involved because of they couldn't get anyone that is suitable. So your involvement is still, you are waiting until you can interview people, or what is your involvement throughout the stages?
The IF wrote to council when we saw that time is going and nothing is happening in terms of advertising and appointments. And we alerted council that there's rumors, anxiety, and all that, and that council needs to expedite the process to appoint the VC. And also we asked to be involved in the process because initially we were not, and then they put an IF member on the selection panel. So council was open to including IF on the process.
Thank you very much. Chair, I just want to find out what are the reasons of the rejection for the ministerial advice in the council. Do you have a clue what were the reasons for rejection for those who were appointed by minister?
No, I don't have a clue.
Register, do you?
Chair, the one that is being referred to at some stage was our student, all right? And there are very serious challenges there in terms of the record. And so that's what we were raising with the department to say, here we have had this individual being part of us who could not even graduate, and then comes from the other end to come and play the oversight role on the same institution. I think that was really the main issue.
Okay, if you can. I see the hand. Must I continue or? Okay.
No, thanks, Chair. It's actually a proposal to say, Chair, when us as members are posing questions, if there are clarities from other members on that same question, so that we don't go back to ask the same questions, because it will then enable us to finish. So whenever there's maybe a clarity on the question that is being asked, if we can just ask the clarity, then we tick that we dealt with that.
Okay, Chair, maybe if I can find out from, before I continue with Fort Hare, if the members are okay if I continue or they want to go back to what I was asking.
There's a clarity on the last question. Okay.
No, thanks, Chair.
Hold on. IF, please switch off the mic there.
No, thanks, Chair. The chairperson of council of the University of Limpopo asserted that on the term in 2018, I'm assuming it would have been the second term, but I'm subject to correction. What term it was, I think I was out for a second, in terms of what term it was in 2018 that was then approved by himself as the chairperson of council at the time. Because he did assert that they consulted Senate and they consulted IF. With the little experience that I have, at some point in time when we served in this space, Senate is represented in council because Senate, or at least from where I'm coming from, the Vice Chancellor was the chairperson of Senate. And then IF is also represented in council. So when do they consult? They are speaking as if these are separate bodies or committees of council. Of course they are, but in terms of consultation, when does council become council without members of Senate representing Senate? And so I just try to understand that. And then secondly, Chair, I also want to stress this thing of this agency that is self-created where council was not aware that the term ends in 5 years or 10 years. It can't be the case. In fact, we got a complaint from the same, another university, University of Mpumalanga, where they were very late in terms of advertising. In fact, I'm sure, I think it's a lady that is a vice chancellor there, is serving at that term, it's same modus operandi, if I may put it like that, where it's as if it just so happened that the term has ended. Chair, there's a lot of people that are very qualified to be vice chancellors. You are rightfully putting it, and the committee, I think, is agreeing. There's no point in time when you will say you will not find a suitable vice chancellor. In most cases where there are DVCs, any DVC would be qualified to become a vice chancellor at some point, even if it's from another institution. So I just want to get that understanding to say, how did we get here, so that we're not giving this impression that it just so happened. And I think finally, Chair, which would have been answered in terms of now the term in which the current vice chancellor is in, is serving at a second year or a first year after his second term ended, or what? To what degree is he serving now? So that we just understand that for record purposes. Then we don't go back to the issue. Thank you very much.
The chair of council doesn't know which term of office. Vice Chancellor, when did you start being a Vice Chancellor at that institution? Which year?
2003. Yes.
I mean, at university.
If maybe I can clarify something. The university was the University of the North, then later University of Limpopo. So those things shouldn't confuse.
Yes.
And Chair, maybe now that I'm here, can I clarify something?
Okay.
About the involvement of Senate and the Institutional Forum. Those are separate bodies who are consulted in their own capacity. We don't say because the Vice Chancellor is a member of Senate, then Senate has been consulted. It doesn't work that way. They are consulted in their capacity. The Institutional Forum too, whether they've got members on council or what, they are also consulted.
Okay, so the University of Limpopo became University of Limpopo in 2015.
Yes.
So you are Vice Chancellor since 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Because the different one, University of the North will have been a different entity.
Yes.
So in 2015, the first term ended when? Vice Chancellor. No, Chair, don't answer. Vice Chancellor, yes.
And there's another thing which I wanted to maybe speak to. The interpretation of the clauses which were read by the registrar. Because I also went to them to find out what does this really mean. There is that it's 5 years, which can be extended by a term not exceeding 5 years. Another interpretation is it doesn't limit you to that term. It can be extended by a term not exceeding 5 years. And then you can extend it by a term not exceeding 5 years.
So you
That's
can
the interpretation.
So you can be a Vice Chancellor for life. So that's what it's, your interpretation.
No.
That
That's the legal advice, the legal interpretation they got there.
Where? So you appointed a legal entity to give you an advice.
We do what?
You appointed a legal
I
firm.
say when I took over, I had to clarify that part for my own satisfaction. just to find that at the university as well, I think it had done that.
So I'm saying, you are saying that's the legal interpretation from whom?
Come again, I missed it.
You are saying it's a legal interpretation they got. Yeah, it's a
The-
legal
the-
advice they got from whom?
The legal advice from the lawyers I'm using, my personal ones.
When did you ask them?
When my term was extended
In 2018.
for another term,
In 2018.
beyond 5 years, yes.
Okay, I'll ask you to send us that legal advice. You'll ask your lawyers, not just a question, don't worry. Or we'll ask you to get us that. So council did not seek legal advice. So Bone, they interpreted this thing conveniently like your lawyers that you're using interpreted it. Okay. So the Vice Chancellor, let me just count for you. The Vice Chancellor has been Vice Chancellor 2015. So 2018, I don't know why were they extending in 2018? But yeah, and then that was the first. And then we had the 2023 one, and then he's now moving again to another one because the chair says they've advertised. So according to him, well, I know if you count both institutions, he would have been there for about 4 terms now, since 2003. As he had said. No, they will send us the legal opinion. No, no. Yeah, I'll give you after. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to come in here. Firstly, before I do raise this question to the Chair of Council specifically, you know, people look for friendships as thick as the friendship between the Vice Chancellor and the Chair of Council, who are going to stick with each other through thick and thin, and who will bury bodies together and do whatever. And the observation I'm making right now, it's unfortunate that the friendship comes at the cost of the integrity of the peace at 16. It could happen elsewhere, but it doesn't have to come at the expense of the thriving of an institution that is responsible for not only producing qualifications of people that are supposed to participate in this economy, but are also responsible for the building of a generation that is an important generation that has been missed given the location of Limpopo as a province and what the population of Limpopo has been characterized as in the greater scheme of South African economics. And so something that beautiful, it's unfortunate that it has been used in such terrible ways, Chairperson. I just want to say that. But I have a question, Chair. Chagri, you said to us quite clearly that you want to be guided by the statutes, because that is the alpha and omega of the Bible you use for how you behave in the institution. The same statute, section 11 of it, subsection 3, I'm going to quote it, Chair, for reference. It says, when the term of the office of the Vice Chancellor and the Principal expires, and he or she is available for appointment for a further term, Council may, on account of the proven sustainable good performance of the incumbent, measured against agreed performance outcomes, decide to reappoint the Vice Chancellor. It would serve this committee and the Republic good for us to look back on each and every council decision for the reappointment or the extension of the term, on what the performance outcomes were that were agreed on, what was the agreement of the performance, what was the measurement score against that performance, as well as the account that council has as the basis of their logic on the sustainable good performance of the incumbent. And that performance isn't just the KPIs that the Boerdedom, and I'm calling it that, decided on this is what you're going to be measured on. It also has to do with the performance of the institution itself, as far as its finances are concerned, as far as its recruitment and outcomes of qualifications and students are concerned, as far as its competition with other institutions in the country from the beginning of the occupation of the Vice Chancellor to the end. As well, also including, chairperson, the absorption rate of graduates of that institution into the economy, as measured against other institutions in the country, i.e. your UCT, your UJ, and so forth. So when you request the legal report, please can we also get that? And let's be sure that it existed before and it wasn't just created post to this communication.
Thank you very much. Really, I'm so happy because that's precisely the kind of thing that you must have.
Chairperson.
And I will be able to, those will be given to you.
Chairperson.
I'm so happy.
Chairperson, please. Do you know you are the chair of council? Do you allow people to speak during your meetings? How old are you, Chair? 76. Honorable, do you want to ask something?
No, Chair, I think it was something that you would have asked, but I don't think it was answered because it's causing some confusion. The fact that the term of office of the Vice Chancellor ended in 2018 when he assumed the responsibility of being Vice Chancellor, according to him, in 2015. So now these years we are counting are really, playing with our minds. So if they could just clarify us on that one, I think I will just land there with that particular one so that we are clear on it.
Okay. Department, how many names did you send as ministerial appointees to this institution and how many were rejected?
I'll have to get the exact submission, Chair. I'll have to get the exact submission, but out of the 5, there are 3 there currently, according to our records. So we sent them the names, and knowing Minister, I think Minister would have given them more than is on than there are vacancies. But they rejected the person, and I really want to protect the name of the person. They rejected this person. When we asked for reasons, they never gave it to us in writing. We followed up on the 13th of September this year, no reasons. So I think let me leave it there, but I will give you the full list, Chair.
I really appreciate it. And according to yourselves as the department, what is your interpretation of the university statute there?
Chair, to us it's very clear. It's 2 terms and no more.
Chair, from the department, can the DTG clarify when there is ministerial appointment, that what option does the university have? Because we need to know that as well. First time I heard of a university rejecting ministerial appointment. So if we can get clarity on that what the law says about that, if they reject it, do they write it down? And if tomorrow I get appointed as a minister of appointee, let's say at Fort Hare, and then I hear they have their first meeting tomorrow, I rock up there as a minister's appointment, what options do they have? And I'm appointed by the minister, I have a letter of appointment. How is those things handled legally?
I don't have the legal team here, but the university has no choice. They cannot reject a ministerial appointee. And what we did, we were so surprised. The university was engaged, and I think it was the registrar directly by the team, and they indicated they will engage the minister. And that's the last we heard of them. That was 13 September.
Okay. There's an allegation here that post-demerger, University of Limpopo became a new entity and SMU became a new entity. Is that how you know it? One. Or two, the University of Limpopo retained the registration status of University of the North. So they just changed the name, but the entity was the same. Is that how you understand it?
Chair, I don't have the legal team here. We wrote to the University of Limpopo. Not once. There are letters we sent. They have not answered those questions. Ask them on the term of the Vice Chancellor, because as you know, this challenge is sitting with the University of Mpumalanga. University of Mpumalanga said, are you aware of what's happening at University of Limpopo? You haven't said anything. We have a third university I won't mention who wants to go follow suit. We have advised Minister, based on the non-response from the university, which we deem very seriously from a governance point of view. We have advised the Minister to engage the council because we have a university that has refused to respond to official communication.
No, thank you very much. I can tell you the third university is in the Eastern Cape. I can tell you for free, the one that wants to join in. No, please. This time it's not Professor Bushong. Finance, CFO. You know, I'm just before lunch I started having a reaction. You can see I'm swollen. And I was joking around, you know, during lunch that my laptop died whilst I was looking at an email, reading something on University of Limpopo. And all of a sudden, manje, I'm getting swollen. So I just want to apologize. Yeah, I want to apologize to people of Limpopo. We're not fighting, we're just doing our job. Now I'm solely on this side. But CFO, at the beginning of the meeting, I mentioned one or two cases where your students would be registered. The register will also come in. Registered for a master's degree 2 months, a month before they are supposed to register. Then you deregister them. And you say it's because you did not have a degree, you had a diploma, a postgraduate diploma instead of a degree, and therefore you did not. CFO, how much have we, you know, there's the allegations, that's that my laptop crashed earlier, so I can't access a number of emails that would have received. How much have we spent, let's say in the past year? You should know because you're very quick to tell us that you got a clean audit. So when you got a clean audit, it means you have an annual report, and it means you know how much you spent on each program. How much have we spent on legal fees in the past year?
The past, thanks for the question, Chair. The past year being 2024 or 2023. I will give you the
The last
2023.
audited one.
2023 was 14.7 million.
You've spent 14.7 million rands.
In 2023 on legal fees.
What was that for? 14 million.
Yeah, there's different cases across the university. I think it will be students, suppliers, and also maybe employees also in the same.
Yeah, would want you to send us a breakdown of how many of those cases were against students. 14 million against students. Even that doesn't sound right. Or 14 million against workers. I'm sure many of them would have been against workers, but we'll give you benefit of the doubt. We want you to go and do a breakdown, a table. Say total is 14 million. These are the number of 10 cases against workers. This is what it cost us on each case. And this was the outcome of each case. We want to know, and then you must also put there, because there's allegations that you only use about 2 or 3 legal firms there of your people on that database. And then you must say, here we're represented by Tebogo and Associates. Here we're represented by Litsier attorneys. So, and then this is the result. So we've won. We want to see these cases, these lawyers, or these firms that you use, how much are they charging? How long did that case take? It was against students, workers, or suppliers. And how much did we pay for them, and what was the outcome? And then there at the bottom, you'll include the 14 million something that we are talking about. Cases that you've lost, I know you've lost one now, or is it 2? Of these 2 kids, 2 females, on their master's program. Recently, I was reading that newspaper article this morning, around 1 a.m. Register, take us through. You were deregistering them just before they graduated. And then they took you to court and won. I'll open it here whilst you answer.
Thanks, Chair. The registrations of students remains on the radar until the students have exited the system. And the principle that we have is that whoever has the University of Limpopo qualification, there is no comeback. And because comebacks do happen, Chair. In August, we had a case that the Hawks were asking us about, of the student who registered in 1983. And all of a sudden, the squabbles in the family get to an extent that they then attack each other through the anonymous systems. They say, no, this one, when she registered for the university in 1983, was not qualifying to do a degree. In 2024, they asked that question. And that's our guiding principle, to say, if we have processed you real, by the time you walk through that stage, there shouldn't be questions. Where we find some of these things belatedly, our response has been we are observing some weaknesses in terms of your admission. And there are rules of admissions. And there is a straight admission where, on the basis of your whatever, you are registered. But if there are questions, then the rules also and the policy give us a leeway of dealing with some of those things. And one leeway is through RPL. And when we find the challenges with registration, normally we engage with the affected people to say, let's process you through RPL so that there isn't any comeback in terms of your registration. And we do engage the students. Then the main issue, of course, would have been completing, so you want me to stay for another 6 months or a year. And normally we will say, yes, if we had determined that there is something wrong, and an official of the university has not been allowed to regulate certain things, we are prepared to forfeit the fees and other things because we really want you to go out with a proper qualification. So you are going to come, we're going to service you without you paying the fees. We'll take care of that one. And so that when you go out, your qualifications are okay. The cases that are being referred to, I personally engage with them with the same kind of offer to say, let's really try to make sure that there aren't questions or comebacks on this, because they do come. They can come 20 years down the line. They can come at any stage. And as part of really protecting that qualification that you all ultimately walk away with, and also of those that have gone before, because it's not just about that particular incident. It reflects even those that had no problems. So that's what we have done. And I think even the DHED, there was a meeting that was coordinated through DHED where we made the same gesture to say, no, I think we will fix the whole thing. We have a mechanism through which this can be done. And unfortunately, we are people, and they decided to go away from that. Those that agreed to work with us, they have graduated now. And those ones said, no, we are going to go to court. And of course, we cannot say you cannot go to court. It is their right that they can exercise that one. But the fundamental challenge remains that if there is something that is not really well there, even if you say this year it can go, here we have a case of 1983.
Yeah,
And,
let's
and,
do this.
The question there
No, we
was,
don't want the history. You see, I wanted to give you,
Okay.
answer the question.
Okay.
The case that I'm talking about is this one that was on the news 2 weeks back, on the 6th of November. Yeah, Pilisiwe Cele and Ntandongu. Right? They are saying you have deregistered them on the brink of graduation. Let's not say 1983 somebody, let's be specific. What is the story here? Yes.
As a follow-up.
Yeah.
The simple thing, Chair, on what you're saying. A day of graduation, as an example, is in December.
Yeah.
A day of study for students is in January. A student registers in January, and you accept them. They go through all those courses, whatever module they are studying. That's a simple exercise. Simple, simple, simple. Register in January, goes through, he writes tests, he studies, he does everything. He finishes, probably he goes to exam. He passes. You are a registrar. You are seeing on your system, there is the student X. He's in your system. He finishes, he passes the exam, final exam. And you allow him to the exam room, he passes, you mark his script, you pass with 80%. Done. Now the student is going to graduation. That's where, Chair, he's being denied. That's a simple, just to add the Chair on what you're asking. He's just denied on graduation.
What is the case here?
Okay, I will say that during graduations, we will say the following students have complied with all the requirements of the degree. The requirements being the admission, being the tests, being the exams, and everything else. And the system is such that when we admit you now, you are admitted into faculty. And your file stays with you in the faculty so that the issues of performance and others will also be uploaded in the faculty. When we graduate, then which is still that is the graduation. And then the whole file will still be revisited to check whether everything else complies with the directives of that particular program. And unfortunately, is those cases when there is now something that is missing. And these cases also will come with those that are very genuine cases where the student was trying to bypass some of the processes. So having realized that this is coming late, we have since changed that to do the audit of that, the concurrence to when they see with the Senate process to do that audit in the very first year. Because we have realized these cases are coming from one particular year. It's just that they are being processed in different and then so we have since closed that loophole that we had, that they are checked thoroughly again, or everybody, including those who are in the undergraduate, because we're talking about this post-degree now, and somebody who will have not had the matric certificate or for whatever reason.
Yeah, answer my question. I said specifically on this two.
The same way. It's the same process, Chair. That they must be checked again.
So what? So these ones they did not take you to court. These two, the one that again I said to you, that is specific. And what does the court say?
So far, I was not aware of that.
VC?
Judgment reserved.
Okay. Okay.
Then can I add something? Sorry.
Yeah, put on the mic. Switch off.
The issue of qualifications, the multifaceties, I think if it be discovered at any stage, even long after you have graduated, that you didn't comply with everything, the Act says that qualification can be withdrawn. So we don't want to subject people to that. Thanks.
No, no problem. You see, that's not for me, that's not the issue. Let me tell you what is the issue, CEO of this institution. The buck even here stops with you as the Vice Chancellor. Because the registrar and his team accept somebody for a course, somebody who does not necessarily qualify. So they are not doing their job. That's where the problem is. So when we talk about consequence management, you want to apply it to, you want to say the perpetrator, right? The students who probably, you don't know because you are not exercising internal controls. In fact, I was going to read the notes that I have from Auditor General. So you don't exercise your internal controls. The registrar, as the COO there, his team, they do as they please. Many of them, by the way, register. They take bribes from these students to be accepted at universities when they don't meet, not from students. Yeah, they take bribes from students. Then, I don't know what they do on the system, but they do some sugar there. Then they accept them, your system accepts them. But because you don't have internal controls, you are unable to get these perpetrators of your system. This year, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we had UJ, University of Johannesburg, who were at pains to accept that they had students who graduated when they did not have to. Some of them who did not write exams. They had to fire the person, Vice Chancellor. And when I'm saying you're not doing your job as the CEO of the institution, it's exactly that part. Somebody in the system can capture marks for Tebogo when Tebogo did not write an exam, as it happened at UJ. They've withdrawn the their qualifications, but also they've acted against the internal staff members. One of them being the one who was capturing, fired, or well, that one ran away, resigned. So I'm not hearing you when saying COO, the buck here stops with you. If you don't charge people, I'm charging you. So it's as if it's business, and even how you want to answer COO and register. You see somebody 1983. We're not asking you about that day. We want to know on this specific case, who internally have you charged or have you identified to have played a role? These kids, they've wasted their time. Yes, you can withdraw their qualifications, but you have wasted, you not doing your job, wasted these kids' time. Some of them, they might have paid, by the way. So we're not feeling sorry for those who have paid. But we're saying in our system, we have people who have taken. Because if somebody pays, or if somebody gives, there's someone who's taking. And there's nothing that happens to this one who's taking in your team. But there's something that happens on the one that is giving on the other side. So there's no equilibrium when it comes to this. So I'm not hearing consequence management, CO. Yes, let's hear.
Thank you, Chair, for that. People have been dismissed. We can give you the list when we send the report back to you. Those who do these things, they know. Even now with the two, there are people who are going through disciplinary processes.
Okay, we really want you to give us those. Mama Sego? Oh, Tate Ngubani asked first, yeah.
So Mama Sego's done.
No, we're all continuing.
Oh, okay. All right. Chair, from my observation, it looked like we're dealing with a bigger problem, especially in this institution. We're dealing with people who assume institutions run themselves. And who assume as long as I'm secured in my shenanigans of collapsing governance and interpreting the pieces of legislature in my own way, everything else, I don't care. I will hear it on the streets or on the news. So that's a problem that I think we are dealing with. This institution, there's a professor, I don't want to go and be blatantly that I respect very much Professor Ngwebe. That works very hard on the things he does, computing and all the other stuff. But when you look at this layer, you realize that we have a problem with these institutions. These other professors of ours are recognized internationally. They are respected for their work. And you come here, you look at who are they being led at the highest level, you get the shock of your life. So we're getting all the questions there. It's clear, Chair, that what was presented to us here was just a glossy presentation that was misleading us and singing nice song in our ears as if all things are okay. And you start to feel when the IF and the SRC come here and sing the same hymn as the institution, that there's something wrong here. And I'm disappointed to the IF and the SRC as well.
Especially the SRC.
Especially SRC. They're not representing the student. He comes here, he misleads us, he tells us about the committee things. He lives to speak about the shenanigans in the university. He speaks about the community. You must talk for us about this. You need to champion for us about this, champion for us about this. But the issues in your universities, you're not talking about there. People who overstay is being there, as if being a vice chancellor or a chairperson is a birthright. It's not a birthright to be a vice chancellor or a chairperson of the board. You are not born to be that forever. So we have a problem, Chair, that needs to be solved in this institution. The institution, we were told, there are people, academic record of students that they haven't get. They've been asking them. Results from students not coming out. it's a lot of complaints we receive. Like you said, Chair, we receive a lot. But when they come presented, they present as if it's an institution that is perfectly managed, which is misleading. The IT systems outsourced and positions that are understaffed, it's a whole lot. And these people are far-fetched from running institutions. And you'll ask them to explain a small thing. They will do the meanders. You know the meanders. Go, small things. I started working from 2001 to 2010. I resigned here from this date to this date. And someone will just take you for a ride. Take you for a ride. It's a problem. The institution is managed by people who do not deserve to manage it. The capacity is not there. But because somehow they think they have a bad right, they've mastered the art of staying 20, 15 years. And then the capacity, it goes down. I can't think because I'm now, I know for the next 5 years, me and my friend, I must stay again. Let's advertise late. Let's wait until the last month of the end of the term and wake up as if we've forgotten. So these things, Chair, needs to stop. Otherwise, it's embarrassing our institution. And when people are doing this, it means there's a lot underneath that if you can go there and dig deep, you will be very much shocked. It's PR. So that's all from Chair with the University of Limpopo. I would be lying that there is something to ask there. I wanted to ask the University of Fort Hare question. Yeah, with the University of Limpopo. Yeah. Okay, I think Limpopo. I'm done with the university.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair.
I'm equally as hurt as Honorable Nguban. In fact, I was very impressed by the presentation. I thought I wouldn't have a single question. To my surprise. No, Chair, I have just two clarities before I think I'll get an opportunity to ask other questions. My first clarity, it's going to go to the department. I'm of the strong, let me say, assumption that when there's new council in a particular university, the resolutions or the minutes would somehow get to the department to say, in institution A, there is a new council in place. Hence, obviously, the department will then send their ministerial appointees. Upon noting that in this particular council of University of Limpopo, the chairperson is serving his third term, is what we are told so far. What was then the reaction of the department? I'm deliberately asking this question, Chair, because it was this committee that invited the University of Limpopo, not the department. So if the department was aware of this issue, what was the reaction of the department? So that is one clarity on this particular issue of the terms. I think it would go with the term of the Vice Chancellor and the term of the Vice Chancellor, of the Chairperson of Council, because I would assume that the department would be aware. And I had another follow-up here, Chair. Hey, Chair, we have so many notes here, such that I can't see my last follow-up. But if I see it somewhere in these many notes, I'll just come back, Chair. But it was that clarity, or another clarity, Chair, which I think is very important as well. It is the first time ever that I hear that a Vice Chancellor is mentored to take over the throne. It would seem to me, leadership, that there's a predetermined or potential Vice Chancellor or Vice Chancellors that must now be mentored. And it would mean it would be an in-house thing, because it means you are mentoring your people. But if I'm exceptionally qualified to come from outside, I think, be considered last, because there's someone somewhat being mentored, and that is said to be a resolution of council. So I just want clarity on that one, the legality of it and what it actually entails. I think it would be guided from both the department and I think hopefully the chairperson of council and the vice chancellor of the university. Hopefully, if it might happen. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think before I go straight to the question that I want to pose to the Vice and the Chairperson, I might have to make a disclaimer of saying for years I have contradicted with the issue of saying old people must go and rest. Simply because I've always had an imagination of saying, where are we going to learn from if they are not in space? But today I have noticed 100% of forgetfulness in the age group that they are serving. And I felt, I know, it is true that they must rest. They are really tired. Because there is no way you wouldn't know when you started working or when did your term begin and when it ended. There is no way you wouldn't know how is it articulated. The very same act that is guiding you to be in the position and you do not know how it is articulated, and you come in the room and you tell us you went and sought legal advice which contradicts with what the department is saying. So it really says they have forgotten, and it can only be one thing. Serving in one department for 21 years, it's a lot of years. When you started serving, I was a kid, but I'm a woman now. So you must be really tired. I only have one question. The question is there anything behind what we are seeing in this room that is illegally you are protecting vice chair and and chairperson of council? Because to me, it's as if you are doing everything in your power to stay, so that your shenanigans are protected by yourselves. And the chair in the room, I'm scared because I feel there is a lot of criminals around ourselves, not yet exposed or not yet identified. Because there is no way you will groom someone who is not in the room for the position that you are occupying, and there is no threat in it that you must just depart when the time necessity comes. I'm saying this, Chair, in addressing the manner that the quota of women and young people that always I've sought to address, there is a quota that we feel it needs to be addressed, that we were not given these certain positions because we were females and young people were deprived because of experience. But you know, seated here, I feel like we are doing it deliberately, that no one else must get this position but yourselves. And Chairman, this also addresses the issue of patriarchy towards these two affected gender and age difference. Because the requirement says there were people who were more qualified to enter. But these little things that you have on your corners deprives you to identify the right candidates or that qualify due to the criteria that we have set. But in the room now, we must sit and discuss the issue of years and mentoring. There was a time where, Chairman, we were told that certain portfolios could not be given to females because they needed to be mentored. I remember it was once a struggle that we had to fight of saying, where were these gentlemen mentored? So we really wanted to understand. And I'm seated here being reminded of that fight that we long overcame in saying no one is born with certain skills of leading. That's why you are entitled of achieving and making mistakes in a position, because you were not trained anywhere to be the chairperson of this portfolio. That's why we will allow you to make mistakes up until you stop. But it does not make sense to hear in this room, and it is discussed as if it's a normal thing to happen, that someone must be trained to be a VC, yet he was not trained. So it raises a concern and it leaves a question, what is it that you are hiding from us that we need to look deeper into? Because Limpopo University is in crisis because of the two of you all and your friends. That is the question I wanted to pose in the room. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Chair, I just want to find out from the IF of Limpopo. She talked to us, responding and said communicated with the council about the positions. But I mean, the mandate for the institutional forum is clear. I want to find out, does she get the difficulty in getting the response from the council itself, or what is it that is making her job to be difficult? Because your mandate is clear of the expectations from you as an IF, but what you are saying is like you are waiting for someone to execute that mandate on your behalf. What is it also, maybe if you can add, that is empowering you to go beyond in activating that mandate that you have as an IF for the institution?
The IF is an advisory body. It gives advice to council. There is no obligation for council to take that advice. And further, we do get feedback from council. So the IF is not represented in council. So once we have given advice, we will get feedback as to how council felt about the advice, but they are not obligated to take the advice.
That's true. Now, I just want to find out, thanks for the response, for the clarity. I want to find out if your mandate includes the advisory responsibility. How do you get issues that are happening within the institution itself that you can go to an extent of being a mediator in some of the issues? And I'm asking this because you listen to the union, what they've been saying about the challenge of intimidation and everything. You listen to the SRC about the 3,000 students issues. What is your role in that? Do you have an advice on the SRC to can say how can they go about for those unfunded students or defunded students? Do you have the advice you can give to the council and the the unions in trying to mitigate, to make sure that there's a, what we call in the Western Cape, samenwerking between the stakeholders within the institution? I'm trying to find out, where do you add value in what is happening? And I'm asking this because at the end it's for the benefit of the students. We started this meeting with the questions. We've been talking about the management, and that has nothing to do with the hardworking employees that are teaching the students that are in the senior or the junior, that are making sure that those institutions are doing what is expected. The management that is messing up those institutions are the ones that we have to sit here being undermined to a certain extent, not questions being answered to a certain extent. Now my hope is going to be on you. What is your role in trying to make sure that this puzzle, at the end, we are going to see the picture? Because here it's a broken mirror. Let's try to see if we can form a collage to have something beautiful from you.
Correct. The IF is the most represented structure of the institution. It has representatives of everyone. However, IFs must be careful not to be used for personal vendettas. Hence, in my presentation, I did say that we work on evidence-based. You know, issues where we've got numbers, issues that progress the knowledge project. Yes, IF did have a say on the issue of water, on issues like water. There are issues that are apparent at the university. The issue of the VC, we did intervene on time before council started the process to say, this is what's happening, time is passing. The issue of postgraduate training is apparent that there's an issue around postgraduate training at the university. So there was an issue around the LGBTQIT community. The IF does address that, but some of the issues that were mentioned today, to be honest, because they were of a personal nature, some of them never reached the IF, yes. Yeah. But also remember that also IF, according to the Act, there's a circle along which issues you must focus on. Like, for instance, Senate is the body that is responsible for academic matters as a statutory body of the university. Senate has a bigger voice on issues that are academic than the IF. You also have other structures of the university. So it becomes sometimes very, very difficult to handle things from the IF, but all we can do is give advice. We cannot act.
Okay, IF. I'll give you now, Cesar. Labour says you wrote a letter to Council recommending an extension of 12 months.
Yes.
Of the Vice Chancellor. Take us through there.
The term had come to an end without...
Maybe start from where we've just said, that you have written, you have acted. IF acted, have informed Council that the term of office is coming to an end.
Yes.
You start there, not now when the term has ended. Let's start, yeah.
Okay. The issue was deliberated by IF. It was a hot debate where at the end of that meeting, the consensus, remember I said it's represented by everybody at the university. The consensus of the IF was that for issues of stability on campus, Council must ensure that they make an appointment within a period of 1 year and extend some people even threw higher numbers than that. But at the end, the consensus arrived at 1 year and said, okay, 1 year, this is it. Find a suitable candidate.
So IF didn't know that the term of office of the Vice Chancellor is going to end in September 23.
Prior to that, Chairperson, the IF wrote to Council and said, time is running out. We are not
What was
seeing...
the response?
The response was that they sent a communique to the university community saying that they are about to embark on the process. It never came directly to IF, but there was a communique that went out to the university community to say that they are starting the process. And then time was running. We saw the time running. And then at our IF meeting.
Yeah, so you write to Council and you have representatives sitting in Council.
No, the IF does not sit in Council.
Okay, so you write to Council. They don't respond to you. Then you do what? You keep quiet until the term is done. Then you advise Council that extend by 1 year. That's what
Correct.
happened.
That is what happened.
Okay, so now, or the workers, when they're talking about the toothless arrangement, comes from this, because when you write to council. You say, council, don't forget, on this day, you have an expiry of a term. Start the process. They don't respond to you. They don't respond to you. Then you do nothing. What does that say? It creates a problem. It creates this a problem that we have there, that the workers will now say, no, you are toothless. In fact, tomorrow they will say, even yourself, you're captured. Because why would you write? You're not responding. They might say, no, that thing was a malicious compliance. They just wrote so that in history they will say, but we did write. But we have not followed up. The term came to an end. And then you are saying to them, cancel, even though it's your fault, we're giving you another leeway, we're giving you another year to extend for the Vice Chancellor. Do you see where our problems comes from here now when we're asking you these questions? Yeah, Honorable Msazan.
No, thanks,
he's
Chair.
finishing on this one.
I think I wanted to actually get clarity on that one, because when IF was presenting, they had said that they have a very, very good, if not great, working relations with council or the university management. But my concern really is that if IF comprises of workers and professionals as stipulated in this presentation, then I would assume that IF has a very good relationship with the NEHAW or labor. Because, no, I know they don't, but I'm just saying I would assume that they work very well with the labor union, because labor, as my understanding of the presentation from labor, they account for a good 90% of the university employees, or if I captured correctly when they were representing.
Yeah, let's stick to numbers, 700 and something.
Yeah, okay, let's stick to numbers.
10%.
Okay, so I would assume that they would have some relations with IF, but it seems that they don't. Hence, when labor says they're not consulted, neither by university management or council, but IF goes and recommends to council to take certain decisions. There's a serious irony to the presentation, and in fact it's conflicting. But what I want to get clarity on again is to say that since council says they consulted IF, which is not represented in council, and they consulted Senate to extend for another year. Another year would have ended, I assume, in September. So now we're going into the second year, because it means that they wouldn't have reviewed to check the year has expired that we granted you. We're in November now, towards it's mid-November, towards December. What is happening? I'm sure there's no plan in place. But I think lastly, Chair, what is to be done, Chair? I feel like we're not going to go anywhere. In fact, we're still at the first honorable members' questions.
No, it's still early.
Still early, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, you'll give us adequate time as well, because
yes.
All right, we have the time. We'll just take out our ties, because we must not remove. It's a gentleman's coat. We don't take out the coat.
Yeah.
Just the tie and work, Chair.
Yeah, so IF, your own presentation says according to your statute, you advise council on issues affecting the university, including 1, the implementation of the Act and the National Policy on Higher Education, policy regarding race, gender, and employment, the appointment of candidates in senior management position and so forth. What is your what is your interpretation of the statute that speaks to how many terms can a vice chancellor be employed for? What is your, as IF, you have taken a decision that give him 1 year. Clearly, your job is to protect the act or to make sure that the university acts on behalf or in line with the act and the statute. So it means you must have, there's no way that you would not have spoken to that point. What is the IF's interpretation of that statute?
Thank you, Chairperson. In my previous response, I wanted to start by saying the term had ended, but then you stopped me, because the term had ended when that decision was being made. There was no longer any room to move and say, even if they were advertising, it was still, or somebody, the process had to unfold. And it was going to take some time. I also want to respond to the honorable member on the issue of the relationship. The union is represented in the IF, and they have never brought the issues that they brought to the IF today. So it's not a far removed relationship. They are in the IF. My interpretation of the term of office is as is in the statute. It is 10 years, and the IF's interpretation, it is 10 years.
So your interpretation as IF is that it ends at 10 years.
Yes.
And it has long past 10 years. What has IF done, given the interpretation that you're giving?
The IF did advise, and the IF is watching the situation. The 1 year that the IF given ends 31st December 2024, not September.
Okay. Honorable Khakau, is it still on IF?
There's a lot. One on IF.
I think
So
Professor
when-
Buhlungu is happy that
The
we are
rules-
finishing the time here.
No,
Oh.
he's not. He's very aggravated, actually. So
Looking forward.
Chair, I want to understand this. If logic order members or
Yeah, sorry.
if logic serves me well. So the term had already lapsed. And the question of who's gonna take over the ropes is now up in the air, but not so up in the air because there's already communication that came out from the institution saying they are embarking in a process of filling the vacancy given the expiration of the term. With that in line, IF then sends a communication to request to say there must be an extension of this expired period for 1 more year. Where are the other DVCs and why is there nobody acting? Why must there be a request specifically for Professor to be the one who acts to find a mentor? What was that logic? Why did you choose specifically to request for an extension for a year instead of just being happy with an acting of an what? Make it make sense.
The motivation for that.
The issues that were brought up in those discussions were around the stability at the institution and a seamless handover. Yes.
So, I want to understand this. What was it about the mood of the institution that warranted it to be classified as unstable? So what was going on in the institution that was so unstable that it needed an expired VC to come the storm and with the water? Was there an uprising? What was going on? Why?
At the time, there was a lot of anxiety around what's going on. There was also rumors around what's going on. The university was embarking on also new projects. Those were the issues that were raised during that discussion of the IF, that, okay, we would like, because the institution is a generally stable environment. And there's also some history where people, especially the older ones who've been there for long, where the university had gone through issues of administration and instability, and many CEOs in a short period of time, where there's many VCs in a short period of time. So those were some of the arguments that came in, that we would like to maintain this stability as we hand over. We would like a seamless handover. Those were the discussions.
So the term expired. When the term expired, the institution knows that this term is expiring. For a lack of a better, I want to simplify the communication. So the kids in the institution are the rest of the institution. The father of the institution must now retire. The kids are anxious about what the future of the institution is going to look like without him at the helm of the ropes. And because there's so much panic that we've never known anybody apart from this man, we're very scared about what the next father is going to do. And so we write to council to be like, but we beg our father for one more year.
Chairperson, that is her interpretation, and I cannot...
No, don't. You are not going to do that, Chairperson. I've been very cute from the onset. If you are going to respond to Karabo Lerato Kakawa Butsampoto, you're not going to say that is her interpretation. You're going to either say yes or no, but you're not going to do. That is not going to happen, Chairperson, at least not with myself sitting in this room.
What is your interpretation?
Chairperson, I have given the discussions that took place at the IF that led to the decision.
I'm going to...
The IF did not... did not discuss it in the way that the member has put it. The issues that were put in place were issues of a seamless transition, stability on campus, and yes, there is a history of the university having gone through under administration, and there was some fears around that.
So IF did not see any of the DVCs fit to be an acting VC.
Chairperson, based on the outcomes of those discussions, it means the IF did not see the VCs at the time fit to take over.
No, IF did not see, IF does not see any of the vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors fit to lead that institution. In fact, our interpretation then is that IF rather commit a constitutional fault by extending the term of office of the vice chancellor rather than identifying another person who's already a deputy vice chancellor in the same institution to act. So what was better for IAF? And this is an interpretation that anybody at home, I'm sure, will conclude on, that it was better for IF felt it's better to have a transgression in the act or the statute rather than seeing potential on somebody else. And IF, by the way, advises the university on the appointment of senior management positions. So those DVCs, IF would have said, we are confident that DVC research and teaching and learning must be this one, operation must be that one, whatever. IF felt they saw the potential in those people as deputies. And IF does not see those people tomorrow succeeding and being, they rather, when the two options arrive, they rather say, let's rather, because your interpretation, which I've asked, you've said the term ends at 10 years. So you then rather choose to transgress on the act or the statute rather than finding somebody else. So she's right if that's her, if that's how she sees it, that's how we see it. Actually, that's how you have said it without saying it. But that's what we are saying to ourselves. You are going to answer.
Yes, Chairperson, just to say that the IF does not identify candidates. It is not a competence of IF to identify candidates for the senior management position.
Yeah, you advise counsel. Yes. That's what we've been saying. You advise counsel, including on the appointment of candidates for senior management position. That's what your presentation says. You advise them on that part. So those vice chancellors, you would have advised them. You were part of that process. Yes, Honorable Msasa.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm very tempted to speak on utterances of the IF representative, but I will not, Chair, because it's going to be as if this is her ceremony. But of course, we have the chairperson of council here, who's also, I think, very much responsible for all of these things. But Chair, I'm going to be very precise and very intentional on the questions that I posed earlier to the department, because it seems that the universities perhaps respect the department more than they respect Parliament that gives them the monies to operate. So I'll pose my questions again to the department to say, one, are they aware that these shenanigans are happening within the university? Because I'm of the strong assumption that they must be furnished with new structures or committees, such as council in particular, and obviously new VCs or extension of terms of VCs. The department must know about these things. What would have been the reaction of the department upon knowing this? Does this mean that if as the portfolio committee we had not invited the university to come before us, as well as the department as well, that this matter will be left hanging like this as it is? I just want to get clarity from the department on that particular aspect, so that at some point in this committee, we'll get to the conclusion of this matter and move to the next university, because we're not even getting responses that speaks to the questions that we are posing to the officials of this particular university. And it's really, it's a waste of time. We have other committees to deal with for tomorrow and other business to deal with, and many other universities for that matter to deal with, and TVET colleges. And on the same path that Honorable Karabo was posing, Chair, we have a number of universities that have and that has had acting vice chancellors. The university that we went to the inauguration of, University of MUT, the vice chancellor there was acting before she was appointed. Currently, if I'm not mistaken, there still would have been an acting vice chancellor in DUT. Amongst many other universities that we've seen acting vice chancellors, it's not something that is new or is impossible to do. And there are certain utterances, like I said, that I'm tempted to speak on that it's been made by the representative of IF, which I don't want to get into because they are contradicting what has been presented here, to say the current vice chancellor has been in that particular university since 2001. And then the change of the university name or as in a different a new entity in 2015, it's been the same vice chancellor. So I do not know the anxiety that is caused by some vice chancellors coming in and out of the university would have been through which years of the current administration or the current leadership of the particular university. I know I won't even get to the tenders that were being administered and all of those things that she was also highlighting. But to the fact that what is the department done to deal with this matter? Thank you very much.
Nomsotuko.
All right, Chair, I will start at this point and just indicate that since July 2023, we've been engaging the university on the tenure of the Vice Chancellor. Our submission to Minister, when we ceased to get responses to the questions we posed, was to advise the Minister to engage the Council of the University urgently. With regards to the chairperson's tenure, I must admit we were too focused on the Vice-Chancellor's issue, not on the chairperson's tenure. That I must admit, we had not engaged the university on the chairperson's tenure. What this has taught us is that we need to look at the profiles of all the members of council. What has come out in this meeting was certainly not in our sight. And I'll leave it there, Chair.
Okay. Hold on, Labour. Ma'am Sotuko, if you can switch off. I think the sound is going down on this thing. Or go get cool. Okay. Register. Labour made an allegation that they had held elections last year, members to council. And I see on my notes that you have 7 vacancies in that council. You have rejected one from the ministerial employee, and they have 3. So we'll follow up with the department. Because your answer is that it's one that you rejected. There's no answer on the other 2, so we'll find out with the department. But on the 27 4G, on employee or employees other than academic employees elected by such employees of institutions, they've got 2. And Labour says they have held elections last year. And as the Secretary of Council, I'm assuming that's your responsibility. It must have been you who was running the election. Take us through what happened there. If it's not you, just direct us to the right person. We don't want you, I know you like history, don't go to 1983. We don't want 1983. Just go straight. What is the problem of this one?
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, let's go back a bit. You are saying to us, the member was, the council felt that they wanted to charge him. They had charged him. Before 13 December 2023. And then they appointed a judge when?
The judge was ultimately appointed in June
2023 or 2024?
2024.
Okay, so you when did you charge him?
The council meeting of 24 November dealt with the issue of the contribution of the group of committee. And in that meeting, he was asked to, he was assigned. And then we had to take another the formal processes.
Okay. So your statute or your constitution is very confusing. So you are saying to us, a council meeting, full council, can decide that Honorable Ngubane is a member of this council, has contravened Section 4, and they can charge him. You don't have a separate unit, maybe like an exco that deals with so it's this council that can charge a member of this council. Because if that is the case, then you have serious problems than I thought. Because what it means is that in a 27-member council like this, I just need to have 15 people in my faction. Then we just remove anybody who refuses. Without a process. By the way, you have removed them without the process. If you waited for June 2024, 6 months after the result was supposed to have been released, it means where they are, when they accuse you of targeting them, they are right. They've got a leg to stand on. How do you sit 6 months without, maybe Labour, quickly, when did you meet with the judge the first time?
Yes, in June.
Yeah, so 6 months after, that's when you take them through. But that is the second part. The first part of it should be, why would you withhold the decision of a constituency that has a legal right to nominate somebody there? It's like saying IF, the current chairperson of IF, we have a strong case against her. And you say, IF, you are not going to be represented because of, that can't be. That doesn't, legally I don't understand. You know, I'm not a lawyer, but it doesn't make sense. Honorable Ngubane first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, we're dealing with the sick institution. They don't even know how to follow the legal precepts, constitution of the institution, ministerial appointee, how to reject a ministerial appointee, what process to follow, what do you do? Do you write back to the minister who has authority to withdraw a person who's appointed by the minister? Who has authority to withdraw a person that is appointed by the council? All those things are there. But here we're dealing with people who have chosen, they've chosen to ignore all these laws and run their own laws from their head. That's what it is.
Yeah,
governance have collapsed.
Yeah.
Chair, I'm still stuck before you even get to the point which you are getting to. The registrar asserts that they started the process of nomination for election in the 13th of December, which means the term of office would have lapsed. Essentially, it means that that particular meeting that set in November would have been the last meeting of council because their term of office would have lapsed. That's why the election process took place in the 13th of December, and those then results were then withheld. But we are sitting here with a chairperson of council, which would have been constituted at some other point after that election process. Now, I'm just trying to understand, was that even that council that took a decision to suspend a member still eligible to be cancelled at that time in which it took that decision? And why would it have taken a decision to suspend a member when they're going to election? Because they are practically less than 3 weeks into election of a new council or new council representatives, unless I'm capturing it wrong. If maybe it was just terms of certain individuals in council that was lapsing, or it was the whole council, as I have picked up that the term of office of council would have lapsed and they would already started the process of recruitment for a new council in December.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you are doing closing remarks on this. I will give you. Honorable Govan.
Oh, thank you, Chair. No, I just have two questions. Then, if these two can be answered, I will be covered. Even though I know they won't be, but I'm trying. This is my last best. To the leadership of Limpopo, we have heard in the room through presentations that alleged that e-government structures are collapsing under your leadership. What mitigation strategies and plans do you have to revive the structures that are alleged to be collapsing? Which I would second the person that was doing presentation, because we are seeing that you are leading a university that is in tatters. So which mitigation strategies do you have in plan to correct the image that you are portraying across the province?
Yeah, let's wait there. Let them answer. This is your register. You did not hear the question.
Initially, when I was presenting, unfortunately, members to pick up before I could finalize that
It has been brought back now, so you can answer.
Let's answer this one
because
first.
it has been brought back to you. There's no need to tell us what has happened previously. It is brought back to your face right now. Answer it.
Chair, there are two things in the also going to understand the answer that I thought I should just mention so that gives the context. Now, we have gone through the measures, I think it is enforcement, and we've gone through the D measure, which is again enforcement. And it led to a series of statutes that sometimes is to be acknowledged, that the university has gone through different statutes. And sometimes when you don't take that into account, you see the University of Limpopo has been a flowing institution from 2005 to now. Then the other thing that of the processing of the member in terms of the code of conduct. In terms of our code of conduct, it doesn't say that if you misbehave or violate the code of conduct in the last meeting, it is fine. You will still be held accountable for violation of the code of conduct. It remains intact until you are done. You have exited. So you cannot do it within and then say nothing can happen. Because that would be a recipe for disaster.
Okay.
In terms of the other nations, I think the council goes through a number of.
Which question are you answering now?
Chair, there were remedial question of remedial issues.
No. No, let's not go there. You see, don't misconstrue what these members have said. No one here said if a member misbehaves in a previous meeting or in any meeting, it must not be processed accordingly. What we are questioning is how you are doing it. That a council can decide to charge a person themselves without having a full council. 27 members can become judges and witnesses. Because if I misbehave in the meeting here, you'll not be charged by me, you'll be charged by the legal team of parliament. And I will be a witness there. Now you guys, how you are doing it? You are doing it wrong. You are yourselves, you are charging a person, you are taking a decision that even if they are nominated elsewhere, you are not going to do it. You know, that's why we're saying. So don't misconstrue us that we are saying let it be free for all. We have not said that. That is number one. Number two, how you use words. You know, some of us will listen. You are saying the University of Limpopo's statute of 2010. Right? Now, earlier on I asked, are we then saying the University of Limpopo legal entity started in 2015? But you are saying the University of Limpopo statute in 2010. You see, because we are listening. We are listening. Huh?
Can I assist you?
Yeah, let's hear how you want to assist. Now press the button.
After the merger,
Yes. In
the
2005.
University of Limpopo had a new statute which included the now Medical University of Southern Africa.
Yes.
After the demerger.
No. What was the name?
Of what?
Of the new institution.
The new institution it retained the name University of the Limpopo without the component of the Sefako Makhalto, the Medunsa. Now, because it didn't have that component which was accommodated in the 2015 statute, I mean the 27 or whatever, a new statute now had to be drafted and promulgated, which now was the statute of the new university without Medunsa. And I think that was 2017. Yes.
No, don't go to 2017. We are talking, I said to you, I listened to what the register said. The statute of 2010, it was the statute of what?
The University of Limpopo.
Not of Limpopo.
Hmm?
No. Not
The-
of
the-
I think University of Limpopo. It was not the University of the North. It was University
Now
of
you're confusing me, I must accept that. The merger took place in 2005. So 2010, the one which was in place was the University of Limpopo, which included Medunsa as part of it.
Okay. So the statute said University of Limpopo.
Yes.
Okay. So there's no new institution now. Let's agree. And there was no institution that started in 2015.
Can I assist again?
No, we'll get to the statute part. We are on one, on the legal entity.
There was a new legal entity which was called now the name University of Limpopo. But its composition is without that Medical University of Southern Africa, which was in the previous statute.
No problem. Mamela, Ari, you know, I told you we're going to be very tactical and technical so that we don't leave anybody behind. You are saying to us, you see, let's look at the statute. The statute Your vision, constitution, let me take you back to CIPC. There's a company. They will call it as PTYMT, right? 2005. Again, they will call it as PTYMT. 2015, I changed my name, or maybe they will call it as CC. Then CIPC says, no man, let's change this. Is that what you are saying to us?
But I wish I could be understood here. Chair, 2005,
Yes.
you've got that Teboholitsi incorporated with whoever.
Yeah.
2015, it changes. It's not just a matter of the name being the same. The name can be the same, but the legal entity, it's not. It's just a name. It could have returned to University of the North or whatever, but it retained the name. And to put that into effect, that's why there was a new statute.
Okay. You will get us, because each institution change your name to
Sir, let me again. No, I have to assist you here. That no, don't say. But if you're wrong, you are wrong. Or But Chair, there's a simple thing which has to be understood here. Universities, public universities don't have a number. They are regulated by the Act and the statute. They don't have a number.
There's only one chairperson in this meeting, and in my recollection, you are the chairperson of this committee. And on the basis of that, I want to again, people don't know how to contain their behavior. I am not going to sit here, chairperson, and watch the vice chancellor play boxing with you on airtime on a mic that has been landed to you from this committee. I am not going to sit here, chairperson, and watch any other person disrespect the chair that you are sitting right now. A chair that you sit because we as the committee said you must sit on it. Everybody else who's in this room is invited. They're not leading us anywhere. And this arrogance is here because it has been cultivated somewhere. The department also, honestly, the department must account here and give us assistance. And then after they do so, they must also tell us how is it that the chairperson and the vice chancellor of the University of Limpopo are arrogant enough to conduct themselves the way they conduct right now. That's appealing. Where do they get their protection from?
No, thank you very much. Don't worry. We'll finalize on them. SRC. No, I don't think we must ask management any more questions. It will be a waste of our
Can I just
time.
put across a comment then?
Yeah, but let's be quick now.
But this one will go to the department. I think there is something that you are not doing right, DDG, Soko, especially on playing oversight on these universities. It is high time that you go and look at your room and clean it up, because the dust is suffocating us and we can't tolerate it. I wanted to portray a question on the issue of results of elections that were not given out. Maybe you won't respond in this room, but it's something that we would want to understand. But why have they kept results of elections that have already taken place? If I am correct, it's been 11 months or above or less, but they have not been distributed. Can they respond, Chairperson, even if it's through writings? Because some, in fact, 99 of what we have asked must be responded in writing, because we still want clarity. We won't let this university go without giving us necessary clarity on issues that we raised in this room.
Yeah, members, I think we'll be wasting our time with let's rather engage labor. Those were questions to labor, to students, before we move to Fort Hare quickly. You are still with the UL, yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, DGG Sotiku, when did you become the DGG of the department again?
2022, Chair.
2022.
Yeah.
When you took over the responsibility of DDG for universities, in your understanding, the University of Limpopo, did it, when it went through the merger and the demerger and then went back, that whole process, did it remain the same institution or not?
Yes, Chair, this is a complex legal question, and I think let me have legal respond to it, because there is legislation that speaks to the merger, very, very specific. And we were just engaging earlier. Surely if the university believes the institution is no longer the same, that its laws are no longer the same, they would appoint a new leadership. And that is where the disjuncture is. We don't understand that. You can't have the leadership remain constant and then have the legal entity changing. So we'll go back and check. I must admit, this is not my turf. We will ask legal services to assist us with a response.
So, in your understanding, when you said that the department's understanding of the interpretation, when you said the department's interpretation of the term, you were referring to the term 2015, starting from 2015, the term of the Vice Chancellor. You are referring to the term 2015, not term 2003.
Yes. So what happened, Jane, I'll give you the context. When I came on board, we looked at the terms of the different vice chancellors and came across University of Limpopo and University of Mpumalanga. And as we were doing this, we then received complaints from the University of Mpumalanga. And that's when we then clinically looked at the legislation, the statutes and the act. And as soon as we picked up the anomaly, we started writing to the universities. It would appear that the university never communicated because what happens is once the chairperson changes, it is the duty of the university to tell us who the new chairperson is, because that is obviously the communication line for the minister. So they need to notify us on the new chairman. They then also need to notify us of the new vice chancellor, because those are the two roles over which we have no authority. The university's autonomy allows them to appoint the chair and the vice chancellor. We did not get communication from the university, so we started writing quite vociferously, trying to understand what was happening. So that's where we are, at both of Mpumalanga. In fact, with Mpumalanga, we had the whole legal team write an opinion piece for the minister, and that's where we are with it.
Chair, CFO, how long have you been CFO at the institution?
I started acting in 2021.
What happened to the CFO before you?
He resigned.
Do you know how long they had been CFO before the resignation? Chair. So you started acting 2021, and the person who was serving before you resigned, according to your understanding, not the sponsored view of the VC. Your understanding is that that person resigned.
Yes.
Do you know how long they had been serving there?
I think at most 18 months.
18 months.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think it's a year to 18 months, but it's not more than that.
Okay, so you have been acting since 2021. Before your 2021, there had been another person who had been serving for 18 months.
At most. I
At
think
most.
it should
So,
be, yeah.
so 18 months would start 2019 or 20. My maths quickly. You started acting 2021.
Yeah.
Prior to your acting, the person who served before you had been serving at most for 18 months.
Yeah.
That would mean a year and 6 months, right? So that would mean 2019, 2019, half of it, and then 2020. Okay. How long have you been in the institution before appointed? Did you come from another institution?
I think in total now I've been in the university for 17 years.
For 17 years. What role did you occupy in the institution before becoming CFO?
Director Finance.
Director Finance. So you would know the answers to what I'm going to ask you now. So,
Hopefully.
Director Finance, say you've been there, 17 years. So you know very well who was CFO for all the 17 years in the institution. Before the 18 months person, the person before that one, how long were they CFO?
I think
in your estimation?
Mr. Armand Dodd had been acting for quite a while. I think I think before there was a senior manager position, and he had been senior manager for quite a number of years, more than 20 years.
More than 20 years.
Yeah, and then a CFO position was added onto the organogram, and there was a lady.
When was the CFO added to the organogram?
I'm not really sure about the exact date, but yeah, I'm not sure about the date.
Yeah,
but it was in the after the merger. I think it was around 2016.
Okay.
I'm not sure, around
15
15
years. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I think the lady actually got. She was there for also less than 2 years, and unfortunately she had medical issues and she had to be medically boarded. Then Mr. Herman then started acting as CFO. Then after Mr. Hitoed has been acting as CFO, then I think the CFO that came before me also was appointed, and he resigned. Then I started acting then.
Did 20 years? Did he pass away? Did he retire? What's his story?
No, he retired.
He decided he's the. Okay. Institutional chair. How long? IS chair. You. IF, yes, sorry. Institutional forum, sorry. How long have you been chair?
Since 2018.
I haven't read, so I've read the, the statute on the terms of the chair and the vice chair, but I haven't read the statutes of the IS chair. Are you also 4 years? What is your term?
5 years.
So meaning you must have a replacement now. Were you supposed to have a replacement when, because 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So you are now re-elected for a second term. When were you re-elected?
The way it happens is that the chair of the...
Answer the question. When were you re-elected?
It just continued. The members did not...
We're still on an extended first term.
Yes.
Chairperson, before I come back to IS, Council Chairperson.
I said we are no longer going there.
Are we no longer going to the council? Okay, I won't go to him then. It's fine. Let me go back to IS. So,
Yeah.
Chair, here's a conclusion I want to give you here. You know, the apartheid government was so excellent at coining state capture that when, and I'm saying this with love, Msezan, when President Jacob Zuma's term came and a whole lot of things, people forgot where the genesis of state capture actually was. And even in our assessment as a nation of state capture, we were very weak in our analysis, and that's why we still find ourselves right now where we are right now. But I'm just saying that as a side note for you to think of at the back of your head. The reason why I'm asking Chairperson what the terms of offices of all these people were is because it takes no fool. Actually, it takes the simplest of fools to conclude that there is a proper architecture here within the institution that seeks to organize a web of power, a web that seeks to protect a kingpin that may not necessarily even be the vice-chancellor of the institution, but rests elsewhere with interests that are protected. And so, I'm going to leave it to you as the chairperson to, perhaps when we as a committee, outside of the cameras of everybody in this room, decides on how we are going to resolve to work with this institution, that we have that in mind. Mara, for me, it's not surprising that we have an institutional forum chairperson whose term is an ongoing extension of God knows which democratic principle has been trampled on to seek another term. And then under the same leadership, there's an advice of a year of an extension of a vice-chancellor. And then in the same institution, you have years of weirdness within the financial institution under the leadership of a vice-chancellor, was either vice-chancellor since 2003 or 2015, God knows when, under the same department of higher education that is also unsure of which legal code to make. There's a lot going on in South Africa, our land. I'll rest there.
Yeah. And as fast, the students are crying about the defunded students. Initially it was 300 and now it's 3,000 at the university. Can you please answer what is the issue there?
Thanks, Chairperson. The issue, these students are not defunded, Chair. This is, there's a bigger issue that we are trying to address with SARS. So what happened last year, preparing for the funding of the 2024, we engaged SARS. Unfortunately, the discussion is still on, even today. As a result, we then decided to use VeriCred as the source of the data. And then we later on, after some of these students, I think it's actually the total number of the students that universities and TVET colleges are saying they are defunded. The total number is around 11,000. They are not yet defunded. What we did as NSFAS, after realizing that there was an issue, we paused all the payment or disbursement activities. One, we engaged the Auditor General just for the opinion. We engaged several stakeholders. And as I'm talking to you now, the matter is still being looked at. It's not yet finalized because as NSFAS, I remember when we learned about this, we then went and interrogated our funding policy to see what does the policy say. And then we realized that the option is for NSFAS to defund the students. But then we said, before we even do that, let us see what can be done. One was also to avoid a situation where we might end up creating a situation where students now are defunded. That's why that matter is still being looked at. And in one of the meetings yesterday, because I followed up on the very same issue, I was then told that they are still being looking at the matter. And then once a decision is taken, we will then know. That is the part of the above the threshold students, where some of the students are saying the students are defunded. But just to go to the issue of the 3,000 University of Limpopo, 3,200 University of Limpopo, those students exceeded the N+. So, and the speaker, which is the president there, he said, how is it possible that a learner or a student who was born in 1996 has exceeded the N+? So what we've learned, and I'm going to also ask for some of the sample ID numbers so that we can investigate this matter. Students would go and register or do a higher certificate somewhere, and then they failed. After failing, they move over to After failing, they would move over to a university to do a mainstream program. And when they do a mainstream program without completing a higher certificate, our system blocks those students because you would find that they are funded. But we are willing to look at the ID numbers. I know Lesehu, unfortunately, he just left because he was supposed to catch a transport. We are willing to look at the students affected. And then we should be able to provide a response regarding the N+, which is for UL is 3,200, chairperson.
Yeah, well, I'll ask Honorable Mseza. We're still on NSFAS.
Yes, Chair.
NSRC.
Yes, on SRC and NSFAS, yes, it's one and the same issue. But I think, Chair, before I deal with NSFAS, I just want to offer, as the president of University of Limpopo is listening, free advice to say, at some point, President, as you are still listening there on your phone, at some point, President, some of us served in very big universities in the SRC level, executive level, for that matter. I think majority of us here as members of the committee, including the chairperson himself, including myself as well, I served at some point as a SG of SRC executive for a very big university. We've been exposed to serving in council, in ESCO as well, amongst many other committees of the university. But obviously, in fact, some of us have been subjected, like yourself, to come before this committee to present students, to represent students of our university at some point, not so long ago. And I'm fortunate enough that at that time, the current chairperson was already in this committee. So we have serious trust and faith in his leadership, in his capable leadership of this committee. So that I think yourself and both these institutions are aware that we trust this chairperson. We know that when we elected him, outside of the lines of our organizations, we had confidence in him. I just wanted to first guide you on that one. But to say as well, when you represent an institution, you must deal with issues of university. Your presentation does not speak much about the issues of your university, except the fact that you speak about issues of NSFAS, which is an issue we're dealing across all university and TVET colleges. So next time, perhaps if you are president again, or next time you come here, you must really speak to issues of students, because here we saw nothing in your presentation about issues of accommodation. I've went to one university chairperson in Limpopo, University of Venda. It was during SRC elections. When I saw the residences there, I've never seen something of that nature. Ngathi mqasho nakhona le yasemakhaya. Certain situations where students are subjected to live under very unconducive spaces. You say nothing about accommodation in your presentation. Many other issues of mental health issues, many other issues of students, academic monitoring, I mean, many other issues of students. You say nothing about them. But you commend the leadership of the institution, and then you speak about issues that are far-fetched from what you are responsibility of. So, that you are responsible of. So in future, just focus on your issues. When you get to a level of being an activist of a national figure, then you might, I think, speak at broader issues. Then we will definitely assist you as well as members of parliament or of this committee, if ever it's matters of this committee. But Chair, I think that was just on a side note to the president, Chair. On the issue of NSFAS, Chair, I think I want to get serious clarity on this matter, because it's not just a matter of University of Limpopo. When does NSFAS realize that it must defund students at such a large scale? Because I can see that the representative of NSFAS is saying it as if it's not a big issue, that you can just say we're not going to give students money or allowances, and it's okay. He says it at a very, very confident tone. When does NSFAS see that there's an issue here? And the same issue of N+ rule that the representative of NSFAS is talking about is a very, very flawed policy of NSFAS, because it's not only, I don't know whether to say colleague or my brother, but it's not only a matter of a student having failed in a previous certificate or a previous qualification, but if a student just registered in any form of, by the way, qualification, if I were to register at a TVET college and I deregister, not deregister perhaps, or let's say I deregister or don't finish the qualification in 2016, and I don't study, and I go to university 4 years later, that N+ rule will somewhat kick in to say you registered at that particular time. So you assume as NSFAS that I would have been in the system from that time if I had not completed a particular qualification. And I remember this even during our times at SAUS as SRCs, to say it has to be reviewed, this N+ rule, because it doesn't happen as you are saying it. And it's not a matter of students failing. So I want to understand, at what point does NSFAS realize? Because we asked this question at some point again, Chair, to NSFAS to say, then if you have been dispersing funds that have been granted to you by the public purse and the department all this time, and you now feel that it was wrongfully administered, how do you then recoup those monies from those poor students that you've been giving money? It means that you do not account for monies that you're giving to universities and students because of how you are failing to administer your own processes using your own policies. So I just want to get clarity on that, and then obviously I would then want to know then what is supposed to happen to these students, because this is just a small group that you are referring to, but I'm glad that you mentioned something around 11,000 or so, which I would assume that is across the board or across institutions of higher learning. What is then supposed to happen to these poor students? Thank you very much.
NSFAS.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding how we calculate the N plus chair, if a student was registered in 2016, we will count that year because we depend on what we call HEMIS data. So institutions, universities, they submit HEMIS data, which confirms that indeed the student was registered. So we don't go and look at 2017 if there's no evidence of a registration for that specific year. So that means if UL goes today and submit that Tribali Gondereli was a student in 2017, we will only count that year. Then 2018, if there's no evidence, nothing came to confirm that he was a student, unfortunately we don't count that year. So we look at the number of years. That is how we calculate the university.
No, that's on paper, but that's not how you do it. Let's agree, because we can give you 100 cases of what he's talking about now. So let's leave it. That one you're not going to win. I will send you an email of all the students who were not registered in between years, but they would have been rejected on N+. So on paper, that's how it should be, how you are saying it. That's how we agreed with it. But that's not how your office at NSFAS is implementing it. Let's leave it that what the second one was to SRC, or it was just a comment. Yes.
Chair, thank you very much. I think, we've been engaging with different institutions about the issues of NSFAS. And that is why you hear the NSFAS rep talking the system and the manual are parallel things, because they are still on the second industrial revolution, and what they are saying they are doing is way above where they are. Here's the reality of what's happening in NSFAS, and which is working on my nerves more than anything else. You said communication to the students saying that, no, you are defunded. Those students are the students that left their homes saying that I've got NSFAS, I'm going to have food, I'm going to have this, with the allowance that I get from NSFAS. You come with the words, the English words that don't feed those kids where they are far away from their parents, and say that I'm not going to give you the allowance. We are going to AG to consult. In the meantime, those kids are not having food. You don't have the short-term solution to say, what do we do in the meantime? You don't go to AG and say, what do we do in the meantime? You sit comfortable watching the ocean saying that we are going to defund the students. It's not only Limpopo. We had an institution that was saying that the girls have to drop their panties for accommodation because we defund them. So please, just go back to NSFAS for today. And the report that you can give NSFAS is say, those students that you said you are going to fund them, if there is a technical thing that you did on your system that you didn't even know that the department allocated a certain amount for your IT system for you to be up to scratch until you went for an oversight, don't punish the students for your mistakes. Get yourself in order. These students have to get what you promised them, period. We are not going to sit here again listening to the students that you're saying they slept with how many landlords because of they have to have accommodations just for them to have their tertiary education within the institution. This is just irritating again and again. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you. Honorable Ngubane.
Chair, mine again, I'm not going to take long. The experience I've got with this problem of students, with what we need to try and learn. Let's stop theorizing these problems. Msezane has been a student. He sometimes bank this committee to go to universities and deal with tangible evidence. All over universities, he goes there. If you're going to be the best executive or the best leader, let's go do sampling. There's something called sampling. Stop theorizing problems. Stop blanketing. Stop thinking that because I know things work this way, this is what is happening. Help yourself. Go sample. Get one student with a problem. Go sit in an office of the universities and check what they're dealing with. You'll find that probably the institution you are running was going in another direction and the problems were going in another direction. So help yourself with that. You will see problems will be solved quicker than ever. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much. No, let's suppress you now, colleagues. Just to correct the SRC on the loan scheme, you made a comment earlier on that, you don't know. It was before elections, people were electioneering. We must correct you. The pronouncement was made by the previous minister in January of 2024. And between the sitters and NSF, an amount just above 2.8 or 3.8 billion.
3.8.
3.8 billion was put aside for this particular category of students, which was, if you counted the ones in the missing middle, would have counted at least to around 43,000, if I'm not mistaken, students that would have been funded. So it was not an electioneering tool. So we ought to correct you too. Immediately after the minister announced that, the chairperson of council, the chairperson of the board of NSFAS put himself on special leave following allegations of having meetings and all of that. And the board there really did not function until the minister put it under administration in March this year, which would have affected greatly the operationalized version of putting together the loan scheme. If that was not enough, they did not have a CEO at the time. They had an acting CEO who was also a CFO, because the CEO was fired in December last year. The acting CFO then were told that he resigned around February, then was asked to withdraw the resignation. Then he was ultimately released from his position of CFO and acting CEO around end of March, April. When we came back, and Parliament then was on recess, so these members were not relaxed, as you put it. You guys are relaxed. Parliament was then on recess, including the member of your political party, your commissar. We call him Crocodile in this committee. He was also on recess campaigning for his political party, like all political parties. Parliament was closed, in essence. Then we came back in July. The first entity we met as this committee, after meeting the department, was NSFAS. Key amongst those that we were dealing with was the issue of queries or disputes, was the issue of defunding, as it were, was the issue of the loan scheme. So let's not try, SRC President, to score cheap political points with these members. If there's anything they've done, these members, it's 5:45 now. They've been here from 9 a.m. They're not going to leave here. We're not doing this thing because we've got business interests at these institutions. No, we're doing it because key amongst others are young people who are at these institutions who are suffering because of what is happening. So even when we are not happy with the progress made, let's not give these people or make these members suffer because of stray bullets or because we want to be seen as revolutionary. You are saying committees is relaxed and we are not, you want decentralization of NSFAS. I don't know whether you've been following, but maybe if you speak to Commissar Crocodile, he will tell you that one of the major victories of this committee is that the minister has ordered NSFAS to move away from that very expensive building this side of NSFAS. It's one of these committees' pressure. It's not, we want it centralized. We have won that part already. The issue is how do we put it in each institution? Taking into consideration the cost factors, you must have space at these institutions, you must have personnel at these institutions, you must have PPE at these institutions, tools of trade. So that's where we are. That you want it centralized, that is already won. Maybe you can, when you go back to campus, inform others. No, I told them we've won. Claim it, but I can tell you we're long far on that one. I think, you know, there's a lot of issues that came from this institution. And we will indeed need to have a proper session with the minister and the department about this institution. The statute that the leadership of this institution quotes only when it suits them is a problem. In fact, amongst others, this statute speaks about the retirement age of that institution being 65 years of age. Maybe they forgot that when they wrote that letter that tells us that we're clumsy, we don't know what we're doing, when they're quoting that particular statute. Maybe they forgot. But if you look at their retirement policy and procedure, B2, their retirement age is 65 years. And at that institution, we're going to write to them, Alan. They must give it to us in writing. We're made to believe that we have 31 employees over the age of 65. We're going to write to them to give us that breakdown because, honestly speaking, it's not going to, we're not going, and over and above that, about 12 of them are between 70 and 74. Vice Chancellor is 71 years old. Council extended his contract for 2 years until next year. The DVC, one DVC there is turning 65 in January. Human Resource Officer, Chief Human Resource Officer, 66 years old. Executive Dean of Natural Sciences, 65 years old. Dean of Students Affairs, 69 years old. And this happens, colleagues, under this cancer. So when I say I want us to have a session with the minister, it's precisely because of this. All of these things, they happen under the same cancer. All of them. I honestly don't want to. There are other allegations, you know, that I would have received. Just that these ones I can't verify, so I don't want to go through them. But what we must resolve on, members, I know I'm resolving on them, Honorable. We will have a session. Now we'll have a session. Or let's leave exigencies. We'll have a session on our own about this. We'll write to them about the allegations made by Labour on the appointment of people, the appointment of Mabasa by Professor Mutiba, and all. They must respond to them in writing. Because those are very serious allegations. No, it's the house next door is concluding. So we're going to write to them. I mean, the appointment of Professor Bupape and all of that, sister-in-law arrangement and all of that. We are going to write, and we are going to ask them to really respond. But there's absolutely, you know, the attitude of this university. I think it was Honorable Khakha who says, it means batembe something. We will see what is it that they batembe. Because we said here, being disrespected from the first second, when the legal team indicated that they can't pronounce the chairperson of council's name. The chairperson of council wanted to show us that Yena is the council chair there. He's on his third term and we can't do anything. The chairperson of council there, other allegations that we have here, they're scary. You know, they'll tell you that you dare differ with them. You're out of a job there. Like we said, we've asked them, HR and finance would really want you to do the breakdown of how many cases, how much have we paid on cases. You must include how many, in fact, this year alone, if you can tell us, this year alone, how much have we spent on settlements? Because we are also getting things that you are just spending a lot of money on settlements and all of that. So we're going to conclude that way, but reality is that we don't have a council, yeah? We have a group of people who think they are a law unto themselves. And I'm saying this knowing full well that there might be other council members who may have raised their hand inside the council and said, 1, 2, 3, 4, we can't do. But reality is that a collective of that council is not really assisting us. We have a vice chancellor who has been given now, depending on how you want to look at it, a third term or a fourth term. We have a vice chancellor who, believes that his legal team gave him legal view, that's legal advice that suggests that he's well within his right. In fact, according to his legal advice, it says that he can be there forever. He's 71 years old now, and he says, no, in fact, the statute says, if they give me another 5 years, they can continue. They must respond to us and I will write to them about the CCMA awards that apparently are not adhered to. When people win cases in court, DDG were not going to shy away from this one, that these universities can't continue to use public funds to settle their political scores, to show people who's boss on campus. And they can use these legal gurus, very expensive monies or charges against students, workers, and our people in these institutions, and nothing happens to them. We must put strict measures that once you lose, you don't appeal, you pay that money back. They must not appeal. What are they appealing? Using whose money? Against who? These people that are being terrorized in these institutions, us here at DDG, our voters, they vote for us to stand for them. And if we don't do it, it means we are selling them. Those people are our bosses. It's them who have said, colleagues, these political parties go from parliament and stand for us. So we're going to rise and stand for them. Even if it means, and this one will be on a lighter note, even if it means I must get my face stolen from the Limpopo arrangement, it's okay. But we're not going to stop. You know, I read somewhere that the last time we had an IF conference was in 2017. I'm not sure if I was reading correct, but I think I read somewhere where it says so, which also raises a legitimate question about legitimacy of IF moving forward. What we must agree on when we meet with the minister and the departments, they must, you see, when Dr. Sadik, when people defend themselves, like we've seen council and management defending themselves, it means they might have certain arrangement they have on the side. And we must ask for forensic there on a number of issues. Forensic investigations on a number of issues. So we'll obviously look at what kind of projects they've done in a few years. Is it worth it to go to project? Is it worth it to go to any other issues at that institution? Because it does not make sense. It does not make sense where everybody says, or IF says, in my view, the 10 years was done, but I want the Vice Chancellor to continue when we have DVCs. Council to say, Council Chair to come and say, yeah, it might have been terms in 2018. It might have served terms. And in 2023, it's still not the end of the second term. They see nothing wrong. And the chair of council, you know, they don't understand their own statute as it pertains to possibly the only person they can hire in an institution of higher learning, which is the vice chancellor. I don't know if they can hire DVCs. They can, yeah. But they hire the vice chancellor, but they don't know. The chair of council, students said, no, there's no time frame. The register corrects him. But no, there is terms. The chair, the VC says, yeah, the register is right, the chair is also right because our interpretation is this way. So one or more, we have problems. So members, let's close it that way. Sorry, Labour, I saw you've raised your hands many times. You wanted to rectify a lot of comments when they were talking, but I felt it's not necessary. We've heard you, and we've seen even where the inconsistencies about the entities were. So we'll make the closing remarks at the end of the meeting. But now, Mama Maseko was starting with the University of Fort Hare. Honorable, you want to start?
Proposal,
first?
Chair.
Yeah.
Because you're starting to be out of order. I think you're starting to be just on our side as members of parliament. You're starting to be biased to the GNU arrangement because we're not going to get an opportunity to ask questions. We had questions, we couldn't even ask the questions. I would propose, Chair, that perhaps per member you take three questions so that you will exhaust all our questions, but obviously we'll ask clarities if members are asking, because otherwise
On the
we're
second
running, yeah, on the second one, because obviously we would have closed on the first one.
Yeah.
So that we, at least us as the official opposition, ask questions as well. Sure, Chair.
So I'll start with you, Honorable Maseko, your three questions, but members can just come in.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be quick. I just want to find out from the Fort Hare, you were under administration, and surely there was recommendations, and if you can just update us quickly, the recommendations that you have implemented and what is still outstanding. Two, take us into confidence about the financials. I always say that the financial principles are the same, and what are the challenges that you haven't submitted to your financials? If you can take us into confidence about that. And the third question, Chair, now is, it's just a second. Maybe the last one, it will be the involvement of the department in monitoring the progress. Are you engaging with the Department of Higher Education and Training? And if you can give the details to that, I will stop on that one. The time you have to give the response after these three, and then they will take the other. Yeah.
No, I'll just act as the chairperson in the meantime.
You are not GNU.
Until the chairperson
So you're
is
not GNU, so you can continue, sir. The progress on the recommendation that were made after the administration. Okay. You can
Yes,
respond.
Chairperson, if I may, following the recommendations of the Chairperson at the start, that we should now kind of, the people responsible for various divisions and portfolios will take those. So in the first instance, I will propose that the registrar takes some of the issues of the post-administration one. We have, of course, consolidated turnaround plan, which we're very pleased with, and he'll speak to that, and maybe Dr. Duplessis can say something as well on that. The financial status, the CFO will speak to that. It's something that we're seized with right now. And then, of course, our involvement with the D-head, I will say something about that. And then, again, with Dr. Duplessis, she'll remind me. So maybe let's follow that sequence, Chair.
No, you can proceed. Was it CFO or the registrar first? Registrar, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to give the brief context.
Yeah, please check it there. Is it okay?
I'm not sure whether.
No.
Additionally to that, we also have an arrangement.
Register, let's do this. Can you please swap with the CFO of UN? Because that mic is not giving us sound on the system. So it's really creating problem for us. Just come down here. This one should be working.
Is it better? Oh, this one is better. I was almost done, Chair, in terms of addressing the questions arising out of the university being under administration. I also sketched out the involvement of the Department of Higher Education and Training in terms of the monitoring, on the progress in this regard. I'm sure the DDG will actually make a comment around that as well. I will leave the question on the financials to the CFO to address. Thanks, Chair.
Sit there.
Thank you, Registrar. Thank you, Chair and members. I will touch on the progress we've made on the finances before I go to the specifics of where we are with the audit for 2023. I'm happy, Chair, to report that we have made very good progress.
Before you go there, I just want to find the reasons. Just take us into
Okay,
confidence. What are the reasons, and then you can continue with one.
Thank you, but can you hear me properly? The reasons for the delay in the 2023 audit is because the 2022 audit was delayed. So that had a knock-on effect on the 2023 audit. The main reason is because of the audit of the investigative cases. You all know what happened. There were arrests, and after those arrests, the external auditors became more curious. They had to go deeper as far as their audit is concerned. They had to request management to do a very in-depth assessment of all the cases linked to the arrests and make an impact of those arrests as far as the financial statements are concerned. So the audit for 2022 technically was completed in March 2024 this year. And just after the completion of the audit, the arrest happened over that Easter. So now the auditors had to spend more time to do an in-depth review. But we are happy to report that after their in-depth review, they still kept the same opinion that they'd originally issued to us, which is an unqualified audit opinion for the second year in a row. So I hope I've clarified on the reasons for the delay on the 2023 audit. Then we're almost done with that audit. We are meeting on Friday in our audit committee meeting to recommend the draft audit report and the financial statements to the council. The council is happening on the 29th to approve the financial statements and the audit report for submission to the DHET on the 30th. Thereafter, we hope our audit cycles are going to be synchronized to the reporting deadlines as required by the DHET. The chair and members, are you happy for me to continue?
You can continue. Just the clarity of the, when you said I must hear you properly, the properly part of it, what did you mean by that?
No, I
must
meant
hear?
the sound quality.
The sound, okay.
So you are okay, Honorable Msaza, you follow up.
Clarity, yeah, no clarity, Chair. I'm really getting confused when the term unqualified audit is made, because I think that would have been the same report that we got from UL, that they have 2 consecutive or something unqualified audits. As I would understand it, would mean that it's unaudited financial statements. What does it mean, unqualified? So that we just clear, so that we don't, I think, assume it means something which we don't know.
Thank you, Chair. Can I take that, Chair?
No,
Clarify that. Thank you, Honorable Member, for that. It's a, I would say it's a technical term that is used in the audit field. There are about 4 types of audit opinions. The first one is called a disclaimer. That is the worst opinion that can be issued. So we have been there. Just before the administration, we were, I think, in a disclaimer. And then with all these improvements in our processes, we moved from a disclaimer to what is called an unqualified. To what is called a qualified. A qualified, let me start with disclaimer. The disclaimer, the auditors say, is so bad that they cannot express an audit opinion. Okay. Then if things improve, they move now to what is called a qualified. A qualified means they are happy with some things, except for other things that they are not happy with. So we were also in that stage. They were not happy with 3 or so items. One of those was a contract called the Equisen contract. We managed to clear that. Now, when you move from the qualified, you now go into what is called an unqualified. But there are also 2 types of unqualified. There is unqualified with some extra comments. So yeah, I would say what we are now at is unqualified with the management report, which has been annexed. Then after that, although it's not part of the audit standards, there's what is called a clean audit opinion. That is mostly used in the public sector. A clean would mean unqualified and no any other comments, which is like the best audit quality report that you can get. At this point in time, Chair, we are at the unqualified. I would also say it's almost like the best audit report that you can get.
Hold on.
I hope that clarifies.
No, switch off your mic. So you are saying you have an audit and you've just not submitted it.
Yes, Chair, is being finalized. So it has to go through the approval processes of the council subcommittees and also the council itself before it can be submitted to the DHET. So we are at those final phases with submission expected on the 29th.
Yeah. So I'll get to the reason why you got unqualified with findings. I'll get to them because what you are saying to us here is not true. You got unqualified 21 and 22. You got unqualified with findings.
I would say minor, Chair.
On compliance issues, no?
Yeah.
Can you listen
you're right.
to me?
Some minor findings, yeah.
Can you listen to us? It can be minor because it was regarding non-compliance with procurement legislation. That can be minor. In 21-22, you got your auditors told you that they are giving you unqualified with findings on compliance, particularly regarding non-compliance with procurement legislation. So how is that a minor issue? CFO, how is that a minor issue?
I'm hearing you, Chair. In the audit terminology, they look at what they call materiality. So they look at the impact. They also quantify.
No.
I'm still finishing, Chair.
No.
Yeah, I'm still finishing, Chair. Yeah.
Don't want to teach us about
Chair,
material irregularities,
I'm
which
still
is one part.
finishing.
No. That's
Yeah.
not what I've asked you. You are finishing what?
No, I'm still finishing my explanation.
No, you are answering something I've not asked.
No, Chair, I'm still
You are
finishing.
telling me about material irregularities.
Yes.
And you want to tell us we don't know those
But
things.
the auditors, they issue the audit report according to the standards.
What are the standards saying?
To the audit standards. The
What
audit
are they
standards
saying?
say
They are saying
they look at
you having, wait. You having non-compliance with procurement legislation is minor issue. That's what you are saying to us.
No, it's major, but it's not major to modify.
Why are you
the
saying
audit
it's
opinion.
on minor issues?
No, Chair.
It's non-compliance with legislation.
Chair, I have
on
been an auditor for
procurement.
many years. I have been an auditor for many years.
So what?
No, Chair.
So what?
Chair, they are looking at the impact on the audit opinion.
Wait. How do you measure impact?
No, Chair, I know there are two ways.
Auditor for many years, how do you measure impact?
There are two ways of measuring.
Yes.
You can look at the quantitative.
Yes.
And the qualitative.
And then it does not have value, this quantitative.
No, it has a value.
So
they quantify that.
But non-compliance with procurement.
They compare with the assets
Hold
and
on.
the revenue of the entity. And then they conclude on that.
Yes, CFO. We're not playing here. You
Yes,
must not
Chair.
forget you have taken oath in the morning or affirmation in the morning. In fact, with this attitude, we can even want to make an example out of you. You must not disrespect us. You want to tell us we don't.
Chair,
I'm talking.
I think I'm not disrespecting.
I'm talking.
Okay, I'll give you the opportunity.
You are going to give me an opportunity.
I will listen
Hey,
to
Chief.
your comment.
Hey, Chief.
I will listen to your
Hey,
comment.
Chief, we're not playing here.
I'm quiet, I'm listening to your comment.
We're not playing here. Non-compliance with the procurement legislation, and you are saying it's minor. And this procurement legislation might mean you have given your people tenders. When I opened the meeting here, I told you your people were doing business with that institution, your employees. And you are telling us, no, that's mine, man. That's mine. We have people arrested in that institution. Don't press our mic. Don't press our mic. You think these public funds are yours. You can just do as you please here. Non-compliance with the legislation on procurement. And you are telling us, no, that's minor. In fact, let's teach you what is minor and major. I've been an auditor for many years. You must not come here and disrespect us, please. That thing is not minor. In fact, AG, I saw your slide 51 there. I wish it was on. Because I wanted to comment even on it. The university did not adhere to relevant laws. No, it's minor, according to you. Some employees conducted business directly or indirectly with the university, at which he or she is employed that entitled or may be entitled a conflict of interest with the university in contravention of Section 34(5)(a) C of the Higher Education Act. You've been an auditor for many years. You want to tell us this is minor? You want to tell us this just because there was no material irregularities? You want to tell us it's not minor? When the auditors themselves that you have appointed told you that your own employees are benefiting either directly or indirectly. They are doing business with your institution. Must not disrespect us. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think what is important, and maybe for the institution, is to understand that we have a responsibility. And CFO, it might be you have many years where you are working. I've been 10 years in Public Accounts Committee in the legislature in Western Cape, worked with AG for a very long time. And before that, I had my private business. Also, so we've got our history. We come from somewhere. So the most important thing is listen to the question, answer the question, be direct to the question. Chairperson will direct you when he recognizes you. Let's stick to that, and then we don't have to deviate from what we are talking about. And that minor thing that you are talking about, we have learned that you will find some institutions that they cost that what you call minor. A tender will be for 2,000. They'll do the deviations, 500, 500, 500 until the 2 million. They'll use the money just to get the quotations and not take out the tender. And all the time, the CFOs will say the minors. So we are in cognizance of what is being identified as the minors. We do have a reason why we ask the questions, and we want to understand, because it's not you that does all those things sometimes, it's other people. So be mindful of our questions. Let's work together, and you took an affirmation to give us the information. It's for us also to hold the department accountable. So help us, let it not be we are going to have this conversation talking about where do I come from. Okay, thank you very much.
How much did this so-called minor cost us? How much did this employee do business? What was the quantum of this amount?
Chair, I might not be able to give that straight away. I might have to go back
No,
to
let's
the
leave
records
it.
and
Let's
answer.
leave it.
Yeah.
It's minor, but you don't know how much it is.
No, I don't want to give like exact figures that I haven't verified, but I'll go back and then send.
You don't
an
know how
email.
much it is.
Yeah, at this point in time, yeah.
I thought so. Honorable, let's switch over. Honorable Sihlengubane.
Chair, if you can observe the complaints from Cezanne, that we balance. I think, Chair, somewhere, somehow, we need, in this country, we sometimes don't solve the root of the problem. We want to solve problems at the end. With the UFH, there is a root of the problem. Professor Butlong, you've done very well in exposing the high-profile qualifications, fraudulent qualifications, especially for 2 senior figures in the Eastern Cape. Hence, your life probably has been threatened and all those stuff. But the major root of the problem in this country, you can even see now when the country is on fire with the spaza shop. We take our country, Chairperson, we outsource it to foreigners. I'll say that. That's the root of the problem of this country. And I can see it now here at UFH. They start to disrespect them in the institutions. And then when they come anywhere else, they've already been given the playground already. For example, Professor Butlongo, you know, the person who was the source of dishing out all those foreign qualifications was a foreign Nigerian. We agree on that, right? The source. The source of all this problems that started at UFH was a foreign national whom, when he came to South Africa, I don't know whether you guys vetted him, whether his qualification from Nigeria or Harvard or wherever were a true reflection of what you were saying. One, we would like to know where is that individual, number one. Has the consequence done on him? Is he still in the country? Has he vanished? Because the reason why that question of mine is preamble. There are things here that are glaring. Glaring. Sometimes you will get angry when you are being taken for a ride. It comes from where they are given platform from. The country is at pain. Now our kids are being poisoned left, right, and center. Limpopo, Free State, KZN, everywhere, our kids are given poison. Because they are given platforms somewhere by our people. They don't verify these people. These people, they come and they occupy high position in the country. And they can say, I have got a degree from Harvard. We take them. We put them on critical positions. They run things. And then they tell us whatever they want to tell us. Professor, we need to verify when we hire people of foreign in this country. Verify qualifications. The SIU was authorized to investigate the awarding of degrees at Fort Hare universities. The investigation period that they gave, which started from 1 January and no longer than 1 November 2012, and end will no longer 5 August 2022, but 4 October 2024, the awarding of degrees, including all kinds of degrees. Has any new cases or information emerged since? If so, how many and which areas? How many students were found to be irregularly awarded qualifications as well? And within those stipulation of the years as well, is there any pinpointing out of, are there some people that we are trying to exclude in those periods that we start to put date? Because sometimes, you know, when we do these things, we're trying to protect some individual. Is there an element of that? Hence my background, Prof, that sometimes yes, figures so in our country. Because if you can verify these foreigners that you've hired, if they really, their qualification is of origin, you will be surprised that their qualification probably is fake or is fraudulent. But they come here, they practice as if they know everything. Those are my questions on qualifications, especially the foreign onboarding in the institutions. Remember, we're speaking UFA here, but this sickness is across the country. We have a tendency to make these people CFO in all state-owned entities. They are CFOs, all of them. But we have our kids who are chartered accountants are unemployed. But we've outsourced the heart of our universities, of our state-owned entities, and they come, they speak like this here. The second question is the recent development of the university.
Maybe before we go to the second one.
The second one, yeah.
There are certain parts that I think we must try and correct of the statement. There are, before we are accused of being xenophobic, certain parts that I think we must correct. Indeed, we do have foreign lecturers and researchers who have contributed immensely and positively to the country. So I don't want us to have a blanket approach in terms of having a certain, I mean, just recently, there's a professor from University of Free State who's teaching mathematics, who just, graduated about 50 PhD students, South Africans, in November or late October. He just won the first prize in mathematics in the United Nations, contributing immensely to our development in South Africa. And I don't want us to, tomorrow somebody who's following the discussion, watching on TV, to say that as the committee, we might have, so I thought maybe let's correct that part, maybe allow them to answer the first part about the alleged, I'm not sure whether it's alleged or confirmed, perpetrator when it comes to that particular part of fraudulent qualifications.
Yeah, Chair, I think I concur with you. The blanketing was not meant. The tendency part, I'm highlighting this issue of UHFH. There are a lot. We have friends, Chairperson, even us, who are foreigners, who are doing very well in these countries. But when you see a certain pattern in one institution where problems emanate from, you have to highlight it and you have to point it as so. It's not blanketing, but there is a problem that emanates this fashion and you can see it continues over and over and over.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me welcome the contributions. I think that the correction by the Chair, or the qualification by the Chair, is very important for our purposes. And I will come to the individual, the specific case that you raised, Honourable. We have at Fort Hare experience of international scholars and administrators occupying very important roles. There was a time in the past when we South Africans were reluctant to go to places like Fort Hare. We were sitting at Witwatersrand, and an example of that. And many of those international scholars and administrators were the ones holding fort at Fort Hare. So I just want to clarify that so that we don't tar them with one brush. Now, on to the specific case about qualifications and the person concerned. It was a high-profile expose. We know it was on TV. Yes, indeed, that person, once we discovered, we immediately fired the person. That's one. As far as we know, and that person by that time had also just been stripped of his citizenship for reasons that are best known to the High Court. We became aware of that as well. And the last we remember was that the person was in the country. We don't have the latest update. I just want to say, with regard to him and the scheme, the racket that he was organizing, running, he worked with locals. It needs to be said as well. He worked with locals, many of them, either as enablers, aiders and abettors of his racket, or with people who are seeking qualification. So it's a complex picture. It's a complex picture. Now, one of the reasons, I should say, one of the reasons why we went to the SIU and said, let's sign an MOU, we realized that they were drilling into these cases of academic fraud. And we were stumbling on these cases internally. So we said, let's combine forces and sign the MOU. We gave them access. They started investigating. Now, when the first proclamation was issued on the 5th of August 2022, they had already done about 80% of the work. 80% of the work. But they were doing tests and they were doing links and linking the dots. What has happened since, and so what stopped them was a technicality in the courts. What they've now done is they've corrected that with a new amended proclamation. And again, I should say, in one of our briefings, we're meeting them again soon. In one of our recent briefings, they told us they've got many cases, but they were doing final double checking with senior counsel, because some of the cases will come to us as what they call referrals, disciplinary referrals. Now, those may or may not mean the rescission of qualifications. We'll see them when they come through. That's what they're testing now. And so it's not as if they've started from scratch. There may be cases that will arise that go back to 2004, as you indicate. Some of those may require additional work, but we are aware that they already have some information, some evidence about that as well, going back to 2004. So, Chair, just to conclude then on this one, it would seem that, therefore, in their investigation, they've traced this all the way back to 2004. And so it's one of those things that's delicate. We've been very careful in managing it internally, managing it externally, so that we don't harm the reputation, we don't harm the degrees. But it's one of those things, like heart surgery. You have to do you have to see some blood before you heal the patient, and that's where we are right now. Now, any new cases, from what we know, as I said, the SIU already has the information. All the information has been reported to them, and they'll take care of all the investigations. Now, the final thing I should say, the SIU does not report to us. It does not report to the minister. It reports directly to the president. And so we're not privy to the finer details of their findings, of their progress when it comes to cases. When they brief us, they give us overview kind of briefings. I don't know if I take that. Once again, I just want to qualify that it's very difficult to take to paint it with one brush, because it's very complex inside, and it's something that we've taken. Just to brief the committee finally, the scope of the investigation has now been shifted back to 2004 from 2012, and it comes to the present, October 2024. Two, it's now including some qualifications which were not envisaged before. Initially, it was just honors degrees. Now it's honors, masters, and doctoral degrees. This is one of the things that they experienced during the court contestation. The third thing is that they've included some cases in law and in health sciences. That's where it is. But even there, it's kind of limited to certain qualifications only. Chair, I'll leave it at that point. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll come back. Honorable Governor.
Because the chair, I think I won't have many questions anymore. But just one before I proceed to the 2 or 3. CFO, you are very sure that these findings of the audit are mine? Are you aware that these minors are the ones that are preventing you from receiving a clean audit? And once you omit this legislation of procurement, you seek to tamper with processes of SCM. And you're not just omitting, or you're not just complying on procurement legislative pieces, but also that of processes of the SCM department. Chair, because I had hoped that Fort Hare would have been the first. You know, Professor Buhlunga, I'm still on sick leave, but when I heard that you're coming here, I just had to come. Now it's catching up with me physically. But really, I'm thinking of many things. I was very disappointed to listen to SRC, especially from Fort Hare. You know, those who were elected by hands, at some point they seek to forget that the advocacy on behalf of their masses rather than on behalf of their interests. You know, once you are elected and you forget and you clap hands with these professors and deans, you have failed your regime. It's very clear. That one we can't dispute. But the tone of the professor when he responded on us on News 24, I think it's the very same tone that was used by the Limpopo VC. You know, I would have asked Chair that they first withdraw, because they have made us feel very less seated here to do oversight on all entities of government that are voted their budget by us. And then we are told that we are just Mickey Mouses who do not know what they are doing seated here. You know, I have been following UFH because it's one of the universities in the Eastern Cape. I come from Bizan. Uno college yenye university esiyitrastayo. But under the leadership of yourself, Professor Novisi, at some point you want us to question our loyalty and trust towards the university. In fact, I've taken my 2 younger brothers there. And today one of them is already working. But now I have a concern. Would I eager to take my kids Kwano College? I doubt, with the leadership that you portray in the room. Maybe something needs to be done by Department of Higher Education, because the trend and the norm that we are seeing is the same norm, and it says something is not being done thoroughly to oversight these universities. Understanding very well the autonomy you have, but something is not right. And that something must drastically change, because we will not sit in these meetings and discuss one issue and one tone and one disrespect tone that is portrayed to members of Parliament and Parliament itself. Just the last one, Chairperson. You know, when student SRC, when you spoke of many things that are happening there, my first worry would have been EL campuses. And it would have been social ills that happen mostly in Fort Hare. And you say nothing about them. And it leaves a question onto myself. Maybe we are reading different, or we are in a different Eastern Cape that holds where this university is situated. There is a space that takes the highest crime in Alice, Chairperson. It's a bar or a tavern that is close by to the university, a disco. It destroys our young students, because they will go have fun there and they will travel through the night. There is a dark bridge. I have witnessed, because I've been there. I make sure that I go and see this disco that all our students hang out at. There was an issue back then that I wanted this leadership to outline, maybe follow, because when we speak of social ills are the ones that will contribute to droppage of students at universities, beside the financial implications. So we must not at a point neglect issues of social ills, because it then adds up the number that we are looking at in University of Fort Hare that is accumulating, not decreasing. And I wanted to hear that when you do your own analysis, why is this number growing instead of dropping? Is it social ills? Is it financial implications, especially from the side of NSFAS? Because if it's social ills, you once had issues of clinic, which I once followed. We have GBV issues in that space. There is also far spaces where they drink alcohol, which contributes to them being harmed at night when they're traveling back to their residence. It has an impact on studying and teaching and learning. It's something that we need to look at. We must not at any point neglect looking at that one. I wanted to check on the two, then the rest, Chair, I think I will be partially covered. And knowing that we have Mzezana and yourself, I think I'm good.
Most of the points Honorable Governors make were comments on point. Obviously, there were questions that were posed as well about what is the view of the university on the challenges that are affected there on social ills and all of that. So, if you can just respond to those, and then we'll give Honorable Msaza.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Honourable Member. And yeah, your comments are really appreciated, especially your knowledge of Alice and Disco. Disco Tavern in town. It's been a nightmare for us. We've had many meetings with the municipality about Disco. I'll start with it because it's something that we feel, we experience, and it's something that kind of goes through phases, and the graph goes up around month end when the allowances get paid, and it becomes completely unmanageable. The part of the problem, and we've said and we have agreed with the municipality, that the issue of drinking and alcohol in that tavern is something that needs to be solved cooperatively between the municipality, the business community there, especially the outlets of alcoholic drinks, and the university. The problem is this: there are no bylaws that are enforced in Alice. That's part of the problem. Secondly, Alice Town is very small with very few recreational facilities. You'll have seen the SRC president putting up he was a bit shy to talk about the student bar, but it is a big issue for us. We're talking about it all the time, and we're toying with the idea of should we have an outlet on campus or not, and it is a real issue for us. So I just want to say that it is an issue because we can never abolish drinking by students. One person said in a meeting that when they were young, they also used to drink a lot. I don't think I can say the same, but but it is a fact of life. Students drink, but in a small town, depressed, no recreation facility, we're dealing with it. But there's another way, and maybe the Dean Student Affairs can speak about this. One way in which we try to counter this is to not clamp down. We're trying to work with SAPs, for example, about that gathering near the gate, the main gate. But then again, you disperse the students and then they come back. You disperse. So what we're trying to do to deal with some of the social ills is to invest in student sports. And I don't know if people would be following from this distance. The UFH student community is doing exceptionally well in sports. We've got teams, women rugby that has won the Rugby Cup, Varsity Cup this year. The women who won the Hollywood Bets, they're now in the Hollywood Bets Super League, and they're performing exceptionally well there. The men are playing now, and they will be in the Nedbank Cup if they win, if they qualify on Saturday. And of course, our rugby men also, they're doing well. But there's a whole range of other sports activities on campus. So if you go there during semester, you'll see. And so we try to balance that so that we attract students away. So it's a many-pronged thing. And I take the point, and I'm glad that you're surfacing this question about social ills, because it's something that we address. It's also something that our gender prevention unit, I spoke about it a little bit, that they're doing a lot of work around. Now, the irony of this, once you set up systems that are conducive, such as reporting of GBV cases and so on, and you set up safe houses and all of that, which we have now, and reporting officers that are professionally qualified, what tends to happen in the early days is that the statistics will actually rise because people feel much more comfortable we are in that phase now, and we are now hoping that will flatten, that curve will flatten as we go along. One of the things that we used to experience many years ago when we arrived at UFH, for example, we used to experience a lot of mental health issues, a lot of suicides. I'm very happy to say that I think we're out of the woods when it comes to that now. We haven't had suicides or things like that in many, many months. We haven't had kind of dangerous fights or fatal fights by students on campus. So we're managing this, and we're investing resources. We have a counseling unit, and then we have the GBV prevention unit, and then of course student affairs is doing all sorts of other programs in terms of sports and recreation and so on. So we are there. I think that. And the question, I think these are the main questions that you raise. The issue about, I should raise, because I'll raise one part only about the News 24 thing, because I don't want to be seen to be avoiding it. It's something that when the chair became aware, he gave me a call. I want to record that one. He gave me a call, he missed me, and then I called him back. We had a discussion, quite a lengthy discussion on it. And I think we agreed, and I can't remember what the end point was, Chairperson, but I think there was an acknowledgement from our side that perhaps going in public like that, instead of having discussed it with him, for example, at that point I didn't have his numbers, would have helped rather than kind of just go out public. With that, I think we agreed with the Chairperson. But also, I think it opened the lines of communication in terms of just having the phone numbers and so on and so forth. And it's something that I'm very committed to, that we open those channels. I just want to accept, so without being defensive, I will not defend anything. I think we have opinions and things like that. I won't get into that. But I think for me, the main thing is dialogue and opening these channels. And we've been to this house, to this committee. I was counting now, since 2019, this is the 5th time that we've interacted with this committee, including the visit that we had earlier this year. So for me, the main thing is this. I take the point, I think there'll always be, what's the word? We'll move away from the main tracks and get distracted, but I think the issue of disrespect is not in question for us. We have no reason and no benefit to derive from disrespecting the committee. And that's why we've been here. In fact, we've hosted this committee twice in Alice. One in 2018, beginning 2018, when it was Honorable Kekana was chair. And then we've had these other 5 interactions. So for us, that's the way we believe, in the same way that we work with stakeholders around the issues of social ills that you've raised. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, we did not agree on anything. We just indicated that we're not going to play to that gallery because the media people, like they always do, they give you a right to reply. And we just declined replying in the media because we felt it's really unnecessary. We have a big job to do, that is to collaboratively work, making sure that our institutions produce what they are supposed to produce. Honorable Msezan.
No, thanks, Chair. And I'm glad that the Vice Chancellor has refuted his very despicable sentiments, because I think I would have started there. Even me, I've been fuming to deal with that matter. In fact, Chair, I was very tempted to refer the Vice Chancellor to Section 55 of the Constitution, as you had assisted in outlining it, to one of the universities that somewhat came across with a very negative attitude and arrogance, if I may, towards myself performing my oversight responsibility as outlined in the Constitution. And the chairperson, through this committee, clearly outlined the role of this committee and its members to that particular institution, and clearly outlining the sections that are enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic. But because the Vice Chancellor has taken responsibility for his utterances, I will no longer, speak on that part. It is appreciated, VC, that you took responsibility for your words. But I must state on record, Chair, and to the 2 universities, that these institutions are a microcosm of society. These students are the students of our voters, and they are voters themselves. As members of parliament, we are representing them. They are not there in an island. We represent them here in parliament as members of portfolio committee and as members of the National Assembly. So we will always, through the rights and privileges given to us by the Constitution, summon institutions, public institutions, to come before us to account and for us to actually play our oversight responsibility without fear or favor. So I had to just say that. Chair, I'm going to start by perhaps dealing with the opening remarks, or at least a portion, or just a sentence for that matter, on the opening remarks of the acting DG when she said that the department will await the annual financial report and then they will perform their annual assessment. And that was the conclusion of that statement. And to me, it came across as if the department is very lenient when it comes to these institutions. It can not outline or be clear and very precise in terms of cut-off dates, if there are cut-off dates, and then what happens in the period. So do we wait until a public institution submits their annual financial report whenever they see or deem fit, or whenever they are ready? Because that statement just ended there to say, we'll await the annual financial reports and then we'll do our annual assessment. So I think that statement should be corrected. Otherwise, it really comes across as if the department is very, very lenient. But perhaps I'm going to just round up my questions so that I'm very precise, Chair. The first question that I have pertains to the recommendations that were made by the independent assessor / administrator in 2019. To just point out a few pointers that were there that I think are directed to the department. One point in the recommendation says that DHET should constitute a dedicated UFH oversight team that will perform an increased and regular scrutiny over at least a period of 3 years. Was that done by the department? And if so, what then was the report? And then it says...
Let them answer now.
No, it's just on the, let me just pinpoint the ones that are interested in terms of recommendation. Then they can just deal with the recommendation. The recommendation, it is also recommended that the minister should consider a new chairperson of council being recruited and appointed by the department. It's part of the recommendations. If that was done legally, because I would have assumed that before the recommendations are done, the independent assessor would have consulted legally as well. And then it further says that a new statute of the university should be crafted by the independent assessor and finished to UFH. So was that done as well? And then I think finally, on those part of the recommendations that I have interest in, or there was utterances made by the registrar of UFH that where he said they've been under administration for 4 years. So I just want to understand, did he mean from 2019 to 2023, or before 2019 they were under administration for 4 years, so that we get an understanding in a sense of when did the term of the current council then commence, so that when we interact with them we understand and we have a background of when they actually took office. But I think I'll just deal with those 3 or 4 clarities from the department first. Then I think I'll just shoot straight to my few questions. I have really a few questions, Chair, and I won't have follow-ups. There are really a few questions. Thank you very much.
Let's start with the department. Part of the recommendation was that there must be a team from the department that will work with University or Vice Chancellor to do what? What was the recommended team? There's a name there.
It said it will perform an increased and regular scrutiny on the performance. So it's basically going to monitor the transition and all of that over a period of 3 years.
Yeah, was that team put together? If you are not sure, please indicate.
All right, Chair, let me indicate that the team was much bigger before, but with the resignations in the department, the team has shrunk, and it's basically myself, the deputy director here, there's another deputy director, and a assistant director, and we constitute the team. We do meet the university as required and engage them. Legal also used to be part of the team. And we were impressed with the progress of the university, but we held breaks on discontinuing. We agreed we will continue with this largely because of what has emerged in the university in the past year, and around the issue of fraudulent qualifications and the CHE audit report. Let me also add that in those meetings, legal raised the question around the SIU investigations, and the university was not pleased at all. So we referred those questions for further engagement with the ministry. And it is via engagements, particularly in the last administration, we had more frequent engagements with the university. So in short, we've been running parallel processes, i.e. the SteerCom and the team from the minister's office, in order to make sense of progress at the university. And relevant engagements do capture that communique, including putting, I must say, and I'm sure the chairperson and vice chancellor will acknowledge that, putting very hard questions around governance, on top of the questions around the turnaround at the university. So we will continue with this process until we gain comfort with further engagements with the SIU, which we've not had. As you've heard, the VC report of the SIU has been reporting to the presidency, but we have advised the minister that she needs to engage with the SIU so that we have a better sense of the granular challenges the university is facing, and so that we're in a better position to support the university. But I can confirm that, by the way, added to this team was the infrastructure team, where we were able to monitor the university's infrastructure projects and support where we could. And I think let me stop there for now.
Yeah, you can respond.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much. I think the DDG has covered the issues on that front. Just one thing, we were under administration from May 2019 to November 2020, and that's that. During that period of administration, a new statute was crafted and approved and gazetted, and the current council was constituted in terms of that new statute. So yes, we have a new statute, and it's been running for the last 4 years now. And all sorts of things were done with the statute, including reorganizing the council into a 22-member structure from the old 27 member structure. I can say more about that. I just think that there's a whole lot of other things about the consolidated turnaround plan. I think the registrar is expanded on that one, that we do have that report and we're looking towards closing that chapter. I should just add also, just to kind of complete the circle here, the picture, that the council that was constituted in terms of the new structure, those who started from the beginning are now coming to the end of their term, except those who started late. So they've done a full term of 4 years. And we're now actually in that process now of getting the minister to appoint the 5 council nominees from the minister, as well as other constituencies. So we are in that process now. So we're going to get into a second council post-administration. The third issue that's important, I think that there's certain things that were not taken on board in the new statute by the minister. For example, the appointment of a council chair by the thing. In the actual statute that the minister gazetted, that element was taken out. So that's been understood. I can just confirm what the registrar and the DDG have said about the meetings and the monitoring and so on and so forth. That has been the case. I think that the SIU thing, again, I just want to, at the risk of being repetitive, we listen to them when they speak to us, but they don't report to us. And I think it's a good idea for the minister to reach out to the national director of the SIU and then see how they can interact that thing. We also don't have we don't have all the information to brief other constituencies. The only time when we call the SIU and the national director is when they have to brief council. They have to brief management and council, then we organize meetings for those briefings, as they will be doing now with the new amendment. So the rest of it is completely out of our hands. Thank you very much.
The new statute does not give you up to 3 terms.
Chair, even if let me ask this way, even if it did, I don't want 3 terms. That's it. It's 2 terms.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to know.
No.
Yeah. Honorable Ngubane.
The last question I wanted to ask is this recent media article of the 4th of November related to that Fort Hare 171 million rand fraud corruption case in a businessman who was in court. Mr. Patel and the kickbacks and of university employees that if Prof, can you kindly provide more information on the case and for how long has this been going on and traction on it? The NPA, have they done something where we are with this case and or the status of it? Because the guys, who do you call those, the toll gate guys, the outer, they follow these things. Sometimes they followed wrongly, sometimes they are spot on what they do. On the outer follow these things. This hopping on of these people who keep on being hopping on to these institutions of higher learning. And then it really match on some occasion on what they are pointing out, that these individuals are not being hopped on these institutions innocently. So not that they on some they get it wrong, but on some they get it spot on. If you can get the feedback on that.
Yeah, you see, this is one of the cases next year when the universities reporting, the CFO there, Mr. Mutumba, will tell us that this is a small matter. We're doing 171 million
minor issues
of public funds. It's a small matter of 1.6 million.
They call it minor, with minor findings.
Yeah, minor findings, yeah.
Minor, with
No,
minor
171 million, it's minor findings.
Yeah.
VC?
And he said it's an auditing term with minor findings. So that we focus
VC?
on minor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The CFO will explain the 171, but let me just, the issue of Dr. Patel was
No,
also.
no, the CFO is not going to explain 171.
Okay, all right.
The question there.
Yeah, let me deal with
the
Patel.
traction on the case, what's happening
Yes,
and how
okay.
far. I leave the CEO, will tell us about minor issues.
Let me
we don't want minor issues.
Let me go to the issue of Dr. Patel. Was picked up by the National Task Team, which is dedicated to Fort Hare fraud issues. It was picked up. As you know, they're working with us, so they come, they look for information from us, so we give them whatever information they need. And they picked up a connection between some of the arrested people that were arrested during Easter this year and Dr. Patel, and specifically the then HR director. Okay, the then HR director. And so what then happened was that when they went through the statements, bank statements, and then a company belonging to Dr. Patel then popped up. And that was the company. And then they went, they drilled deep, and that's where they saw the kickbacks. That's where they saw the kickbacks. And so basically then when they arrested him, they combined him in the larger case. So he becomes now accused number 17 of the fraud and corruption people. The specific case involved him working with the person inside the university for some purported psychometric tests of staff, but it was on such a scale that was obviously, it was patently clear that this was bogus, right? And so they started drilling there. And of an amount that was paid, I forget the actual quantum now, of an amount, a sizable amount of about 1.5 was then transferred back to this HR person in our HR. And that's how they picked up the link between the two. And then they followed the invoices, they followed the bank statements and so on. That's what it is. Now, it was a bit of a surprise for us because my understanding certainly was that he was CEO of a CETA until very, very recently. And so him popping up in that fashion with a company which is a sole director of was a surprise, but of course the investigators had done their homework and it's a clear case. It is a pattern. It is a pattern because he's not the only ones. As you say, they hop around. There were others who were arrested earlier during Easter. So in a way, we're very sad that our money was stolen. We're very sad our money was stolen, but we're very pleased that the police are breaking the racket. The police are breaking the racket. I just want to say, as I conclude, this specific task team is dedicated to Fort Hare. It was after we went to the president and appealed for assistance. In the same way that we appealed with the SIU, we appealed for assistance on this one. And when they cracked the matter thing, then they saw a fraud connection. And the money is kind of crisscrossing that fashion. So that's the state of play, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, so this director of HR, are we talking about Mr. Tladi?
Yes.
So this director of HR was then hired not so long ago. It was in your tenure, general as leadership of that institution. Amongst with many others who are arrested there. So your internal controls of screening, or hiring, screening, and these people did not pick up that we're dealing with potential criminals. The HR director is so high up there in that those levels of yours that possibly maybe your DVCs or yourself sits, or the person that you have chosen sits in the panels that interview these people. So your internal controls are so weak that, you know, you're not talking about an HR manager or something. We're talking about the director of HR. Somebody was given the responsibilities to hire. You might find out that maybe 20% or 15% of your entire staff were hired through the process led by this particular person. Because we don't know the time frames. So I'm just worried that from a management point of view, there's no admission, at least to say, maybe in retrospect, when we look back, we could have done better as management. That we have, I mean, you are saying accused number 17, this one. I'm not sure if I was reading correctly, it says 8 or so, or the numbers went up, are all employees there of your institution. And 2 of them were killed, one your bodyguard and one the fleet, I think. Your own people were killed. Others are in jail. That one who was working in your office, VC, who people believe that is the mastermind, or they are refusing to give him bail. But there's no admission that, you know what, maybe ourselves, we could have done better in terms of vetting and all of that. I'm just worried about that, because it means we would live here having management or leadership of an institution, like earlier on, who don't see something wrong, you know, or who don't see the role they could have played in assisting the situation from being where it is. And I also want to maybe comment on the same breath, so that because it's the same theme. It is no doubt that I know Honorable Ngubane says through your actions you have exposed high-profile politicians on issues of academic fraud, as far as this one is concerned. But I see it differently, Honorable Ngubane. I see an institution that has internal or weak internal control. Because if I were to register anywhere, you can't blame me, but how did you register for a PhD when you don't qualify? And you don't blame the internal controls. Even if it happens at a later stage that you say, no, Tebogo was registered by Honorable Maseko, but we don't know what would have happened to Honorable Maseko. Or Honorable Maseko was the system, because I don't think, seated here, Honorable Mseza, having been student leaders ourselves, don't think this, I mean, the registrar's office, for an example, it's not only the register there. There's a whole lot of people who go through, or where you go through different, either through different deans, I don't know, each institution, sometimes they divide them differently. the dean of this thing, you go to this, if you are in a school of governance, you go to this registrar A, register B, but there's a registrar. But you know you've got others who are working there. But in order for all of them, again, to be approved, there is somebody, unless if you tell me, VC, that you don't have such controls, only one person can decide to register an individual, which I don't think is the case. But even if that is the case, then it also speaks to the kind of leadership problems we have in that space. So on that one that you are talking about, the premier of Eastern Cape, we don't know what would have been your own internal investigation to say who would have allowed X, Y, and Z to happen, because he would not have registered himself. There's somebody internally who did that thing, and if it means it's that one person that you spoke about, who approved that particular thing? Because it can only be one person, unless if we want to protect certain individuals and victimize others, which is not something that we are going to agree on. So when you give us answers here, because I know even the AG spoke to you guys about your internal controls, which your CFO seems to think it's small things. But that is a worry for me, Vice Chancellor. It's a big worry because we don't get a sense of ownership coming to say, look, I, as the CEO of this institution, would have brought in senior managers and said to senior manager on operations, we can't always get problems about inflation of student accommodation prices, inflation of or us paying cement, a bag of cement for 300 rands, and all of these things, and no one takes responsibility. So as the CEO, you go to your senior managers and say, DVC operations, I don't want these things happening. DVC teaching and learning, why are we getting the slack for academic fraud? You know, it's not him or her who might be doing this thing, but the system under him or her should be able to detect, to say, after the DVC teaching and learning, you probably have the dean or you have X, Y, and Z. Those people, you know, if you have an internal control system that works well, you just speak to one layer of leadership as the CEO, as the vice chancellor, and they also speak to their own. But if we don't, we don't have to go and speak to them, to the dean of students, and say, dean of students, why are we having safety concerns of student address? We must say, vice chancellor, what have you done to improve that thing? And you would have went to the DVC operation, you would have went to the dean of students, whatever the case may be. I don't know what's your organogram. I'm told you are busy with the organogram problems. So that is where my concerns are with the answer. Maybe if you can answer that, and then I'll give Honorable Cesar.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, and indeed, I'll speak to this. Perhaps I should start by referencing the presentation in which I explained that these last many years we've been involved in massive policy and regulatory renovation, so to speak, either reviewing and adopting afresh old policies or putting in place new ones where none existed. So you had a regulatory framework which was weak, where there were no policies, and where there were gaps, therefore, where the gaps across the board. And one of the things, therefore, to deal with things of this nature is to start there, So that's the first thing I just want to go back to. The second thing is this, that when we noted weaknesses, we did not sit back and wait. We did not sit back and complain. We actually, on 3 counts, we appealed to public institutions. The first one was when we were put under administration, we actually asked for it. It was Minister Pando at the time, in 2019. We went to meet with her in her office in Pretoria. We said, it's done. The council has gone rogue. 9 members sit and presume to speak as council. Dissolve this council and let's protect the ground. That's the first thing that we did. And we did it ourselves. And I just want to do that because we noted the weaknesses of the system we had inherited. That's the first thing. The second thing was when we then went to and then we welcomed the independent assessors, we implemented their recommendations. The second time was when we went to the SIU. Back in 2020, we started talks and we said, we realized we don't have the capacity. Let's work together, okay? Because our systems are weak. Our capacity is poor. And that's the second thing. Yes, a number of staff were employed under our watch, under my watch actually, including Cladi. Cladi was employed in 2018, the year after I arrived. But what happened is that with a massive recruitment of people in an environment where the regulatory and policy framework is weak, chances are that you're going to win some and lose some. And I'm here to tell you that in this case, in some cases, in Cladi's case, in Plagi's case, we lost some. There's no question about that. And that's the acknowledgement that you're talking about, that our systems were weak, our checks were weak, and it's a matter of public record for us that. And so we don't have anything there, and we're not invested in these people. And that's why then the new systems that we put in place, and I'm going to talk about a third moment when we sought outside advice. When they started killing and started stealing, we went to the president, we said, again, we don't have the capacity, please bring in state capacity. And that's when the SAPS team came in. So in that regard, we are the first to acknowledge that our systems were weak, our controls were weak, and that when we were bringing these people in, some of them came into spaces where there were no controls. Our HR policies, our vetting policies, and many of the things around which we've now developed policies, there was nothing there. There was nothing there. Now, if you look at what the SIU is doing, for example, casting the net all the way back to 2004, it shows that the thing already, the fiber of the university, was already frayed all the way back then. All the way, and the people that we're talking about, academic fraud, how that person, so-called professor, came in. That person actually came in from another university. He had already wormed his way into another university and registered for a PhD that he did not qualify for. And the story was out this past week. So it's part of a system where things are weak. And I think that one thing we need to understand about the so-called universities of HDIs, they have a history. They have a history of institutional weakness. And that's what we inherited. And I think that's what we're grappling with. And that's why we're willing to go to anyone who's going to support us. That's why we're willing to work with this committee, because we know we are not going to make any apologies for a system that we inherited that was weak. So, Chair, I just want to do that. Now the question is, did we then investigate the people who caused some aiders and abettors in the system? Yes. The SIU investigation is going to catch up with those people. It's going to catch up with those people. Yes, it's true. Some of these people did not invite themselves or admit themselves into the system. Systems were bypassed. Systems and rules and policies were broken. In some places, there were no policies. So yes, we've investigated that that person, that professor, didn't do it by himself. It was a system. It was a system that was weak. And that's why we now, the SIU is now going back to 2005 to trace the roots of these institutional weaknesses. So, Chair, and I think the Register wants to add here, because if you look at the independent assessor's report, one of the areas that was identified as an area of major weakness was the Registrar's Office. And we've spent the last years, since 2019, when Mr. Zuma came in, rebuilding that office. And maybe he can just say one or two things with your permission, Chair. With your permission.
No, just before, on what you are saying, the allegation also is that the person that you had hired, that Mr. Plakis, you did not advertise. There was no interview. You gave him a position of Director of Investigations in your team. Is part of those that are arrested. So you had hired somebody without a process. These are the allegations. Obviously, you can agree or disagree to them. Hired somebody reporting directly to your office or to you without any advert, without anything. This person is one of those that is in jail. Is he the one who's suspected to have assassinated your bodyguard? You see, so this person who got into your office without a process, allegedly, no vetting, or maybe you'll take us through if maybe there was vetting at some point. Then this person, a few years down the line, is accused of killing your bodyguard, possibly even wanted to kill you. I'm not sure what are the allegations on him. How do you explain that to somebody as confused as me?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, that's a fair question. Mr. Plakis was employed on short-term contracts during his tenure, including and up to the time he was arrested. Before he was employed as director, a decision that was actually countersigned by the then administrator, Mr. Nhlanganiso Dladla, after Professor Nwanga. So it was not a decision taken lightly, but he was on short-term contracts first in our HR department. So by the time we engaged, we called him up as a contract director. He was already inside our system. He was already inside the system. He had been brought in by HR. And then he was on short-term contracts, 3 months, 3 months, 3 months. And then later, in consultation and with the council chair at the time, at the start of the council, we then, pending the organogram review, we decided to employ him on a contract basis until the new organogram, which is what we're talking about, was approved. Yes, there was no interview at that time, but we assumed that because he was an insider, he was already inside the HR department, that he was something that could be trusted. And of course, we were wrong. We were wrong. We missed the point, and that's exactly the point. And that's why when the time came for him to be arrested, we were the first to be informed, and we cooperated fully to get down to the bottom of the issues. Thanks very much.
What was he doing in the short term? What job was he doing? Because you are saying you just transferred him to the director.
He was employed as a contract transformation manager in HR.
And then what process did you follow in making him the director of investigations?
Now we had a short, small interview, but not one with an advert, not one with a panel, full panel. It was me and a couple of other people, the HR director included, and that was the process, because it was deemed to be short term, and it's not uncommon that for short term contracts we make a call like that for people to fill specific gaps.
So HR policy says what on such? It says you can give somebody a position. You know why we're asking this? Acting DG we do have a problem. Honorable Msazane has asked a question to the department about the acting regional manager of TVET in KwaZulu-Natal. It looks exactly the same. That somebody was literally created a position and there's no competitiveness. So if indeed TDG Sokiko, this happens or is allowed in our institutions, then we have a problem. It means tomorrow if I'm the vice chancellor, I can employ my girlfriends, family, and say, introduce them and say it's short term. And they are in the system for 9 months, with short term, 3 months, 3 months, 3 months, whatever the case may be. Then once they are in the system for 3 months, 3 months, 3 months, on a totally separate position, I can take them and make them a director without a process, without a competitive, and say, no, myself and Anele, we sat down and said, because, person will report directly to me, let's just be the two of us. It just can't be. It does not, for council, corporate governance does not agree with this thing. In fact, any governance does not, this creates an opportunity for corrupt practices to happen. Because if you can, I don't even want to know how much does a director and all the director investigations, DDG, and I told no because short term and all of that, and I don't think this is correct. VC does not. Unless I did not hear you, maybe you must re-explain this part again. Or if you can take a person from nowhere, put him in a system on a short-term program elsewhere, and then if this person is on a short-term program in the system, you can then move them around. I can tell you with what you've just said, and the director post here, they did not even move horizontal. People here and move from, I don't know what was that, and then they moved to director. I can tell you, VC, or maybe convince me. No, convince me. No, let him answer first.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the question. Once again, I'll say it is an order. It's a question worth asking. Yes, it is an issue. It is one of those cases where we're working in an emergency situation, and we had a lot of cases to investigate. Again, the issues of fraud had been raised in the independent assessor's report, and it was raised as one of the areas that we should take as a priority. And so when we did the appointment, that's why I felt specifically then that it's not just a decision that I alone could take. I had to take it to the administrator, the second administrator, and for counter signature, so that it was not just one of those loose appointments, but it had the blessing of the chairperson as a temporary deviation pending the organogram, because we did not have a structure that we could create at that time. And Chair, yes, I accept it's one of those things that were it turned out to be a big mistake. It turned out to be a big mistake, and that's where we ended up where we are. Thank you very much.
Once you are on this, I'm going to give you. You want to finish this thing. You want to answer. What do you want to do?
No, I didn't want to answer on this, but because there was a comment made on the SRC, so I was hoping that we're going to give them a chance.
But SRC president.
President was a UFH man.
What you are talking
No,
about?
go, not a, oh, that was president.
Now I'm the president.
Oh, SG.
Oh, okay.
This might be in retrospect. You know, there's nothing that says history is not the best teacher. It is. So, but this was not the only case at that institution because the recent CFO, it is also alleged that the wife of the CFO has also benefited through the same scheme, now working at HR without an advert, without a process. Can you explain that part? You don't know? I'm sorry, man. My mic was off. No, let me repeat. I'm saying it would make sense if this was the once off. And I'm happy that in retrospect you're accepting that this might have been a mistake. But I'm saying it is alleged that that was not the last time. And it is alleged that the wife of the CFO is also a beneficiary of such an arrangement, where currently she's working in the HR department, where there was no advert, where there was no interview. So tell us, what kind of, what are we running there? And I do need explanation, VC, on this one.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I'm not familiar with the terms. I do know that the wife of the CFO works in HR. That much I know. I don't know the conditions under which she's in a lower level. That would not come past my desk, but maybe the DVC institutional support, who is in charge of HR, might know. But I do know that he came late last day, so he may know something about it. But as I say, I'm not aware of the terms and conditions of the CFO's wife employment, because her level is much lower than those that come past my desk. Maybe the DVC Hashadze can say. Thank you.
Just, where's the DVC? Yeah, before you enter, I'm just interested that the appointment did not have to come through your desk, but you know about it. I'm just interested, I don't know, how do you know about such a low level that does not have to go past you? No, that's okay. Let's hear from the DVC. Or maybe they reported because there might have been a problems of what, nepotism.
No, Chair, no. When we have HR, and when we're going through recruitment, we get a lot of people at lower levels, relatively lower levels of HR to support our systems. And I know Mrs. Matumba from that process, that she works there, and I got to know that she's the wife of the CFO. Thank you.
DVC?
Thank you very much, Chair. I have to then say, like the VC has already said, that I only came in at the end of last year, to assist for a very short period of time. So my arrival here, is at a time when I found Mrs. Matumba in HR. But I also have to say, as a second point, that, the HR issues, are partly related to the previous director as well. So I don't know whether the employment happened, by that director, but that's what we're discovering, as we begin.
I can hear you properly. We're interested in the answer, so just speak closer to the mic.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first repeat is that I have found Mrs. Matumba there because I only came at towards the end of last year, so I wouldn't be able to explain, how she was contracted. But the second point that I wanted to make is that, we have actually found that there's quite a number of issues that we have found in the institution, including within HR, that goes back to the director that has been arrested. But we're still trying to make sense of a lot of the things that have actually happened there as well. The third one basically is one that says that up until the new organograms were approved by council, last year in December and the very last one in June and September this year, most of the appointments were short-term because, you didn't want to take people permanent. One, there's no structure that has been finalized. But what is now happening is that all of those short-term contracts are being phased out because you're now advertising for permanent, appointment, which goes through a process, advertising, panels, interviews, shortlisting, offers. That entire thing is now taking place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing that we're taking from this is that there is confirmation that the wife of the CEO works there. They don't know what was the process because it's too low for, you are not part of HR, CFO. You're not part of HR. And DVC there, no. You don't give us, we don't want it from you. We want it from a person with authority. In that particular, you are very conflicted. In fact, VC, we're going to ask you to give us in writing. What is the date today? Wednesday, the 20th. Because it should be information readily available. And we are going to, so there's an HR person that at an institution. Tell them tomorrow they must send it to you. We are giving you till Friday. Send it to us. The advert, want to see that advert. Want to see the process. So, before the advert comes, there will be a technical team that sits and agree on the specifications. They'll a meeting, agree and don't agree. So we want the whole thing. The meeting, the minutes of those meetings, who was present in those meetings, the technical specs they agreed on, the advert, the shortlisting, and the interview team, and the final one that would have appointed this particular person, because we have information that there was no such a thing. But, and I know this, you are saying it's too low for you to know. We are giving you an opportunity to go get that information for us. And indeed, if that was not followed, we'll also want to see what kind of consequence management will the institution enter into in dealing with such a level of impunity. People can just hire their girlfriends and wives, and it's business as usual. Honorable Msazana.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Hey. So issues are arising and arising, Chair, such that you end up not knowing where to start. But perhaps as just remarks, Chair, on the matter of the appointment without process of the former director. I mean, even if there was no process, Chair, but we would have expected that there was requirement, at least requirement to, to appoint that particular former director. But that's just remarks, Chair, maybe when you do a follow-up on that particular one. But let me just attempt to deal with questions very fast, Chair. I want to deal with the presentation of the SRC, but I want to first speak on perhaps two critical matters. But before that, I want to speak on the issue that was presented by the Vice Chancellor of UFH with regards to the audit by CHE, Council for Higher Education, on the quality of teaching and learning and qualifications thereof. The Vice Chancellor indicated that he wouldn't want to dwell much on that one, but that is the core business of the institution. Would want to know, VC, the findings of that audit by CHE. By the way, Chair, that was also a recommendation of the independent assessor that was also given to the department, which I would really be interested, Chair, to get a report from the department and the management, executive management, as well as finance, in terms of how far did they go? How far did they go in terms of implementing the recommendations as per the independent assessor, all of them, from the executive management to finance department and obviously to the department, because then we wouldn't be asking such questions, especially such a question which is critical, which was highlighted by the Vice Chancellor, but there was no information with regards to the findings of that audit. So that is one. But then the two critical issues before I then get to the presentation of the SRC chair is the issue that you started to deal with, but I think would need further engagements, especially with the department. And if needs be, we'd have to visit the Act, the Higher Education Act, with regards to the SRC elections. This new mode of SRC elections became very famous after COVID, or during COVID times. I would remember, because before that, when we were elected to SRC at our postgrad level studies, we were elected via a manual process. So this new process, the chairperson is correctly putting it to say, there is no observer status of organizations. This thing doesn't make noise only when people are elected. They are very comfortable. SRCs, once they are elected, they are comfortable with the process. Those that lose are very, very aggrieved, or get very, very aggrieved, because they can't monitor the process. If the process said that when organization 1 to organization 6, when your vote come in, you see it popping in, you own 2%. If you were able to observe that process with the person that actually crafted that system seated there as well, then you would say this might be fair. But maybe not to a large degree, because in any case, we have reports from TVET colleges and from other universities that says people that have access to login details would just vote for their organizations, taking or collecting the data of students, and then vote for themselves, for their preferred organizations. And I did highlight, when I was speaking about our obligations to the people that we represent, but also the organizations that send us here, to say it is the same student information that come to us to complain, to say we are being robbed here. Management will up and decide who they favor at a particular time, and those particular candidates or an organization will win elections. We have these cases from January, as early as January, and many other years as well. You can't monitor that system. So until we are taking to confidence to say this is how the system will operate and will be fair, such as manual elections, because in manual elections, you see students voting and casting their votes and putting the ballot papers into a ballot box. You're observing throughout. You know the ballot papers that are there and everything else. And I dare not, Chair, even highlight the fact that even the 29 May general elections, votes evaporated from MK votes, just so you know. That's on a lighter note, Chair. But really, on this particular system of SRCs, we need to be taken into confidence. And if it means, Chair, that we must engage the department and even sit with USAF or whatever entity that we need to sit with in institutions of higher learning to deal with these matters, we'll have to take it that far, so that we are satisfied and the students there, or student formations that come running to us, are satisfied as well with the process. I think that one we'll have to deal with. But then my second very important point that I think we need to deal with, Chair. I sit in the portfolio committee for DTIC, Chair, and the institutes that are here. There was a finding, Chair, I think it would have been 2012 or 2014, if I'm not misguided, on research that said South Africa is one of the top 3 now countries in the world with the highest alcohol consumption in the world. These students are getting money from NSFAS in their majorities. We can't, as a portfolio committee and as distinguished academics, professors and doctors here, debate a matter of putting an alcohol outlet in an institution of higher learning, to say that these monies that are dispersed by NSFAS, a portion must go to alcohol. I don't think it would be advisable for us to even debate that as per the presentation of the SRC of UFH, even if we are dealing with a matter. I was very impressed when the Vice Chancellor spoke about the sporting facilities and the sporting codes that are doing very well in the... That is the language that we should be advocating for. That is what the student representative should be advocating for in terms of programs or other programs that will then, I think, advance a healthy lifestyle, you know, but not to say that we must even consider putting a bar or a tavern in a university. I mean, for me, Chair, from where I'm sitting, I think we really must, you know, dismiss that. Otherwise, we must, I think, find a way to, you know, put it to rest, because I personally, I think from my organization, we won't be supporting such I don't know, with my, my comrade, but I think it's a point that we need to deal with. But then on the matters that were submitted by the SRC, Chair, just very briefly, the SRC indicated that they have underrepresentation of a number of decision-making committees. One of those committees was Senate. Maybe it's the new statute, I don't know, but it cannot be that on matters of academics, because Senate deals with, in the main, academic matters, there's no SRC that is being represented there. The very same SRC, that's what the SRC said, that they don't sit in Senate. It is in Senate, yeah? Or Sinex. Well, I don't know that body, but in any case, the point is the fact that SRC must be represented in committees of the university, because they represent the highest stakeholder of the university. So there must not be decision making, especially about students, where there's no SRC, unless obviously those matters do not pertain to SRC matters. And then it was said, the SRC also said that the council revoked a student governance constitution. I think I would need a comment as well from the Vice Chancellor or the chairperson of council to say, how does council arrive to a conclusion to revoke a constitution of matters of students, or a body of students, because student governance deals with students' affairs or student clubs and societies and organizations. And then I think on infrastructure development, it was covered here and there, where the presentation does speak on improvements that are being made, but the SRC has indicated that they ought to be a radical approach in terms of dealing with the infrastructure development in the university campuses. Chair, I'm concluding so that I don't have to come back. Chair, there was a question that I had posed to the acting DG with regards to the statement that was contained in her opening remarks. I think she'll still come back to that, at least to clarify that particular statement that seems very lenient when it comes to dealing with these institutions. And I think, Chair, on matters of maintenance, I think they are covered in infrastructure as per the report or the recommendations, therefore, of the independent assessor. But Chair, finally, as I said when I was starting, could we get a thorough report in terms of the implementation of the recommendations in writing, of course, so that we, I think we at least add comfort to say that on these problems that you've dealt with over the years, you've put in these particular measures in place in line with the recommendations, so that we don't have to deal with that aspect anymore. We deal with new aspects, Chair. Thank you very much for indulging me.
Thank you very much. Mostly comments again. With a little bit of effort. Of Bushungu, there's one or two you want to respond to.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. The question of the audit findings, I'm going to ask Professor Vital, who's been the lead person there, and then on the CHE audit findings. And then the question of SRC elections, electronic, I think that's between the Dean, Student Affairs, Mr. Shigudu, and the SRC. They are here. They'll decide between of them. And that also goes for the alcohol question and the bar, the student bar. The SRC president is very capable of that one. On the Senate one, the SRC has 6 representatives in our Senate structure, 6 representatives. Senex is the executive of Senate. It's a much smaller committee where basically it's the DVCs and the deans that sit in that structure. So they're not represented there, and that's the discussion that we have. But on Senate, they are part of Senate decision making. Infrastructure, that I think that was a comment, and then the issue of the independent assessors. I think we can take it as a given. We'll have a report which we'll submit. That one is a straightforward one. So maybe Prof. Vital can kick off then.
Thank you. So the CHE institutional audit, the process required us to submit a self-evaluation report in 2021. Then they came and did a site visit in October of 2022. We then received the final report at the end of 2023. And the final report then has a whole set of recommendations, and the university then developed an improvement plan in which you address each of the recommendations that they provide us. And then we submitted that in April of this year. They came back to us requesting more information on the improvement plan and more documents and a progress report, which we provided to them. So at the moment, the improvement plan is what we report on. So if you would like to have sight of that improvement plan, which has all the recommendations and all the work that we're doing, that can be provided.
I think Mr. Chigudo first.
Oh, I thought he's sleeping. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to respond on few questions that have been raised, and the President, I guess, will have a few comments to make or additions on that. The first one that directly links with my Office of Student Affairs Dean, it's on the issue of the online SRC elections. You're quite correct, Honourable Member, there that we have seen the emergence of online elections after a COVID-19 period. That's very true. But also as the administration of the university, we then learned of the advantages and the disadvantages of the online elections. And at that moment, the observation was clear that the online elections was much better than the manual system that we've been using before. And hence, many of us in the sector are preferring the method. I would not want to dwell into those detailed advantages and disadvantages. Just to indicate, Chair, that by its nature, conducting or facilitating SRC elections, it's quite a complex thing because you are going to have winners and losers in the process. So you get accused of any process that you are going to use before there could even be outcome. When we were running elections through manual system, management was always accused of having a hand. So it's of no surprise that we do get this. But I need to say, for the 3 years one has been with the University of Fort Hare, this issue have not been seen to be as a challenge. Perhaps it's the process that is followed in terms of, and coming to answer the issue of observer process, how it's done. Because you've got an independent electoral body running the elections, and secondly, you've got an independent audit. But also interested parties in elections are given that observer status in terms of the system. They do make suggestions on how they want to observe the election process, and the whole process is demonstrated to them. So what we have seen at the university, the process that the online election system has been running, it was out of an agreement between the IEC and all parties that are involved in the elections.
Mr.
We do take note.
Hold on. So how do they observe the election? Just as a layman.
Yes.
Just tell me, how do they observe these elections? From the voting, making sure that the person voting is the person who's supposed to vote, 2 back office, 2 compiling and counting of votes. Just the system that we are using.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be fair to you, I would need to get very detailed information on how those steps are followed. But all I know at the moment, and simply because as a member of executive management, I am not, I do not get the opportunity to get to the level. But all we know in principle is the system that is going to be used must be demonstrated to students and they must agree with it. And knowing our student population and community, they would not agree to something that they do not understand. But I may have to get concrete evidence on the process that are followed from the
It's
first
okay.
one to the last one. Thank you.
It's okay. You see, we always advise that before you answer something, Vice Chancellor, at least think about what is it that, what follow-up question are you likely to get from there. You see, even, the subtle disrespect in some answers. Yeah, want to tell, no, you see, you don't understand, These things, we have all agreed here, this thing makes sense. We were students, Professor Buhlungu, and we know how naive we were when we were students. And it's not disrespect to students. We did not have experience of what we now have. So don't come here and tell me because student A agreed to this thing. Many of them, by the way, it's not true that all student formations agree to this thing. You use, I'm telling you now, Honorable Msaza, we again are receiving email complaints from VUT where the results could not produce an override winner. Where one party got 6 votes, 6 seats, the other party got 6 seats, and independents got 1. And then this IEC that you are telling us about, independent, there's no such. We're not students here. Because these independents then agree, Professor Buhlungu, that we will work with Party B. But this so-called independent IEC says, no, Party A got 50 more votes, so they must choose first whether they want president or not. And in fact, because we gave you a chance, we're choosing for you. So Party A will get president. They are deciding elections. And you want to tell us about independent. You want to tell us about independent. Yeah. Independent auditors. I'm asked, you must give us, you've just held elections now. You must give us the report. Tomorrow, I'm sure you have it. The report of that audit. That auditor company. I want to have it because, and I hope it's a reputable company, because we want to take them through their paces on a technical basis. And they must answer certain things that we want to know about those things. Because, this thing that, this subtle messages that sometimes come out of our meetings, people thinking members of parliament are not clever enough because they're not professors. We can't apply our minds. We can't be tactical or technical thinkers. It must come to an end. We'll send you, you must send it to us. We are going to ask you to answer those certain questions. Because are you correct? That what you are telling us is not there. It's not there. Honorable Maseko.
Chair, it's been a long day, but I have to talk to this one. We engaged with Limpopo. One of the issues was the SRC, and I tend to believe also
with due respect, sir, you were listening the trend of the questions and the issue of the elections, how they are going. But when you get the question now to respond, they're saying, I will bring in writing, but I trust that the elections were like, it's sort of like undermining our intelligence, especially when you were sitting there listening to the questions that we were asking to Limpopo and getting the feeling of what is the concern, because questions that we ask here, like the chair is indicating, is the questions that we get the complaints from the students. And I tend to believe you had a better chance of responding because you listened when we were asking Limpopo. Now to come and sit there and say to us, I trust, and you were confident when you started saying that, no, it's a good elections, and then when we ask the question of the clarity, maybe it's good, like you're saying, you say that you'll bring it in writing. It's really undermining our intelligence. Seriously, can we be taken serious? We are not enemies here. For us to engage with you, we want to add value, and we can only add value if we get the right answers, the true reflection of what's happening out there. But to be undermined by saying that, no, I will give you in writing, it's really undermining us on another level. Because you were sitting there. You know, if you were not here, I'll give it to you that, no, you didn't know. But initially we talked about what are the complaints, and we expect you'll come up with something. And I was looking forward to hear the system that we have that you say is working brilliantly. What is it that is going to give to us? Only to hear writing. Stop undermining us. It's almost 8 o'clock, if it's not past 8 o'clock, as a belief. Thank you.
Honorable Cesar.
No, thanks, Chair. Indeed, Chair. I feel like we've been through a lot today. I think in future, Chair, when we deal with institutions, especially if you know the magnitude of their issues, you must give us one at a time per day, because it's really exhausting, especially when you get responses that really suggest that at some point we didn't go to universities, or, you know, we don't hold certain qualifications and all that. It's very disappointing. But Chair, I'm not there. Chair, I just want to deal with, I think, 3 matters as I subside, Chair. One matter pertains to the SRC exploring initiatives to alleviate student debt, such as advocating for student SRC trust fund, which I think we've seen this even during our times in the SRCs. But I just want to get an understanding of what is the university doing to support the SRC in terms of this very, very progressive initiative. And other matters I'll just skip, Chair, because other matters really are matters that should be dealt with at the university management platform, not, I think, at this platform of ours. But just in passing, there is a issue in residences in the presentation of the SRC that speaks about installation of fridges and microwaves in particular residences of a particular campus. I think I would be very shocked if there were residences of students that did not have fridges and microwaves, and that had to be a point that is presented to the committee. I think the Vice Chancellor would have to assist here, or even the Dean of Students, because it even says that it must be as per the DHET norms and standards. So I do not know whether there are residencies in that particular university that do not follow these standards as prescribed by the department. Or there's a clarity that I need as well, Chair, where the SRC is saying it is advocating for the standardization of residence fees across all on-campus residencies. So I do not understand, perhaps, if there are different prices in residences of the institutions within a campus. Just clarity on that one, Chair. Even if it's from the SRC, if maybe the management might not know. I think I've dealt with the one of the bar. The dean was still going to come to that one, Chair, before we disturbed him to say what is his view about getting a bar inside the campus. Chair, there was one other matter, Chair, which I think I need clarity on, which I think also is, I think it would have assisted for, I think, the executive management to have seen at least the presentation of the SRC so that they would have taken out issues that they should have dealt with at an executive management level, such as this issue that says it is about a particular program or qualification. I think it appears that it's being discontinued. It says academics, it's under academics, vice chancellor and registrar. It says regarding speech therapy, we request the intervention of DHET, CHE, and HPCSA to allow the last cohort of students the opportunity to sit for their examinations and not exclude them academically. So just clarity on that one, if the course is being discontinued, and obviously what would be the measures, because I would understand that most universities will give a leeway for at least 3 to 5 years before they actually discontinue a program, so that they include all cohorts of that particular program. Chair, I think that would be my last and final submission. But I think the last point was raised by the SRC around about the wrongfully defunded students. I think we said that we'll take up the issue, I think, with NSFAS. I think obviously it will need the intervention of the department, but if there are other questions or clarities, I think, Chair, we will have to submit it to your office to convey. Siyabonga kakhulu, Chair.
SRC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Before I comment and respond to two things, I want to first raise a concern. Umkhaya, Honorable Govan, said that we smile with the management, and that in our concern is discrediting the SRC. And why am I raising this? Respectfully so. It's because of the history that is there. We are, I don't know whether it's right for this platform, but were deployed by Justice Society, which contested and decided to contest election 2 weeks before elections, and then we garnered maximum support because obviously of our capabilities. And then the other political organizations, they started to decampaign us using that we are darlings of management and all of that. So this continues even up to this platform. So I want to just raise that and as a concern. And then as we feel that it is political in nature. Then on alcohol in Alice campus, respectfully, again, I didn't want, I was actually shy to speak about it, but I want to dwell more on it. There is really a concern. Alice campus is a rural town. It has, as the nurses business hot. There are no proper places to actually indulge. Secondly, it is a crime area. There is the crime hotspot area. So we have lost, I think, in 3 years, more than 3 students who were stabbed, others even raped when they were coming from those areas, from disco and other areas. So, and the second thing is public drinking, excessive one. If we can show videos, even then we've engaged with just 2 weeks back, we've engaged with SAPS and other community forums from the surrounding areas. They are raising concern about the issue of main gate. So that is why we then embarked on benchmarking. And then in UTAPs, there is a bar that is there. I think VETS, there is a bar at UJ, there is a bar. And what is important about that is that even the amount of alcohol consumption that the students will take is going to be regulated, because there is excessive drinking if they do that thing of partying near main gates and all of that. So I think as much as it's hard to speak about students indulging in alcohol, but I think instead of saying they don't, we can put the regulations, and if it's inside the university, then there can be regulation of how much a student can actually take in terms of alcohol. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. I just want to touch on a couple of issues which have been raised. There's surrounding the issue of the SGC, which is the Student Governance Constitution. In the past couple of years, there's been an attempt to then reshape or remodel the Student Governance Constitution. Up to thus far, it has not then came to a position whereby the council then accepts what has been drafted by the student representative through parliament. So now, what then happened was that the process of then looking into the policies which are there within the Student Governance Constitution has now been taken away from students to be designed in its entirety by management. Of course, the only plea or the main plea that we have for at least for that voice of the students to be part and parcel of that document is that it must come back for the scrutiny of its students before it can be passed, because it will be disabusing the voice of the students if ever we allow it to get to that point, and of which it is our cry, it is our plea. It may be the wording in terms of when we drafted the document in itself, but that particular point speaks to that. Then there's issues surrounding e-residences. You know, in the East London campus, the East London campus is more of a city campus. It is a campus which does not have fencing. It is a campus which is within an urban area. It is a campus which has residences which are all over 3 locations: Town, Quigney, Southernwood. The students living in that particular campus are heavily reliant on shuttles, of which, if a honorable member, when you read the proposal, we had spoken about the issue of shuttles. But the interesting fact about that campus is that the residences which are utilized by the university, not even one belongs to the University of Fort Hare. All about 3,500 beds are leased by the institution. The rest is from the NSFAS pilot project, of which there are concerns around these accommodations. You'll find that these accommodations have issues of leakages. They do not have sufficient Wi-Fi. They lack the minimum norms and standards themselves. Students living in those residences are subjected to subhuman conditions, with that added burden of having a shuttle service which is then limited in size, that is not able, even after hours, maybe someone is studying at the library, they cannot be transported to their residence. It's only if it's a particular distance, or if you are in Southernwood, then you can have access to shuttle. Meanwhile, the students are going to be working in unsavory places. The locations of these residences as well are alarming. You know, there's a residence called Ocean View. Right next to Ocean View, there's a tavern. That tavern operates 24/7. Police do come, but nothing is done about that. Right next door to a residence, which ought to be there to house students in order for students to be able to concentrate and rest and study. So this is part of the cry that we have when we speak about the NSFAS accredited residences as well, as part of the presentation that we had, to then say that indeed themselves, those residences, as much as they may be enough, but the conditions within those residences, there's, when I was in the first semester, it got to a point whereby we had to then invite NSFAS to then raise these issues of these residences. But I'll just end it there to again raising issues.
Maybe on the issue of the student accommodation. So you're saying the NSFAS accredited accommodation don't meet the standards. And then the recommendation is that what must happen on others that are not, what is the recommendation that you are proposing?
The recommendation, thank you very much, Chairperson. The recommendation that we have taken into consideration is the conditions of the residences in East London, and it's the fact that in the Alice campus only caters for 4,500 students. Then NSFAS accredited is only about just above 100, leaving more than 3,500 students without a place to stay. Our request is that the University of Fort Hare be removed from the pilot project, because now the pilot project is not adding the value of which it ought to be adding to the lives of students.
So if they are removed, how does that solve the housing problem at Alice?
It assists in a manner that what happened